action as we welcome in the remainder of our broadcast team, starting off with Acacia Camont back in the winner of the Rebel Stakes stable.
I'm here at the stall of Coal Battle, the stable star for 72-year-old trainer Lonnie Briley. Not only has Coal Battle exceeded a lot of expectations, he's won 4 races in a row, including the Rebel here at Oaklawn, and he is taking his connections potentially to a place where they've never been before. Could be the first Arkansas Derby and first Grade 1 win for his trainer. Could potentially be the first Kentucky Derby starter for this barn as well. And on top of that, this would be the first Grade 1 victory for jockey Juan Vargas, who's been with this horse all along and is getting a huge opportunity in this year's Arkansas Derby. Coal Battle, a very easy horse to root for with a lot of personality, much like his trainer here in the barn as well. We'll see if he can keep his momentum going into the Arkansas Derby and potentially on to the biggest dance of all in the Kentucky Derby. But for more, we'll check in with Maggie Wolfendale at the stall of another contender and a little bit of the hometown horse. That's right, Acacia. I'm here at Ron Moquette's barn with Speed King, and I'm not going to get too close because there's a warning sign here. It says, "Caution, I bite," and by his aggression on his jolly ball, one could say I should heed the warning. But Speed King is looking to emulate his biggest performance to date, which came in the Southwest, where he was allowed to go out on the front end and dominate. Last time, though, Ron Moquette and Connections decided to change things up. He told jockey Rafael Bejarano, try to tuck in and save ground. Well, Speed King had different ideas and got quite aggressive going into that first turn and unfortunately was caught 5 wide, leading to a disappointing performance. But today in the Arkansas Derby, he is going to look to just roll out of there with a more inside post number 5, and see what he can do. And for the hometown guys of Ron Moquette and owner Ted Bowman, it would be a crowning achievement if Speed King were to win today's Arkansas Derby. Guys?
See Speed King like agreeing with everything Maggie says. They say that in every great athlete there's a mean streak. Horse racing and top-class thoroughbreds in some cases, no different.
Yeah, one of the rare exceptions, American Pharaoh, who won this Arkansas Derby and went on to win the Triple Crown, was a sweet horse. He was laid-back individual. I will say, I don't know if I was a great athlete, but I had a mean streak too.
This is shocking breaking news here on the set as we get started with our coverage on Arkansas Derby Saturday. So that's later on this evening, of course. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual unusually well. 6 stakes races, 4 of the graded variety. Coverage here on FS2 switches over to Fox Sports 1 at 5 o'clock, the Fantasy and Arkansas Derby on Fox Sports 1. Plus, we extend an invitation. Get involved. Join Our Bets today. Get a $25 free bet, $200 deposit match just in time for the Triple Crown. You're going to use that promo code 25TV. Bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NaraBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Horses in the Paddock race 2, 12 minutes out, plus live racing in New York as we welcome in Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin on set at the Big A. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you both. Just want to go back real quick to what Mig was bringing up. American Pharaoh, he was a gentle horse. I experienced it firsthand as well. He was not a huge Jonathan Kinchin fan.
No, I picked him too in every race. He thought I was Andy Serling, I guess, picking against him. He bit me. Frank Miramati took us to meet him through Bob Baffert, and he was standing right there, we were taking a picture, and he got my shoulder. Not bad, but he did get me. Wow. But I had a good day that day betting, so I think if they say it's good luck.
Okay, so it worked out in the end. We're going to get into the card here in New York. Pick 6 carryover today as well. That begins in race 6 on this card here in South Ozone Park, New York. Just over $19,000 in the pick 6. We begin with a New York bred other than allowance, 6 furlong sprint coming up, and first class cat, a lot to like, including the fact he could get a nice pace set up with Tariga, the 1 and the 2, short shift going at each other.
Yeah, it's a big day. Look, we got a lot of action here. We got a cross country pick 5. We got a pick 6 carryover. We've got Arkansas Derby Day. Let's try to pick up some money here early in the pick 5. There's nothing better than hitting the early pick 5 and then getting to play with someone else's money when you win the rest of the way. I'm going to spread in this first leg, 2, 3, 5, 6. I thought this one was wide open. The second leg, 1, 2, and 6. In the third leg, I'll single the 9 with the scratch of the 1. In the fourth leg, I'll single the 1-1-900 for our friend Tom Morley. And then to wrap it up, the 1 and the 4, the 1 Mo Rhodes, the 4 Strapped. Both of them ran extremely well last time, but I don't trust that number. The 10, double your money, is basically the reason I wanted to play this pick 5. I thought there's a lot of value here, and I like getting alive to value horses in the last leg, because if everyone else sees what I see on paper, this horse might not be much value in the win pool, but you can find some value in a bet that starts 5 races earlier, like the pick 5.
All right, good luck to everybody going after this early pick 5. That is your favorite on your screen right now. Kendra Carmouche for Linda Rice with First Class Cat as we check in downstairs with Paula Duca. And obviously, First Class Cat, Paulie, would love to get a pace set up here.
Yeah, and I think she should get the pace set up here. I'm kind of in agreement with Jonathan in here with the 5 and the 6. Those 2 fillies in here. And it just, when you look at the race, you do see a lot of horses in here, mares, excuse me. First Class Cat is 0 for 4 this year with 3 second-place finishes, but like you said, should get the pace set up. And I thought the 6, Intentious, really warmed up nicely for David Duggins, who having tremendous meet for Katie Davis. And I think that's the kind of horse, a filly by Salamini, that wants a target. I think she'll get it today. So nothing surprising here with the 5 and 6, Greg. I do think, if people always want to wonder if the rail's going to be good or speed's going to go, I think the 1 might be the fastest horse in this group. If I was going to ultra spread, I'd go 1-5-6. But if I was like with Jonathan, I'd probably go 5-6 as well.
Paulie, thank you. You can go to NYRA.com/TV schedules. You see on your screen right there. Get free Equibase past performances. Get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys. 3-2 favorite to kick off this Saturday card on what is, no question, the biggest weekend yet on the road to that first Saturday in May in the Kentucky Derby. We're looking forward to it with our coverage from Hot Springs and the Arkansas Derby. But 3-2 favorite here in New York. First Class Cat. There's a lot to like with this one.
Yeah, a lot to like except for the price. I mean, I think in a race where, obviously with my ticket, I thought 4 horses could win, 2, 3, 5, and 6. It'd be criminal for me to take the 3-2 if I feel like there's 4 that could win. There is a lot pointing in that direction, but man, I just have a hard time with the price.
And keep your eyes again early on the battle up front between the 1 Toriga, the 2 Short Shift. See who is quicker. Toriga, turf, sprint, speed in the past, and often that's a sign that that's the quick of the quick. We'll keep our eyes on that early. First Class Cat with Kendra Carmouche, the 5, the favorite. We're set to kick off this Saturday card. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Carol T. Hesitates. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line. Easy Play has early speed, and Splashy's in the early mix too. Splashy now puts ahead in front, and at the rail is going to be Short Shift. These 3 across the racetrack. Short Shift works to the inside of Splashy, is going to apply the pressure in 3 wide. That's Easy Play. As they work up the backstretch here in the opener. Toriga's back there in 4th. Intentious starts to move from the back with Carol T. And the trailer, First Class Cat, 22.32 for the opening quarter mile. Very pressured on the front end, and Short Shift is in front. Splashy in between horses. Here's the run from Easy Play, and Ruben Silvera 3 wide on the move. First Class Cat is getting the hurry up, is now trying to challenge from 4th. Out wider is going to be Intentious, who starts to rally Carol T, and at the back is now Toriga. Barely been asked. Short Shift has got the lead, reaches the top of the stretch, 46 seconds flat for a half-mile time, and Short Shift is running away from the field. Short Shift is up by 3. First Class Cat trying to do better. Intentious is weaving through rivals inside the final furlong. It is Short Shift who's in front. Getting some momentum is Splashy, trying to re-rally. Intentious towards the outside. Short Shift is almost there. Strides are shortening, but there's the wire. Short Shift wins the opener. Splashy there second. Carol T. works up for 3rd, then a photo. That was Intentious with First Class Cat in 1 minute 12.22 seconds.
Short Shift had a little unexpected company up front. Splashy showing some speed. This horse able to finish. That's been a problem for her in the majority of her races. She was able to finish last time. She's able to do it today.
Yeah, it's interesting. She was claimed for 16,000, while the rest of the main competition has been running at or near this level. And she showed up here. She found the front end. She put away a few rivals that were forward as well. And if you played along with that pick 5, we popped up there for you. You got the longest shot on the board of the 4 horses that we gave. So you got a 6-1 shot to get started there.
Nice start if you had it. Short Shift for Ilkay Cantermachi off the claim. Well done with that one as we head back to Hot Springs,
where we get set for this 3-year-old maiden affair. No Derby implications. Probably too late for that. None of these horses have won, but these are the races we're often introduced with 3-year-olds that do bigger and better things later on down the line. Let's meet the field. There's Drew Victory, first of several first-time starters.
From the Lonnie Riley barn. We'll see him later at Cole Battle. Interesting horse. We'll talk more about him in a minute.
Town Hero, Clay Garland's first-time starter, followed by the favorite and Vital Mind, high-profile, expensive debuting colt.
Out of the Grade 1 winning mare, She's a Julie. Look at that 59-4 work out of the gate at Fairgrounds. Steve does not work his horses fast.
Faust for the Heilig Brots and Steve Asmussen.
Well, he's run against Cornucopian. He's run against Speed King. We get a little bit of a barometer maybe how he runs here.
Battle-tested Bontemps.
Turning back in distance after being a bit keen last time in between horses.
Indiana bred, ready to seize.
Yeah, it's going to have to step up. Does add blinkers.
Fanatical, number 7, back sprinting today and on his toes.
Yeah, another one turning back in distance. Faced Colloquial in New York, who was very impressive. Got a big figure.
13 G's, McRui's debuting homebred.
And a lot of whispers about the way this horse has been training in the morning. A couple of nice gate drills.
Live on the board, 5-1. Then Drill Baby, Mag Racing Stable, first-time starter.
By Lauban, this horse is another one. I love that good 5-furlong work, penultimate work, and then an easier work coming into it.
Gates Keeper, Triple Crown nominated, Chase John Hancock in the Sam Davis at Tampa.
Yeah, ran well against maidens here at Oaklawn and then really stepped up to the Sam Davis, getting back to earth here against maidens.
Upstart 3-year-olds, maidens, 6 furlong sprint, $110,000 purse, 4 minutes out. We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, one of these horses is going to get a whole lot richer when they win this race. But all the attention, as far as the betting is concerned, Lafitte, is on that first-time start. And there's actually 3 intriguing firsters in here. We'll take a look, though, at the beautifully bred number 3. That is Vital Mind for Steve Asmussen, a son of Into Mischief, out of the multiple Grade 1 winning Dam. She's a Julie, also conditioned by Steve when the Ogden Phipps, the La Troyenne. And looking at Vital Mind, sharp, and I know maybe bred to go a little bit further, though there is that Into Mischief influence. He is quite compact, so I'm okay with him going the 6 furlongs first time out here. Steve was actually attending to him in the paddock. He was on his head, making sure he kept his young charge under wraps here. The only thing is Steve's horses tend to look really fit for their first starts, and I can't say that he looked 100% there. He might be able to win on talent alone, don't get me wrong, but just looks like a race is going to be beneficial from a fitness standpoint. Number 8 is 13 G's for Chris Hartman. What's most interesting about this horse is the racetrack he gets first time out here. All of his siblings and the Dam, they preferred it wet, and that's what he's getting here for his start, and he looks like that type of horse. He's a bit longer and leaner. I honestly wish he was carrying a bit more muscle mass. With that being said, he definitely looks ready, and he was the most professional. It's a lot of energy today for these first-time starters to take in, and he handled himself extraordinarily well. The horse I'm going to go to, though, is one turning back in distance. Number 10, Gateskeeper. You got to go back and watch his debut. It was exceptional. Now, he broke well, and he contested the pace on the inside. He got shuffled back on the turn. He made his way outside a little bit. He split horses, and then he went back to the rail, and he had this big late surge, only to be beaten by a neck. Now, he'll get LASIK for the first time here for Jade Cunningham. She was a former assistant to Wayne Lucas, as well as Dallas Stewart. I like how sharp this guy is turning back. Now, he is a big, robust horse, so I get why they tried to stretch him out. But there's no doubt about it, his best race came when sprinting. But Acacia, I know that you're intrigued by a first-time starter. Sitting up there at 13-1 is Drill Baby. Worked exceptionally well, 10-1 at the Fasig Tictum Timonium sale. I really liked what I saw from him in that workout.
I did too, Maggie. And as you may be familiar with, those of you watching at that Timonium 2-year-old sale, they work over conventional dirt track, not like at OBS 2-year-old sales, where they work over a synthetic track. So 10-1 is really a very quick work. I noticed too, watching that workout, that very big blinker cups on him. He was really well closed in, but I thought had a really nice reach and a nice stride to him on that workout there. So coming in is bred to go a little bit longer as well, and I do wonder if maybe down the line that is something he'll appreciate with debuts wearing blinkers for the first time, which typically is not something I love to see. I'm not the most familiar with Greg Compton's first-time starters. If that's a negative for some trainers, it really is a negative. For some trainers, it does not signify anything. But once they put the tack on him, he really got on his toes and was very sharp. I thought fit for debut, and we'll see if he can parlay that impressive 2-year-old work over to his first race on the track. Now, the number 4, Faust, is the other one for Steve Asmussen coming in here. And I think if you go back to his first race where he ran chasing Speed King around the whole way, and then last time out, off of a bit of a layoff, awkward at the start, no speed, cornucopian wired the field that day. So he's faced some very good horses. He does get blinkers on for the first time, just a short cup. Very fit, very well turned out, very sharp for Steve Asmussen, all the things that you want to see. But I think he's kind of a similar one to the horse Lambeau that we talked about yesterday for Steve. For barns like this, the more starts they have under their belt, the more excuses they're starting to rack up, the more it's a little bit of a negative. So with that equipment change, with the field he faces today, Lafitte, this is the time that Faust needs to take a step forward, because it looks like he's supposed to be in the right spot.
Is today the day? Will he graduate in his 3rd career start? Faust by Grade 1 winner Volatile is the Steve Asmussen runners will break side by side. Vital Mind, the favorite, and Faust towards their outside. Number 8, 13 G's. You said something about whispers on the backstretch. What are those whispers all about, Richie?
Well, you know, I do spend a pretty good amount of time on the backstretch in the mornings here, and this was a horse that's been highly talked about. He caught a lot of people's attention on that March 15th drill out of the starting gate, 40. You know, I'm not a time guy. I think that's one barometer to judge your work. But the way horses do things, and Maggie talked about it, he's acting very professional. He's shown that professionalism in his training.
Looks the part, acting the part. 13 G's hit 5-1. Now we have a muddy track, some rain overnight. Hopefully, fingers crossed, clear the rest of the afternoon. Some havoc in the first race as far as a massive upset. Hess at 30-1, perhaps a sign of things to come, and this muddy track just making things a little bit trickier perhaps for the handicappers.
Well, listen, it's only one race, so it's a small sampling yet, but this horse rallied from far back and well outside towards the center of the racetrack. I'm not saying that's the way the track's going to play, but it is something.
Saw a lot of it yesterday.
But it is something we have to keep an eye on as we're going forward. You know, what style is the track, or is it just a fair, even racetrack where horses can win from anywhere?
Good crowd on hand. As expected, Arkansas Derby Saturday. These 3-year-olds making their way behind the starting gate. Final thoughts, what are you looking for? Or what's the key for Vital Mind here in his debut? Well backed, the first-time starter, as we saw. Steve Asmussen was the one actually walking him around in the paddock.
Well, the key, though, you know, with a young horse, a first-time starter, is if they're off the pace, they're going to get kickback for the first time in their life, real kickback. The dirt thrown in their face, and how they react to that. Sometimes they react negatively, but it's a learning experience. They get better because of it. We see Vital Mind, same, you know, like I said, she's a Julie, Grade 1 winner for Steve Asmussen, so he has familiarity with the family.
So the fans, the kids, and they can say, I was there when such and such broke his maiden on the undercard of the 2025 Arkansas Derby. Which 3-year-old will that be? We're about to find out. Race 2, Oaklawn. Matt Dinnerman with the call live on Fox Sports 2.
Post Gates keeper. Bontemps goes it. Here's Gates keeper. We're ready to go. And they're off. Vital Mind, the first-time starter, breaks well today. His stablemate Faust has to check off heels, has been taken back to midfield, was trying to move forward, now in mid-division down the backstretch. Vital Mind, the pacemaker, a half length from Fanatical. Drew Victory runs in the 3rd position. Bontemps joins him, and Gateskeeper, who's 3 deep. A length back to Faust. Town Hero shuffled back at the rail. 13 G's is 3 deep with that pair, niggled along, and he's 4 from the top. Gap of 2 more to Drill Baby. Second to last, ready to seize the long shot well behind as they go into the the far turn. Vital Mind, the 8-5 favorite here, leads the way by a narrow margin. It's a neck. Fanatical turning up the heat. Gateskeeper coming on 3 wide as they round the far turn. These 3 separate themselves by 2 from 13 G's in an all-out drive. Faust trying to get into it. Bon Tom's down at the rail, needs to find more as they come off the turn. Vital Mind and Fanatical exchange a brush. They're going at it here. Gateskeeper trying to pick them up. Furlong to go. 3-horse battle on the lead. They are lining up now. Gateskeeper on the outside. Fanatical between horses. Vital Mind on the inside. Noses apart coming to the line. It's Gateskeeper. Gateskeeper and Francisco Arrieta have the head in front and they score. Vital Mind second. Fanatical third. And Faust was fourth.
What a horse race. 3 of them battling to the wire. In the end, Gateskeeper and Francisco Arrieta graduates in his 4th career start and 2nd race at Oaklawn Park.
A thrilling maiden race here. 3 horses battling down to the wire. Gateskeeper got to sit just off the pace, rally down the center of the track. Francisco Arrieta has really impressed me, Lafitte, with the way he finishes, the way he places horses. He's just a complete rider. And I think this really underscores the fact that look how badly this horse was beaten in the Sam Davis, going against winners, 2 turns at Tampa. Gets back with maidens, sprinting. It just shows you how difficult it is when these young horses have to step up in company.
What did you notice from Vital Mind in his debut, the heavily backed first-time starting favorite?
He was just very, very game, very tenacious. He was under pressure throughout, and he kept fighting, and it appeared to me like he got his nose down on the wire for second. But you like to see that kind of fight in a horse. He broke alertly, set the pace. But, that's the one thing you can never get a good feeling for in the morning, how much tenacity they have. Well, he answered that question today. Obviously has speed, and he showed a great deal of tenacity.
We've touched on this before, but still important to point out for the riders here and how important it is, Richie, to win a race, to visit that winner's circle early on a big day like this.
But particularly when you have a lot of mounts. It's amazing how tired you get when you're riding a lot of races and not winning, and how one win, all of a sudden your energy level really perks up. And for confidence, you want
Keeper for Jade Cunningham, Gervais Racing, Francisco Arrieta. Gateskeeper in the 2nd as we're just getting started on this Arkansas Derby Saturday from Oaklawn Park. Still to come, you'll meet Colt Battle's owner, Robbie Norman. How did a grocery store owner from Alabama wind up in this sport? Simple. He was lying around watching TV. Plus the competition. Speed King, 13-1 winner of the Southwest. Staging upsets, of course, nothing new for these two. Owner Ted Bowman, trainer Ron Moquette. They've done it before. Can they do it again? Victory would mean, quote, everything, and one for the home team. As for the fillies in the fantasy, Simply Joking is the favorite. Light and experience, loaded with talent, just like last year's winner. Speaking of which, the Horse of the Year expected to make a cameo this afternoon. Those stories and much more on this Arkansas Derby Saturday from Oaklawn Park.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on a big afternoon on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks from Hot Springs. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And we'll get you back out to Oaklawn in just a little bit. Here's your winner. Gateskeeper, $11.40 for the victory. Francisco Arrieta aboard, coming out of a pretty sizable drop in class at Derby Prep. Sam F. Davis to a maiden race.
Yeah, you'll start to see that around this time of the year. Horses that have Kentucky Derby aspirations, they'll either switch up distance or they'll switch up class. And a lot of times you can find some good opportunities there for horses that just might have been a bit over their head. Gatekeeper clearly was one of those.
83-1, yeah, and that's Sam F. Davis, just a touch over his head. Finding this company a lot more to his liking, along with the cut back in distance, and able to get the job done on that muddy track. $11.40 for the win. Again, with Francisco Arrieta beating an 8-5 favorite there in Vital Mind. Fanatical to 7, completing that trifecta there in race number 2. We're going to take a timeout. When he first came to the States to ride, Juan Vargas could not even get an agent. Now he has the mount of a lifetime on Rebel winner Cole Battle as he eyes a trip to this year's Kentucky Derby. But first things first, can he keep things rolling in the Arkansas Derby later today?
And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical 3rd leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Back on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Fox, of course, the home of the Belmont Stakes. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In our ABR Race of the Week, Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, $1.5 million purse. 9 will line up, including maybe the best story on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby with Cole Battle. 5 for 5, perfect on dirt for not well-known connections at all. Lonnie Briley and jockey Juan Vargas, who could not even get an agent when he first came here to the States. Now what a mount he has, and a horse who's won 3 straight Kentucky Derby preps. Let's go to Acacia Clement for more.
And happy to be standing by with Juan Vargas here, Greg, as Juan Cole Battle. What an incredible horse he's been, and an incredible journey. What kind of horse is he to ride?
Well, he's a nice horse, you know, but he was learning and he learns. I think sometimes kind of aggressive out the gate, but as soon as I put my hands down, he settled down and he make me do my job.
Obviously, you have a good relationship with trainer Lonnie Briley, who you just rode for in the last race as well. What does it mean to have this opportunity to stick with this horse going into a race like the Arkansas Derby?
Well, it's a great opportunity for me and for all the jockeys. You know, it's a wish for all jockeys to ride in the Derby, and this kind of Derby is very, very nice to ride on these kind of races.
I'm sure you've looked at the race. Any kind of game plan as far as tactics are concerned? Because we've seen Cole Battle show speed and close as well.
Yeah, he can run both ways. I think when he got speed, but we'll see how the race goes. It depends on how the race. In the moment, I decided what I do. You know.
Always nice to have versatility. Thanks so much, Juan. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
He's been the little horse that kid with his jockey that's been making all the right moves with Cole Battle.
Acacia, thank you. It is a true David versus Goliath matchup with Cornucopia and Bob Baffert. All those Derby wins he has in his career right next door to each other in the starting gate. Cole Battle has just kept on motoring through this Triple Crown prep season and doing it very different ways.
Absolutely, and like we had talked about, he kind of jumped up and finally ran a number that made you say, oh, this horse is a Kentucky Derby contender, right? Some of the early wins, the numbers were a little bit light. I think he was still probably trying to get our attention as being a contender. But yeah, that's what makes the Derby so much fun, is you have those two connections sitting next to each other in the gate with a horse that obviously was a lot cheaper than the horse to the outside in Cornucopian. You got a Johnny Velasquez and a Juan Vargas. You have a Bob Baffert and a Lonnie Briley. That's what makes this so much fun, is how different the spectrum can be in terms of what it takes to win a Kentucky Derby.
Cornucopian, $1.1 million horse purchased at auction. Cole Battle by a sire who stands for $2,000, just to highlight the diversity between those two in this battle coming up in the Arkansas Derby. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Race 2 from Aqueduct, 1 turn mile ahead. $25,000 starter allowance. We're at Alike trying to win 6 in a row when we come back.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
$1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the present easily.
Back with you on Arkansas Derby Saturday from Hot Springs. We're up to race 2 right now in South Ozone Park, New York. Start of the early pick 4. It's a $25,000 starter allowance, 1 turn mile. What a story Adelike has been. The 9-5 current favorite has won 5 in a row. Linda Rice with an entry in this race and seems like a nice 1-2 punch here.
Yeah, a little team tactics. You see it a lot more over in Europe, but you'll notice here, not only does Linda train both of them, she also has ownership in both of them. So and both of them have some tactical speed. You'd like to think that one of them would be sent aggressively away from there to put some pressure on the horse who's on an undefeated streak of Adelike, which could set up potentially for the other one. I think that the 1A or the 1 is going to be problematic for the 4, or at least I'm hoping so for my pick, the 2B, Gridlock, who I think could improve with the barn change.
Let's go quickly to Paul downstairs.
Yeah, I got to talk to Linda Rice. The 1 is the horse that they're planning on going, JK, and then the 1A. I thought the 1A really looked tremendous on the racetrack. I landed on the 3, but we want to keep your pick 5 going along with 1, 2B, and 6 in here. She was worried about Smoking Hot Kitty being really fast interior as well, guys.
Paulie, thanks. There's Gridlock last in line. Save Us Melania, by the way, the 1 from the rail. A race 2 back that would just decimate this field. She has never run it before. She did not run it following that performance. Can she produce it again? Let's go to Chris Griffin for race 2.
And they're off. Gridlock flew out of the gate, broke very outward, but Gridlock is in front. It's Gridlock with the early advantage, and towards the inside, here's Save Us Melania, who's alone in second. Tightly bunched in behind the leader, it's Gridlock, who's in front, is up by a full length. Tightly there, still Save Us Melania is going to be at the rails. They come out of the chute. Here's pressure from Spring Magic out wider, and now Spring Magic is head and head with Gridlock. They're 1-2. Right behind them, Save Us Melania is a well-tracking third, and out wider is Adelike, center of the racetrack, is just patiently ridden from 4th. Just behind them, Smoking Hot Kitties and the Yellow Silks. I'm Buzzies at the rail. They're going to be 5th and 6th, and in between them is Our Liberty Bell. The lone trailer, Backstretch Rose. They work up the backstretch through a 23-second flat. Opening quarter mile, it's Spring Magic to the outside, the big long shot, and Gridlock is still ahead in front. Looking for room is Save Us Melania right in behind rivals and getting the jump. 3 wide is going to be Adelike. 4 wide is going to be Smoking Hot Kitty as they try to swarm this leader. They went 46.39 for a half-mile time. Gridlock is in front, but for how long? In between horses, Adelike. Towards the outside, Smoking Hot Kitty. Now switching in behind them is Save Us Melania, looking for a lane. They reach the top of the stretch. Gridlock is still very game, is down there towards the inside. Adelike in between horses, Smoking Hot Kitty. Save Us Melania is trying to straighten up and is now unleashed towards the outside. 4 of them across the racetrack here inside the final furlong. Save Us Melania's got the momentum. Save Us Melania, Smoking Hot Kitty is back to second. Save Us Melania is almost there. Save Us Melania, Ruben Silvera. They get the victory. Smoking Hot Kitty second. Gridlock battle back to get third over Adelike in 1 minute 36 and 4.
Save Us Melania, that monstrous effort 2 starts ago. She's now won 2 of her last 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, right at this point right here, if you had a 1 ticket, you had to feel pretty good about it. The 6 in the gold and blue to the outside was traveling well, but man, the 1 was getting such a great trip in behind. The 2B was honorable, running 3rd in there. Adelike, the 4 horse, just had a lot of pressure throughout the entire race. Looked a lot different than her win streak, where she'd been getting comfortable on the front end. She was never really allowed to get comfortable in here today. But to your point, Wolfie, Save Us Melania seemed to run that race that she ran 2 back.
She did. It's a big effort. 1-6, 2B4, Ruben Silvera. For trainer Linda Rice, having, as we always expect from her, an outstanding meet here at Aqueduct. So Save Us Melania wins for the 4th time in her career. 13 tries, 3 for 7 now on this surface at Aqueduct. And, you know, despite that big effort 2 starts ago, a race that there was no question would beat this field, Adelike went off the favorite with that win streak with 5 in a row.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I think it's one of those deals I can stare at these past performances for the 1 Save Us Melania to try to find the excuse as to why she ran so poorly last time. And I can't find it. You know, it's not the distance. It wasn't the racetrack. It was a fast racetrack. I mean, I guess that she was maybe a little uncomfortable being inside of setting the pace. Maybe she doesn't like it down in there, so keep that in mind when she comes back. Maybe she prefers kind of having a little bit more a little bit more in the clear, but she certainly found a way to get back to what she did 2 races prior to this one.
Impressive here. Prices when we come back. We'll also take you back out to Hot Springs when we return. Race 3 coming up. Arkansas bred runners trying to get that first win of their career. Traveling 6 furlongs. And there is your current favorite, Dawson James, that 10 there in the background for trainer Thomas Vance. Start number 2 coming up after a productive debut. Stay with us.
American Oaks.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Domino.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
This is my Oaklawn.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Arkansas Derby. Winner guaranteed a spot in this year's Kentucky Derby. Oaks Prep coming up as well. And we look forward to all of it out in Hot Springs today. Muddy going right now as we show you our post parade for this third for Arkansas bred maidens. Here's Tiz Marcus.
Yeah, he ran well enough last time, and he's run well in both of his starts. Has a little bit of tactical speed from the inside.
Son of Vacoma. This is Arcoma, first-time starter.
Yeah, you got to love these Vacomas, but this one's not taking too much money.
Good debut for Willie Cutts, just missed.
Yeah, just missed, was 10-1 that day, and you'd like to think being 3-1 here will take another step forward.
Speaking Loud is starting to become a professional maiden.
Yeah, too many opportunities for me.
Here is Dawn Strategy, Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, this horse has never really taken much money. That's a little bit of a concern.
A couple of first-time starters next door to each other. Flat Out Blessed debuts.
Yeah, Flat Out Best, the connections. 1 for 29 with first-time starters.
Martine Schwann on board next door, another firster, Uncle Tater.
Connections 8 for 106 with first-time starters.
Here's the favorite we showed you going to break. Dawson James, start number 2, and got beat by a next out winner first out.
Yeah, I mean, this horse obviously has the best race last time. But the horse to the outside's got a race in his past that could be competitive.
And he is quick early. Concerned with all those seconds, though, in 7 starts for runner-ups.
Yeah, you know, I have a problem when horses are favorites and they're running second. This horse is 2-1, 5-2, 5-2. So he's running right where he was supposed to run in those races. I love a horse with tactical speed at Oaklawn Park, drawn outside. The $11 $2 Eddie is drawn perfectly to take his best chance at getting his picture taken.
And we'll see if Francisco Arrieta can continue along as well as he looks to go back-to-back as we send it out to Mig.
Yeah, guys, real interesting maiden race for Arkansas breds here. And, you know, now that the Oaklawn Park meeting's been extended to 5 months, it really gives these Arkansas breds a chance to compete over an elongated period of time. And I've always felt that the the health of the breeding industry in a state directly correlates with the health of the racing in that state, and obviously Oaklawn Park Racing is extremely healthy. Got a big full field here. The one horse, Tiz Marcus, both of his efforts have been really good. Showed more speed on debut, which he's probably going to have to revert to, particularly from that inside post. You get Tyler Bacon, newly minted journeyman. Today's his first day as a full-fledged journeyman, no longer an apprentice jockey. But he has also shown the ability of this horse to rally from a bit off the pace. I will say the two, Arcoma, who is not taking any money, but Bivacoma, who just was such a hot first crop sire. I kind of like this horse's work tab, guys. I love when the penultimate work is the kind of testing work, and the next one's that maintenance move. Feels like the connections have a horse right where they want them. This is a horse that's the first foal out of the mare, and a lot of these Arkansas breds are homebreds, and this one is no exception. So these people are so vested. They've been in on the planning, the plotting, the mating, and then obviously naming them and seeing them through their training. The three, Willie Cutts, thought his debut was good, ran on, chased a very fast pace, hung in there well. Steve Asmussen's runners tend to get a little better with racing. And then Dawson James makes a lot of sense, rallied nicely on debut, but got an extremely fast pace to run into that day. I'm in full agreement with Jonathan. $2 Eddie. It just feels like horses get that outside flow in sprints here. I'm not a huge fan of outside posts normally, but here it seems like horses get into the race the right way. This is a horse with a lot of natural speed, trained by Greg Compton, does a terrific job. And I think he's going to sit that kind of trip where he's not forced into the lead, but if he's there the right way. $2 Eddie has a lot to like here.
He is quick early, Mig. Thank you. Talking about this one right here on your screen, the 11 with Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, and the one thing about this horse, too, is one of the powers of watching replays and using your Naira Bets account to watch replays of previous races. One thing you'll notice about $2 Eddie is his last two starts, he was showing speed but stuck down on the inside, getting pressure from outside horses. A lot of times horses don't like that position. And now he's in a position where he's drawn outside of all of those horses. So he can use that tactical speed as more of a weapon now. And he can do the dictating. He can pop away from there, see what horses do to the inside. If someone goes, he can lap right on their outside. He can pressure horses. He can come over on horses. He's got a lot more in the utility belt, as it were, from the outside than he did from the inside.
When you talk about, though, next door to him with Dawson James, as you see this tremendous crowd on hand here in Hot Springs for one of really the big days anywhere all year long, Arkansas Derby Day at Oaklawn Park. And you talk about upside with a horse who ran very good in the debut, and it just seems like that potential to move forward is there second start, doesn't it?
100%. It's one of those kind of adages in racing or horse player axioms, is that the biggest jump, the biggest improvement a horse can potentially make is from that first start to the second start. And when you have a horse like Dawson James who did what they did on debut, you'd like to think there'll be an improvement. And if there is an improvement, and $2 Eddie kind of continues to do the $2 Eddie thing he's been doing, which I don't think he'll do here today, then you're sitting on a nice opportunity with Dawson James. So for me, I'll go to the outside, though, with the 11, $2 Eddie, and just pretend that my man Mig is riding, because I know exactly what he would do from the outside.
See if he can seal the deal today. $2 Eddie, the 11 with 4 runner-up finishes in 7 starts to this point. Matt Dinnerman with the call, race 3 from Oaklawn.
The outside post, $2 Eddie to round out the field. $2 Eddie, Francisco Arrieta looking for back-to-back wins. We're ready to go. And we're off. $2 Eddie from the far outside wins the start. Willie Cutts away alertly, 2 strides level. Tiz Marcus not far off. The rail's open for him to come through, and here he comes to challenge the top pair. 3 across the track. Tiz Marcus on the inside, nose in front now from Willie Cutts, and $2 Eddie, who's deep on the course. Gap of 2 to Dawson James, speaking loud to the inside. Another 5 back to Uncle Tater, sent along hard, approaching the far turn run. Arcoma is next with Don's Strategy, and Flat Out Blessed at the back as they go into the far turn. Tiz Tiz Marcus. 3 furlongs to go, a half length in front. Here's $2 Eddie. Gets a reminder to go, and he goes to the lead. $2 Eddie as the favorite in the race and strides 2 clear of Tiz Marcus. Appears he couldn't keep up. Willie cuts in an all-out drive. Speaking Loud trying to split horses, needs to pick it up, as does Dawson James as they come to the top of the lane. $2 Eddie trying to give this field the slip here. He's still clear. 4 lengths is the margin with 1 furlong to go. Tiz Marcus second, and the others are well out of it. Dawson James did not fire his best shot, is plummeting back. $2 Eddie, a maiden no longer here. Francisco Arrieta with 2 wins on the card. $2 Eddie cruises in. Tiz Marcus completes the exacta. Willie Cuts was third. Speaking Loud, fourth.
What a difference in career start number 8 for $2 Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I'm excited to hear from Mig on this because $2 Eddie got off the inside and got to the outside, drew well, and showed that early speed. If you watch the early part of the race, the one, Tiz Marcus, broke a little, just a step slower, then had to kind of rush into that spot to hold that position. And not that that was the difference, but certainly was a significantly less comfortable trip for the one who ran second than it was for the 11. Speed towards the outside is in my opinion, is the best place you can be on a racetrack.
And he just, once he blew by Tiz Marcus, Mig, Francisco Arrieta at $2 Eddie, there was no stop.
No, and really, outside speed at Oaklawn Park is such an advantage. You just get into the race the right way. I've seen it consistently now through the meet. See Francisco Arrieta taking a look around, a look under the shoulder. He wasn't checking his deodorant, guys. Then he looks in the infield board. Down the backstretch, though, it appeared to me that $2 Eddie was trying to bear out badly. And Francisco Arrieta, in fact, at one point completely dropped his outside rein, had both hands on the inside rein. The reins are your brakes and steering, right? To the horse's mouth, the bit. And he was having his hands full. At first, it looked so awkward. I thought that maybe he had broken the outside rein, but it was, in fact, the fact that the horse was getting out. And once again, Francisco Arrieta, a guy I've been super impressed with watching him ride here consistently day in, day out.
Back-to-back wins for Arrieta on this Arkansas Derby Saturday card. Picks up one here with $2 Eddie. 8th time the charm after 4 runner-ups. Able to get that first victory on the resume here for the Greg Compton barn. Impressive in the muddy going. We're going to take a timeout. Since 1916, the Cella family has been at the reins of Oaklawn, and following in the footsteps of his great-grandfather and great-uncle Louis Cella, continuing this tremendous tradition in Hot Springs.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
That's become an Arkansas Derby Day tradition as we are joined by a very special guest, the president and CEO of Oaklawn Park, Lewis Cella, joining us on set. Lewis, thanks so much for taking the time. How's your Arkansas Derby Saturday treating you so far?
Well, it's fantastic because the clouds have parted. The sun is shining. We have 60,000 fans here already, and it's going to be a fantastic day.
Can you lend perspective to our viewers, just the kind of pride associated with seeing those types of crowds? There's big races all over the country at many different venues, but you don't see this type of support, this type of enthusiasm. Crowd size you don't see.
Well, it's spectacular, and I say this often whenever I can. We have the best fans in racing, bar none. We average about 15,000 people a day. We'll have 60,000 today. We had over 10,000 yesterday. When we had to reschedule our Rebel after on again, off again, on again, and it froze for 2 weeks, and we had to run the Rebel on Sunday, we had 35,000 fans. So the bottom line is they love horse racing, and they follow it, and they come out and see it, and when you have competitive races like we have, they want to come and see it, and that's what it's all about.
And a special treat for the fans today in between races.
Well, it's great news. I just called trainer Kenny McPeak. Both of his champions, Torpedo Anna, who won our Fantasy and our then the Oaks, and then Mystic Dan, our Derby, and the Kentucky Derby, are on the ground, and they're going to stretch their legs today between the 4th, 5th, and 6th races. So that's special. I don't know if it's ever happened before, but if it has, it's awfully rare. And our fans, for a treat for our fans to show that, that's spectacular.
Yeah, it had been about 15, 16 years the last time a Kentucky Derby winner, Kentucky Oaks winner, both emerged from their final preps from the same venue. So, yeah, a real treat for the fans here in between races at Oaklawn Park. And just spinning it forward for a second, Lewis, the fact that we might have even more Oaklawn racing next season. What's this all about? Maybe extending to 4 days
Well,
a week.
we were looking at it. When we first started to stay until May, that was an experiment, and it worked out great. And then we went into December, and that worked out great. And so now in concert with our horsemen, and we have a great relationship with our horsemen, and we work things out together. Unlike other jurisdictions, we sit around the table and work things out. And they came up with a great idea. Maybe we have 3 days a week in December for a holiday meet. We'll give a little break, and then we'll go 4 days a week for the remainder of the season, from the end of January, early February, all the way to May. So it's exciting to look at the schedule and see how that works, and that might be great.
Sign us up. We'll be here. Looking ahead, we'll keep an eye on that potential storyline for the following season at Oaklawn Park. Last year, you liked Mystic Dan. He ran 3rd in the Arkansas Derby, wins the Kentucky Derby. Who wins the 89th running of the Arkansas Derby?
I tell you, it is so exciting. Can Speed King, he threw in a clunker. Is he the real deal? Is Cole Battle the real deal? Cornucopian, is he the next Justify or American Pharaoh with Bob Baffert coming here? Only one race, by the way, here. Loves our track. And broke a record or tied a record the last time out. So who knows? It is wide open, as it always is, and as it should be. And that's what makes it special.
So many compelling storylines. Tonight, the Arkansas Derby on Fox Sports 1. Lewis, thanks so much for the time. Have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Lewis Cella joining us on set as our coverage continues here, marching towards the 89th running of the Arkansas Derby.
Visionary what that family has done, and Lewis continuing that tradition, making this racetrack a must-visit destination.
Absolutely. It's you know, I hear people compare it a lot to Saratoga, and the one thing I'll say is that, you know, the thing about Saratoga and also at Oaklawn Park, when you walk out of the racetrack and go to different places around town, people care about racing, and you gotta love that.
$2 Eddie, he was impressive on this muddy going here to get the first win of his career in 8 starts. Greg Compton Barn, Francisco Arrieta goes back-to-back and pays $6 for the win.
Yeah, I mean, $2 Eddie, I think, is proof that post positions matter. It's where these races, how these races unfold, how these races materialize from a pace standpoint. $2 Eddie got away from that rail, got to the outside, took advantage of it.
Well, we heard what's a little tease of what is to come, not just these big preps on the road to the Oaks and Derby. Kentucky Derby winner from last year and the reigning horse of the year. There she is, Torpedo Anna, set to have workouts in between racing action this afternoon here in Hot Springs. Torpedo Anna, of course, gearing up for the Grade 1 Apple Blossom on April 12th after that successful return to the races, easily winning that Azeri.
This kind of thing to me is what the sport is all about. And kudos to Oaklawn Park and Kenny McPeak for finding a way to pull this off. When you have all these people, you have all these eyes on the sport, and you have a superstar that's in her barn on the backside that worked 9 hours ago when no one else was there, that's a mistake. This is the way it's supposed to be done. Give the crowd something to get excited about, something to see. And when you have a champion like this that we're lucky enough to have to watch run, why not let her work in the afternoon?
It's going to come along with her stablemate. Again, last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan. He'll be out on the track working as well for Ken McPeak as we get back to New York. Race 3, post-parade here, 6.5 furlongs in this 20,000 starter allowance. Here's Dots Dollar, who gets the rail.
Yeah, ran last time very impressively, but it feels like last time was the time, got an easy lead.
Gray Wing, back-to-back victories.
Yeah, just a little bit light on figures compared to the other horses that have pace in here.
Bad Larry would be a stretch here, 12-1.
Yeah, poor Bad Larry.
Chuck Willis, wow, he has a start 2 back that makes him incredibly dangerous.
Absolutely. If he can find that race, he'll be dangerous. One thing he does have is speed. He'll be involved early.
And then even money, why is Lattice such a short price?
Because Latta ran very fast last time. And when you run very fast last time, and there's all signs point to you running very fast again, you end up being even money. And we just saw at Oaklawn Park, we talked about it with the 11 that just won. He's drawn outside here, Latta is. So while there's a bunch of other speed in this race, the quote fastest horse in the race has a great draw to the outside.
That was for him. We're talking about this 9 here, Latta. That was career start number 9 for him. He had never run anything close to that in the prior 8 starts. Is he just a different horse now as they turn the page to 4? That was his 4-year-old debut.
So here's what I'll say is you mentioned those prior 8 starts, but only 2 of those prior starts were for the new connections. So really, I would like to look at this as his 3rd start with those new connections, and it's completely reasonable that those connections could have figured this horse out and got him to run that fast number in that 3rd start. What happened prior with the previous trainer doesn't really come into the equation for me to try to figure out how this horse ran. But yeah, look, I've got no problem with people who want to play against that one number, but if you consider that one number, it was very fast.
He's a 4-5 favorite. Let's go downstairs to Paul.
Yeah, and he is the one to beat off his last race. It was very, very good. And so a lot of people do say sometimes a horse's best race is his 4-year-old debut. And again, if he repeats that effort, he's going to be tough in here. I landed on the 7 in here, Chuck Willis, because it looks like the track is playing a little bit towards speed. You know, I was talking to Katie Davis after race 1, and she felt like her horse wasn't really grabbing the racetrack on the rail. When they got the horse to the outside, seemed like it was a little bit better. I know it's only race 3, but I have a feeling it's going to be really hard to launch from way out of it. And that really leaves the 9 here at 4-5. Where does he sit in this race? He's got to hope the 2 and the 7 kind of go at it. There is some other pace in here, but I do think Chuck Willis, when you look, now a rider change to Michael Sanchez, excuse me. You know, he's never ridden this horse, but when he was talking to the connections, they said he's a 9-year-old that likes to go fast early. So just go, go, go. And if you look at his PPs, Greg, whenever he has the lead at the top of the turn, he always finishes the job. That's going to have to be the key today.
Yeah, the 7, Chuck Willis. Look, he showed 2 starts back. He is still very dangerous here. 9-year-old who is a 12-time winner.
Yeah, and you got to give a horse some credit for that. The problem I have with him is, you know, you kind of talk about those one number horses, those one performance horses. You look back, well, if you mentioned that race 2 back, that starter allowance race, this horse got loose in a situation where this horse hasn't gotten loose as of late. So I'd like to think that part of the reason he ran so well was because he got loose, and I don't see that happening for him here today.
Let's go back to Hot Springs, check in with Acacia.
And we have a superstar in the paddock right now, Greg. Torpedo Anna schooling in the paddock and going to go out onto the track and gallop in between races. Not going to work because the track is still listed as muddy. Kenny McPeak saying she's just going to stretch her legs. Mystic Dan will do the same in the next race, but she does have a rider up. It's Robbie Alvarado, retired jockey and assistant to Kenny McPeak, has been aboard Torpedo Anna, and she's one that can be very energetic prior to her races, as we have seen. Now back this year as a 4-year-old. She's keeping cool, calm, and collected in the paddock as there's a big crowd here, of course, keen to see her. Horses in this other race, and it's a tight paddock at Oaklawn. So shortly she'll head out to the track, but a great opportunity for the fans here at Oaklawn to see her stretch her legs in preparation for the Apple Blossom.
There she is, Robbie Alvarado, as Acacia mentioned, will be aboard, and you know, you talked about just a treat for racing fans to get see someone who really captured the imagination of, you know, not just the horse racing world. She became a national story with what she did last year.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a horse who wins as many Grade 1s as she won and went on to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff and to become a champion horse of the year, it's exciting for fans to be able to see her. And let's not forget, the fact that she was a filly who took on the boys in the Travers gives her another notch on her belt of stardom. It's, for whatever reason, the game just loves it when we get an opportunity to see a really talented female horse find her way into the starting gate with her counterparts that are male. And she made a great account of herself.
Might have been the best race she ever ran.
Absolutely, losing to Fierceness.
Back to New York, loading up, race 3, 4-5 favorite. Lotta, that 4-year-old debut, it was sensational. Can he reproduce it here in start number 2 of his 4-year-old campaign? There he is, Ruben Silvera on board. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Lotta goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow at the start for Lotta, who's going to be the early trailer. The speed is with Grey Wing, right out to the front, but has company immediately to the outside from Chuck Willis. And the speedy Chuck Willis now puts a nose in front. Grey Wing is back to second. In tight here at the rail is Dots Dollar. Switches right to the outside for Romero Mirage, is out in the 3-path now, chasing a pace duel up front. And the front two go at it. It's Grey Wing to the inside of Chuck Willis, 21-4 as they zip through that opening quarter mile. Right behind them is Dots Dollar, just watching the action from third. Getting the hurry up from fourth is Lotta, and Lotta starts to make up ground quickly. At the back, Bad Larry is the trailer. They're well into the far turn, and the front two have now been collared towards the outside. It's Dots Dollar who's ready to challenge Grey Wing. Chuck Willis has lost some ground, has dropped out of it, is back to fourth. And here comes Lotta from well off the pace as they reach the top of the stretch. Dots Dollar is the leader. Dots Dollar's trying to kick away, but here's the challenge from Lotta, rolling down the center of the racetrack, coming after Dots Dollar. Dots Dollar towards the inside, and Lotta to the outside now puts a neck in front inside the final furlong. Lotta's trying to open up in the late stages, is doing just that. A 16th left to go. Lotta's now up by a length and a half. It's Lotta and Dots Dollar. Lotta give Ruben Silvera a double on the afternoon. Lotta wins it over Dots Dollar. Late rally from Bad Larry in 1:17.4.
Some anxious moments for Lotta. Race did not begin great for him, but then he pours it on.
Yeah, he had a little bit to do. Kind of fell out of it a little bit. Didn't break particularly well. But it was right about the 3/8 pole you started to feel like, okay, he's rolling now. He's going to be able to get there. And he did. He ran a fast race last time, and he seemed to run another fast race here today.
Reigning Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna. She is on track at Oaklawn. Let's send it out to Hot Springs.
And Greg, she actually just galloped by Richie and I. And as we heard from Acacia, she was schooling in the paddock. Robbie Alvarado aboard. She jogged up to the 3/16 pole, and now she's commenced her gallop. I think she's going to go one turn around, maybe a little bit more to the backside, Mick.
Yeah, I mean, she looks very composed, too. You know, the paddock, the indoor paddock here at Oaklawn's a little bit tight. And she just handled herself so well, and a smattering of applause as she galloped by, but she stayed comfortable for Robbie Alvarado. Listen, Robbie Alvarado rode Curlin, a couple of Preakness winners. He knows his way around a good horse, and he told me before she made her 4-year-old debut, he thought she was better this year than last year.
I love the way that she's been moving this year, Meg, and Robbie does an excellent job with her because she can get quite aggressive in her morning gallops, in her workouts too, and Robbie just seems to plant his hands, and she just kind of melds into his hold.
Yeah, you can see they're working together, not working against each other. And it's a difficult situation. You know, she comes over here to the paddock in the afternoon. There's a crowd here. You know, in her mind, she's like, "Well, it's go time. I'm gonna compete." So it says a lot about her mind and her mental maturity that she's staying as settled as she is.
I spoke to Kenny McPeak too before she hit the track, and he said that they're going to allow her to just do a little bit of an open gallop here as she comes down the lane, but still looking to work tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, you could see Robbie's kind of leaned forward just a little bit, just give her a touch more rein, not too much where she's going to do too much. She's such an efficient mover. She's so light on her feet. You could see why she's a champion.
And you can see how happy she is too. Her ears up, going back and forth here. And Kenny opting not to work her today because we're still dealing with a wet seal track.
Yeah, not an ideal condition for a fast work, but this is a great thing for the fans here at Oaklawn. Great thing for us. We like to watch good horses, and this is a great horse.
I think she knows how much people love her.
Oh, absolutely. She's stringing in the adulation. Everybody's eyes are on her. And look, she's just stretching her legs here, ears up. Could not look any happier.
Oh, I have chills, weirdly. I'm just watching her gallop, but it's so special for Kenny McPeak and his team and Oaklawn to let the fans see Horse of the Year, who did come back with a win in the Azeri, prepping for that Apple Blossom.
Well, think about how fortunate these fans are. They're here to see this last Derby prep here at Oaklawn, $1.5 million Arkansas Derby. So they're looking to the future, but we're also looking at last year's Horse of the Year. I mean, this is a treat for everybody.
It's so special to watch her train, to just be in her presence, I think is an honor.
Absolutely, and I think this builds fans.
Yeah.
You're going to have some young people here today and say, I just saw the Horse of the Year train. I mean, this is really brilliant.
Well, guys, we are so excited that we just got to watch Torpedo Anna go by and train. Yes, her stablemate, Mystic Dan, will be up next after the next race. He's just going to gallop as well today over the track and then have his more fast work tomorrow morning.
I think for this year especially, there's just so much excitement as you look at Ken McPeak, trainer of Torpedo Anna, and of course last year's Derby winner Mystic Dan. All the big names coming back. Sierra Leone, Fierceness, of course now Torpedo Anna. And there's a realistic shot again. You mentioned that she took on the boys in the Travers last summer. They may tackle the boys again later on in the year.
Yeah, well, when you bring a horse back like this, you got to try to attack the challenges that are ahead of you. And there's a ton of Grade 1 opportunities for older mares that I'm sure she'll line up at all of those. But at a certain point, there'll be an opportunity to kind of etch her name in the history of this game that is undeniable at some point, to beat a horse like to beat the horses that are in there, like in a race like the Whitney or a Met Mile or a Breeders' Cup Classic. At some point, there's going to be that opportunity. And from a sportsman standpoint, you'd like to think that they might take a look at it. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it takes anything away from who she is if she just faces fillies and mares for the rest of the year. But I just feel like at a certain point, it's going to come out where you got a chance to kind of cement her legacy.
Yeah, and look, we know Ken McPeak, he never shies away from moments like that, and he didn't last year with her, and it already had been discussed this year before she even came back, potentially sending her to face the boys right off the bat in Dubai.
Look, when you have a superstar, you want to see where they rank in the history of this game. You want to do right by the horse and do the best that you can by her, but at a certain point, if she's dominating the fillies and mares like she did last year, at a certain point, you like to take a look at it. That was a lot of fun to watch. It felt like, to me, while I was sitting there, I kind of felt like I was watching Steph Curry do shoot-around. You know what I mean? It's just like to watch greatness in a calmer setting, just kind of practicing. It's a lot of fun.
And, of course, you know, that last summer, all that build-up to when she did face the boys in the Travers and the reigning 2-year-old champ, Fierceness, Sierra Leone at the time in the Travers, and to have that moment, I've never seen the excitement. Travers is one of the biggest races we have in the sport. To exceed expectations was just an incredible moment at Saratoga last summer.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you look back to a horse like Rachel Alexandra, right, what she did facing fillies and mares throughout her career was sensational. But it's the races that she faced the boys that put her where she is in this history of greatness by this game. What she did in the Preakness, what she did in the Woodward, what she did in the Haskell. Those are the races that put her over the edge. Look, Her Kentucky Oaks was sensational, but I think that's what the opportunity they'll have in front of them with Torpedo Anna.
Back to Oaklawn. Race 4 is coming up. 6 furlong sprint here. It's an allowance optional claiming field. And Ashburn Alley, since coming back off a long time away, the 7, nearly got it done off the bench. Missed by a nose, then another runner-up finish next time out. We'll see if today is the day. Third time the charm off the return. As we get set for our post parade here in just a moment. Rafael Bejarano will be aboard Ashburn Alley.
I spy Acacia. There she is.
Right in the thick of it.
Yep.
And what a great assignment to be out there this weekend for the biggest weekend of their meet. Although not far behind is when we have Torpedo Anna lining up at the Grade 1 Apple Blossom April 12th.
Their 2 biggest days, Arkansas Derby Day and Apple Blossom. And Rebel Day probably not too far behind that. It's exciting time.
I'm going to kick off our post parade here in this 4th coming up in just a moment here with Helen's Little Sis, trainer Marcassi. Very intrigued to see what Sandman does today for him.
No, absolutely. I mean, he's going to take a lot of money from the runs he's had in his first 2 preps this year.
Of course, coming up in the Arkansas Derby. Here's Helen's Little Sis, Ramon Vasquez aboard.
Been running on the synthetic. We'll see how this one likes getting back to the dirt.
4-year-old debut ahead. Here's Wreaking Havoc.
Yes, horse ran actually pretty well last time. Lost a lot of ground wide all the way around there.
Benny K and Susie too. Some back class here.
Yeah, 2 races back. Puts this one right in the mix.
Paparina at 16-1.
Yeah, this horse didn't take much money last time. Didn't show much early speed for a sprinter.
Winningest trainer in North American history with his Eclipse Award-winning son Eric aboard, top apprentice last year.
Yeah, ships up from New Orleans with their meet ending down at Fairgrounds.
Here is the favorite, Ashburn Alley for Robert Medina.
Yeah, actually ran better off the break than they did last time, but still sitting on a big race it looks like.
Edis Strudis, winner last start, got claim moves to a new barn.
Yeah, could improve with the trainer change.
Pharaoh's Heart, 8-year-old mare by the Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh.
Yeah, used to have a lot of speed, hasn't shown as much speed since moving to David Jacobson.
Here's Dealing Justice, 4-time winner.
Yeah, draws the outside again. If you look at the last 3 races for Dealing Justice, it keeps losing ground in races.
Big drop in class, though, for the 10. Here's Brooklyn Drews, quick early.
Yeah, has some speed, outside speed. Richie talked about it at Oaklawn Park.
And another one from the Norm Cassie barn outside with Ricardo Santana Jr. She called.
Yeah, it didn't break particularly well last time, but this horse did have speed in the past. Maybe Ricardo Santana can find that speed from that outside draw.
That was off the bench as well. Did have a little bit of trouble early in that race. Had to check as we go back to the favorite. So Ashburn Alley, this was back on January 18th. Hadn't raced since October of 23 until this start. Nearly got it done off the long time away.
Yeah, long break away. Hadn't run since October of 2023. The one thing I'll say about Ashburn Alley is there's obviously some talent there. This horse won first time out for Kelly Breen. And when you can win first time out, there's obviously talent in the mix. Comes back, runs well off the break, shows up again, runs well, but just needs to take another step forward. But it's possible.
2-1 favorite right now. Again, Rafael Bejarano will be aboard as we look from up above at this tremendous racetrack out in Hot Springs and this big crowd on hand. For more on this 4th from Oaklawn, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, the energy here at Oaklawn today is just fantastic, Greg, and a real treat to get to be here for Arkansas Derby Day. But picking up where you guys left off with Ashburn Alley, yes, off of that layoff, she did nearly win. You see that big kind of grinding late run that she did put forth. Did that last time as well, where she kind of ran on from mid-pack, though the winner, Gloriette, that day was much the best, winning by 5 lengths. She showed a lot more speed when sprinting and winning on debut than she has since coming back as a 4-year-old, but she was pretty sharp in here today. She was on her toes, really touting in the post parade. I do wish that she could almost kind of get into the race a little bit earlier like she did at her first start versus what we've seen in her last couple of races. But make no mistake, coming back off of a layoff like that, it's not an easy feat, and she's run 2 good efforts Very fit, well turned out for Robbie Medina, as his horses always are. Taking a look at a couple of others, the number 9, Pharaoh's Heart, I agree with Jonathan. She's another one that's lost her speed, but she is a tricky mare. I haven't seen her in a little while, but she's one who, even when first off the claim for David Jacobson back in the spring, she would act up in the saddling stall. She was a late scratch flipping back in the paddock over at Aqueduct. Here today, they brought her out to the winner's circle area. She was with the pony on the walk, just taking every step to try and keep her settled as much as possible. I'm almost wondering if it's a little bit more of a mental block than anything else that's caused her to lose her speed. Now, once they get her out on the track, as she is right now, she settles. It's just in that whole saddling pre-race process. So I do think that Flavian Pratt, who's aboard, has done a good job keeping her relaxed. She stayed with the pony out there. The front wraps do go on, but as an 8-year-old mare, she's held herself very well. See if she can keep it together mentally. Now, as far as the 12 She Called does go, last time out, she really got kind of squeezed back out of the gate and then checked very sharply, and she swished her tail. She looked so uncomfortable following that. Now, Ricardo Santana was aboard that day. Here today, he took her right out of the post parade and offered a big, aggressive warm-up. So I would expect, especially from that outside post, he's going to be aggressive with her early to get her into the race and find some positioning. Hopefully she has a little bit of a smoother course today than she did last time out, because I do think we're going to see her be more forward. And like I said, hopefully just not have to check like she did, because she was not thrilled about that. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post time here coming up. Favoritism has not moved off Ashburn Alley. I want to go back to the 1 for a minute, JK, Helen's Little Sis, and you brought it up a little bit. Is there some buried form here with this filly? She's only had 2 dirt starts. Debuts we can forgive, but she actually ran pretty good in the debut, and then her next try on dirt, she wins.
Yeah, I thought both of her races were good, and if, obviously with Mark Casse having as many horses as he does at Woodbine, naturally this horse just ended up kind of getting gravitated towards Woodbine, where they're going to be running on a synthetic surface. And the horse obviously didn't appreciate the synthetic, didn't run nearly as well as they had on the dirt. Now they're back on the dirt, and maybe Helen's Little Sis will run back to that number. She's definitely much more attractive of a wager opportunity than 13-1 than you're getting as 2-1 on the favorite, the 7 Ashburn Alley.
Again, Ramon Vasquez for Mark Casse in a 4-year-old debut for Helen's Little Sis at that big number from the inside post. The favorite, though, Ashburn Alley on Arkansas Derby Saturday. Here on our Fox Sports coverage, here's the 4th from Oaklawn. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
To the outside post, She Called. She Called Ricardo Santana Jr. We're ready to go. And Larough, uneventful beginning. Penny K and Susie 2 on the lead with Brooklyn Drew. These two stride together. She Called right off of them, placed well today, running in 3rd. Ashburn Alley right behind her in 4th and getting to the rail. Mo For Us is next with Edith Strudis and Pharaoh's Heart, dealing justice even deeper on the course. A length and a half back to wreaking havoc towards the back of the field. Helen's Little Sis has been passed, and she now trails as they go into the far turn. Brooklyn Drew, speedy, picks up the tempo as they charge into the far turn in a strung-out group, and Brooklyn Drew rounds the turn and puts 2.5 lengths on Benny K and Susie 2. Gap of 3 to She Called in 3rd. The gray Pharaoh's Heart makes her way into 4th. Mo For Us is down on the rail, saving ground in 5th. Needs to pick it up with Dealing Justice as they come to the top of the lane. It's still Brooklyn Drew on the lead. Drifts a little wide off the turn. Benny K and Susie 2 in the white blaze, coming back at her from the inside. Pharaoh's Heart, She Called, they are moving together. Mo For Us also getting into it. Brooklyn Drew starting to struggle, getting tired. Pharaoh's Heart on the outside, grinding away, and Mo For Us diving through on the inside. Mo For Us, Pharaoh's Heart, these two to decide it. Pharaoh's Heart on the outside with the narrow lead. Pharaoh's Heart gets it under Flavian Pratt. Mo For Us second home. Betty K and Susie 2. Brooklyn Drew are next.
Pharaoh's Heart, 8-year-old mare by the Triple Crown champ American Pharoah, picks up the 5th win of her career. Flavian Pratt aboard for the win.
Yeah, Flavian just really found a way to get this one home. She hadn't shown a lot of early speed, but boy, she was rolling late. kind of a little bit of a hunchy type of play. American Pharoah on Arkansas Derby Day.
Yeah, how about that? Of course, won that prep on the way to ending that long drought in the Triple Crown back in 2015. David Jacobson, Pratt. Trainer owns this one too, Jacobson Racing. And impressive win here. Out-dueling Mo for us and Team Asmussen for the victory here in race 4 from Oaklawn. 11 of 20 career starts for this 8-year-old mare. She's been first or second now with a 5th win. It's Pharaoh's Heart with Pratt for Jacobson here in the 4th.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire. With Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded stakes winners, Whitwater's Rand. Implicated. And Apple Picker. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Saturday coverage here on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you where you can bet it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the big preps on the road to the Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby later today from Hot Springs and the Fantasy and the Arkansas Derby. In the 4th, Pharaoh's Heart. 7-1 winner for trainer David Jacobson with Flavian Pratt.
Flavian shows up at Oaklawn on a big day. This happens, it feels like. These big-time riders come into town to racetracks they're not typically at. They got some big mounts later in the day, and then they show up on horses like this on the undercard and make some noise.
What do you think about his mount later today? He'll ride for Steve Asmussen. Publisher's going to put blinkers on. 7th in the Southwest, got moved up to 6 via DQ. 4th in the Rebel. Can he take that big leap today?
Look, I thought he was one that could take advantage of the money that Cornucopian's going to take. One of the horses that's going to be a bigger price than he deserves to be. I couldn't get away from Coal Battle and Sandman. I felt if the race fell apart, they were probably more likely than he was, but I would never talk anyone off a horse like Publisher.
So Pratt wins on a daughter of American Pharoah here. He'll be on board a son of American Pharoah in that Arkansas Derby in Publisher. 6-1 morning line. See what's to come later on this afternoon. 7-1 win here. We're going to take a timeout. We saw the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, getting a little leg stretcher in front of the crowd. Her stablemate, last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan. His public gallop to come in front of that crowd in Hot Springs when we return. Stay with us here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you here on America's Day at the races on Fox Sports 2. Up to race 4 here in South Ozone Park, New York. Maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win. 6 furlong sprint and 1 to 5. Why is 1/900 so short?
Yeah, this horse was beaten by T. Craft, who went on to win the Jimmy Winkfield Stakes, and was second last time to Colloquial, who ran an unbelievably fast race that seems to be confirmed it was fast.
It might be one of the best sprinters in the country off that performance. That was off a 7.5-month layoff for Colloquial. We can't wait to see back. Here's Nod to Tran, who's been off since late December.
Basically, everything I just said about the one, the opposite applies to this horse.
7 to 1. Here's Gypsy Dreaming, Sofia Vives.
Yeah, this horse is interesting, right? He's got some okay numbers if 1/900 seems to have tricked us.
A couple of first-time starters here for David Duggan, Make Me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this horse is interesting. Dave Duggan can definitely win with a first-time starter. Just a little light on figures, though.
Barb debuting as well.
Yeah, another one who shows up here, first-time starter. We'll have to run fast to beat the horses that have already run, specifically the favorite.
Katie Davis on Hot Spun, start number 3.
Yeah, hasn't taken much money in the 2 career starts, and broke slow on debut. Looks to be a little bit of a habit.
Blinkers go on. Linda Rice Barn. Here's Vow Secrecy.
Certainly, this would be another one that you could consider if you aren't a believer in the favorite in here. One that broke slow first time out. Puts the blinkers on and hopefully will run a little bit better, has that nice, comfortable outside draw.
Well, here's 1/900. So we talked about who this horse met in his second career start, Colloquial, off 7.5 months away. He had faced Fierceness's brother in the debut and nearly ran him down in his debut, Colloquial. Then he runs that just incredible effort in start number 2. 1/900, 7 lengths behind him. He ran incredibly fast as well. He was just unfortunate to face that horse.
Yeah, if you need to understand the logic and the math that comes behind speed figures, I won't try to tell you here. I'd invite you to read one of Andy Byer's books, Byer on Speed specifically. But basically, it's all relative. If a horse who wins runs a 93, there is science to express how far back he was, the horse that ran second by 7, to give you the number that they earned. Sometimes that can be a little tricky, but what I will say about that race is there's been a bunch of horses that have run out of that. They've all run the same or faster figures. If the figure for Colloquial was too high, then those other horses would see a regression in their number where they would go back to the norm. That hasn't happened. That was a fast race, and this is a fast horse, the 1-900, and he's much faster than the horses he's facing.
Reigning Horse of the Year was just on track in Hot Springs. Her stablemate, last year's Kentucky Derby winner. Now it's Mystic Dan's turn. Let's go to Maggie and Mig.
Yeah, that's right, Greg. And once again, we see Robbie Alvarado aboard Mig for this gallop for Mystic Dan. They're going to school in the paddock prior, though, so he's in there with this field for race 5.
Yeah, he actually was already tacked up. Robbie was aboard. They rode into the paddock. He looks good. I mean, you know, he hasn't come back to the form we saw last year, but I think it really underscores the fact that just how gut-wrenching that effort in the Kentucky Derby was. I mean, he gave all of himself, got an incredible ride from Brian Hernandez, and quite frankly, he was a lucky winner of the Kentucky Derby.
He was. I think Kenny McPeak heeding that as well. He said to us, you know, if he didn't get that ride up the rail and the other ones did, he's probably not going to win the Kentucky Derby. But he said that after his first start back, which was disappointing, going to regroup a little bit. Kenny saying maybe I threw him into the deep end of the pool. We're going to scale him back and take one step at a time now.
Well, give him an opportunity to kind of get his confidence back, get in a good rhythm. You know, sometimes when they come off the bench, they've got to shake that ring rust off. And if they're going against the best of a division, he came back in a grade 1, it's difficult. So I like the fact that he's going to take a step back, regroup. He's too good a horse to run as poorly as he did.
And Greg, it sounds like he will do the same sort of exercise that we saw from Torpedo Anna just about half an hour ago.
All right, thanks you two. Crowd gonna get a treat here with Mystic Dan, reigning Kentucky Derby winner from last year. What a weekend that was for Ken McPeak. What a meet it was all meet long at Oaklawn for him last year.
Yeah, I mean, but to show up in a weekend, win the Kentucky Derby, win a Kentucky Oaks, all in the same weekend, and to do it with a rider in which Brian Hernandez, he's got such a great relationship with. That has to go down as one of his best weekends throughout his career.
Incredibly rare to pull off something like that, and we're going to see Mystic Dan again shortly. As we return to New York for this 4th coming up, 1-900. Seems like today is the day, Paul.
Well, he's going to be really tough to beat, and I think a lot of people, you know, look at that last race and they see the horse lost by 7 lengths, but you got to look closer into your PPs. He was 12 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher, and he's going to be really tough. I was talking to Tom, and Tom's like, listen, he's always been a really nice son of Dialed In. We just ran into 2 monsters in T-Craft and Colloquial, and in his first race, he probably should have won. I mean, he had so much trouble, too. So horses are going in the gate. I think he's obviously the one to beat. I think the 8, Vow of Secrecy, really, I think, framed up nice after the blinkers went on. At 12-1, I was a little bit surprised. You know, I talked to David Duggan, and he told me, you know what, you might better get better value. He was honest. You might better get better value on the 5 rather than my 3. So I played a little 1-5 and 1-8. Let's get the 1 going and keep JK's pick 5 going.
All signs point to a fairly easy graduation. Look, 1-900 could regress quite a bit and likely handle this group unless there's something special out of these first-time starters.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I think that this is one of those situations, which is what makes this my favorite gambling game out there, is that you can have the opinion that 1-900 is the best horse in here, but based on the way that you want to leverage that opinion, there's a lot of different things you can do. You know, I decided to play the pick 5 where I just singled him and used no one else. But if you decided that you wanted to play, you know, an exacta with the 3 and the 8 on top of the 1, the value could potentially be there for you. There's a lot of different options in this game with different pools that you could try to try to leverage an opinion. For me, ice cold single here, and you can start the pick 5 as well if you wanted to.
Mandatory pay pick 5, by the way. Middle pick 5 begins here in this 4th. Good luck to everyone. Chris Griffin with the call, 1-900, start number 3. Heavy odds-on favorite.
Hot Spun. Vow of Secrecy. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking Well was nod to Tran as asked for early speed. 1/900 is at the rail in the early mix. Also moving on through is Gypsy Dreaming. 3 across the racetrack, 4 if you include Barb. Barb is now going to take back just a touch. It's those 4 across the track, but the leader, 1/900, has the rail, and 1/900 is just loping along here, is up by 3/4 of a length. Gypsy Dreaming is engaged from second. Losing ground there was Nod to Tran, traveling a touch awkwardly, is back to 5th. They're into the turn, 22.50 for the opening quarter mile. 1/900 is in front. Gypsy Dreaming is chasing. At the rail, here comes a run from Make Me, and out wider, that's Barb. That's the leading 4. Vow of Secrecy is trying to launch a rally from the back. Losing ground there again was Nod to Tran, and the trailer is Hot Spun. They get set to reach the top of the stretch, and 1/900 is just galloping along. 1/900 is up by 2, 3 widening lengths approaching a final furlong. It's 1/900 now opening up this margin. 1/900 is doing this very easily, and it's going to be a nice canter home here for 1/900. Well clear. It's a long distance back to the minors as 1/900. There's your winner. Vow of Secrecy gets up with a late rally there for seconds in the photo with Gypsy Dreaming and Barb in 1:10.51 seconds.
Easy time as the betting public expected for 1/900, who graduates here at start number 3.
Yeah, nice and easy from that inside. Jose Lezcano made the decision that I was on the best horse and treated it that way. Popped away from there, found his position forward, and made the rest of them chase him. You'll notice through the running of that race, they were chasing 1/900 around there while he was comfortable on the front end. That's the way you want to see a 1 to 4 shot run. And now the second most exciting thing in racing, you get to see a will pay if you played that pick 5 with us. The first most exciting is hitting the pick 5, but
indeed,
the second is the will pays.
Back to Hot Springs, and there is last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan. Let's go live to Oaklawn.
As we have watched Mystic Dan schooling in the paddock, he's now hit the racetrack, Mig, and you were just commenting to me, you noticed a little bit of a change in him now as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, I think he's just gotten a little bit broader, filled in a little bit stouter looking, and what a treat again for these fans. You see the horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, your Derby winner who competed here last year at Oaklawn, and then an incredible day of racing. I mean, this is really a treat for racing fans.
They're actually looking as though they're backing him up a little bit further than what they did with Torpedo Anna, who just jogged back to the 3/16 pole. I wonder if it's because he's a little bit more amped up than what we saw from Torpedo Anna, and Robbie just kind of giving him a moment and expend some of that energy jogging before commencing a gallop.
Yeah, and also jogging far enough so he gets away from the crowd in the grandstand, stood out a minute, give them a chance to take a breath, right? Exhale, and then go off the right way. You don't want them to pull too much or do too much because this is just supposed to be a gallop. And for people at home that don't know, a gallop is a more contained, slower type of exercise. When we say a work or a breeze, that's when we're allowing them to go fast.
Yeah, that's when you're kind of emulating what you're going to do in a race. Still not going quite as fast as some of those fractions that you see internally within a race, but still you're going at a maximum type of speed.
Yeah, you're allowing them to really stretch their legs, more of a speed work. You can see how contained he is here.
He's a horse that we saw win the South.
Was it the Southwest or the Rebel?
Oh my gosh, I'm
not
completely
sure.
forgetting at the moment. I believe it was the Southwest. Yes, that my initial instinct was right. Over a wet track, Mig, and on the rail. He's a horse that clearly likes to be on the rail because that's where we see him galloping too.
Well, he was very, very brave, and particularly in the Kentucky Derby. The hole that he was coming through got so narrow, so tight, and he didn't bail out on Brian Hernandez. Brian was very brave, but if you don't have a horse that's as brave as you, that'll put you in a real bad position.
He is a gamer, that's for sure, but also because I think his physique allowed him to do that. You know, we were talking about, well, what if, you know, the horses that nearly beat him on the line in the Kentucky Derby had the same sort of trip? Well, I don't know if they would have been the same as him in that position if they were there.
Well, a handier horse, right?
Yeah.
A horse that can get into a spot quickly. You know, you're not going to see Sierra Leone's going to more grind to a spot, right? Keep coming at you. Forever Young, also another kind of relentless moving horse, where this horse is a little shiftier, and that helps a rider out so much. It's like the difference between a halfback and a fullback. A fullback's going to drive through the line, get you a few extra yards. Halfback's going to try to dance around and break it open.
Now we've seen both of these horses do a mile and a quarter, mile and a half type of gallop. Is that something usual as far as a distance is concerned for horses to gallop in the morning?
Yeah, it seems to me that that's pretty standard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Between a mile and a quarter and a mile and a half.
Also depends on the distance they like to run. You know, sometimes with sprinters, I think you'll only go a mile, but with these longer distance types, you do want to get the proverbial miles into them.
Right, you're getting those miles into them. It's about conditioning and foundation, because they're going to have to carry their speed for a further amount of time. And I think he looks better coming through the stretch the second time. He kind of loosened up, got a little bit freer behind. And that's normal. They're athletes. I know, Maggie, as I've gotten older, it takes me a lot longer to warm up.
If I don't stretch, there's a problem, let me tell you. As he is, he's taking a nice little hold there of Robbie Alvarado, but I think that's what he wanted him to do. As Kenny said, I want both these horses to open up a little bit down the lane.
Really looks so much better the second time around than the first time, and really like the way he finished his gallop out. I guess it's going to be an early morning, because I'll have to be out here to watch some work tomorrow.
God bless you. I don't think I'm going to make it. We will catch up with Kenny McPeak for his reactions to both of his superstars of the barn taking the track here this afternoon, Greg, as we'll get it back to you guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Mystic Dan, yeah, definitely starting to show his stride a little bit there, as you see Ken McPeak, who is hoping for big things to come from both. Certainly his reigning horse of the year. He's targeting that Apple Blossom with on April 12th. We'll see if Mystic Dan, though, can get back to some great moments. But again, you know, we always talk about this horse and that Kentucky Derby win, and a big part of it was that incredible ride from Brian Hernandez Jr.
Yeah, I mean, look, this sport wouldn't happen if it wasn't for our four-legged friends. They're obviously the most important. But what Brian Hernandez did the last first Saturday in May is why this horse is and always will be a Kentucky Derby winner. I think that what we saw from him throughout the rest of his career kind of showed that he probably wasn't one of the greatest Derby winners of all time, but that's also what makes the Derby so special. It doesn't have to be the best horse that wins that race. It's the best horse on that day with the best ride and the best trip, which makes it so exciting when they run by you for the first time in the Derby, or you're watching it on TV. That 2 minutes of anything could happen. You know, a Mind That Bird could win at 50-1, or American Pharoah could win at 3-1 and go on to win the Triple Crown. So it makes it so special.
Well, let's go back to Hot Springs with Acacia.
And happy to be joined by Kenny McPeak to get some reactions of his stars out on the track. Kenny, let's start with Mystic Dan. Really seemed to get very comfortable that second time around, stretching his legs on the track.
He's doing super right now. Maybe I got a little too ambitious with him earlier in the year or end of the year. We shipped a long way to California. Maybe that was the wrong move. In hindsight, I'll take the bullet on those first two runs. But we're regrouping with him, and you know, it's a lovely horse. He does everything right every day, and I think we need to probably step ladder him and just take our time, work his way back up to winning ways. But just a lovely horse to be around. Real proud of everything he's done.
And what about Torpedo Anna? We know that she can be an energetic type, but she was incredibly professional throughout her whole time out here.
Well, both horses are really easy to handle. She's getting better and better the older she's gotten. Much more mature. Last year, this time when we brought her for the Fantasy, this day a year ago, she was really hot and nervous in the post-parade. She's beyond that now, and felt real comfortable everything we did today with both horses. But like I said, they're real easy, and they're first-class horses to handle, and Robbie knows them well.
You mentioned Robbie, and I was going to ask, obviously, a jockey that's ridden a lot of big races for you as well, and a big part of the team. How important is that feedback that he's able to give for these horses' training going into their big races?
Well, I think we have to surround ourselves with talented horsemen. I know I can't be everywhere, and at this stage I don't try, but I've got a lot of really good people like Robbie, and we let them have a certain amount of feedback. And certainly, when Robbie says, hey, this one's good or this one's not, then you listen. But I'm real fortunate. I really like working with experienced horsemen, and he's one of them.
And this is really special for the fans. How exciting was it for you seeing the crowd applaud these horses as they came out?
Well, it's a real honor. A good friend of mine who's passed away last year, Steve Reeser, he used to tell me, he said, Kenny, you got to have a front page horse. You got to have one horse to keep you on the front page, and so people don't forget about you as a trainer. He didn't say 2 horses, and may Steve rest in peace. He was a great friend, but it's been a real magical run, and we're going to continue to share as best we can as long as the horses are cooperative with all of it and the clients. But, look, it's a very enviable position, and I just feel really blessed.
As you should, and it was a lot of fun for those of us watching. Thank you, and good luck with the rest of the preparations.
I appreciate all your all's hard work.
Greg?
Well, it was more than just front page. What he pulled off last year, that was historical in this sport with that Oaks Derby double.
Absolutely.
Incredibly rare.
Yeah. Whatever's bigger than front page. Yeah, I guess that's pretty big.
And certainly Torpedo Anna has remained front stage and center with that comeback in the Azeri. And again, we'll see her in the Apple Blossom. Still the queen of that Distaff division. That's on April 12th, and the big one for the ladies coming up. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. A lot more to come on this special Saturday from Hot Springs and here in New York. Race 5 is next, and we'll start a pick 5. As you take a look at the current favorite in here, Brad Cox with an intriguing first-time starter, Giant Moon. Flavian Pratt will be aboard for the debut coming up when we return.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Back on our Saturday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. 5th coming up from Oaklawn. Again, it starts at pick 5. Arkansas bred runners, maiden special weight, trying to get that first win here, going 6 furlongs. We'll get to the 8-5 favorite in a moment. We start with 409.
I'm wondering if this is it's an area code, I think, from southeast Texas.
Is it? Not quite as talented as 1-900 we saw win at Aqueduct. Here's Swift Ruler at 35-1.
Yeah, this horse doesn't have much early speed. You're going to need it in this spot.
Debuter here at 42-1.
Yeah, Connection's only 1 for 38 with first-time starters.
Mr. Butch put in a very good effort last start for the level.
Yeah, he's knocking on the door. Ran for 50,000 last time.
Yeah, so slight step up in class. Here's the first-time start of the favorite for Brad Cox.
Yeah, you get Flavian Pratt in here for Brad Cox with an Arkansas bred. Horse has been working consistently. We'll see if he can get the job done. Just too short of a price, probably.
God's Country 701 is 0 for 10 so far.
0 for 10, lots of opportunities.
Has some races, though, that make him a player in here. Here's Conway, Ron Moquette.
Yeah, debuted for 50. Shows up here, gets the rider change. Ran okay, but was kind of running backwards in that race.
Nikolai, debuting for the Thomas Vance Barn.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this one was a little bit interesting. For Connections that don't have a lot of first-time starter winners, but is taking money.
The 10 at 17-1, Markansas.
Yeah, drawn towards the outside in that comfortable position, not taking much money either.
And trainer Chassis Pommier, who trains the tremendous Free Like a Girl with this third-time starter Personal Jet.
Yeah, this horse has taken some money in the first 2 starts of the career, but doesn't have a lot of early speed, which is concerning in a situation where they'd love to try to take advantage of it from this outside post.
One of the best barns in this sport as we go to Maggie Wolfendale, debuting a first-timer here in Giant Moon.
I feel like there was a New York bred named Giant Moon once upon a time, but this Giant Moon, I'm not sure if he's as good as the New York bred one. I know he's taken a lot of money, and I know this is a great barn, but he hasn't impressed me much. And maybe I'll put him right in the winner's circle as Flavien Prat is aboard as well, so also hurting your price, but there isn't much of him. So yes, he's incredibly fit from a fitness perspective, but he's also just very lean. He does not carry a lot of muscle mass, and he's just honestly smaller, and it's not as if he has a pedigree that suggests that he should win at first asking. I mean, Gormley hits at 7%. The Dam was 0 for 5. The Best Sibling won on the turf, and only 2 of those 5 foals have won. He's wearing blinkers first time out here. Not that that's usually a problem with Brad's horses, but he was also very green when he got in front of me, actually, here trackside with the pony. I got to give the Oaklawn pony people a lot of credit. They are excellent. This horse wheeled behind his pony, and he kept a hold of him, and Flavien Prat stuck aboard as well. So he's calmed down since they've gotten away from the crowd. But again, showing some greenness and just wondering, how good is he really? As we'll move on to another first-time starter, that's number 8, Nikolai, sitting at 4-1, so taking some money here for Tom Vance, and he has a plethora of nice workouts here at Oaklawn, and he's by Golden Scent, so maybe a little bit of a better influence from a sire perspective. Great size to him. He's well put together. He looks strong. He looks fit, and he's been professional throughout the prelims here. So I think he's a very interesting alternative to that first-time starter. Now, a second-time starter is number 7, Conway. I liked him a bit in his debut, although that was for maiden 50 for Ron Moquette. He showed speed that day, and then he just couldn't quite keep up around the turn. He was down on the inside, and that is a precarious position for first-time starters. So I'm willing to give him another shot here, thinking he benefited from the race. Looking at him, he looks more fit. So I like what I'm seeing from this guy. He's a big price on the board, but he's worth a look. As another one that I think is worth a look here is number 11, Personal Jet. Chassis Pommier puts blinkers on this horse, so watching his races, he's very reactive to the kickback, it seems, and to horses getting around him. He kind of jumps the kickback, and so therefore he, doesn't run forward and fluidly, which also makes him lose position. So I'm thinking with these shortcut cheater blinkers, he might find himself more comfortably surrounded by horses, and furthermore, he's on the outside today, which I think helps his chances, and he's taken money, Greg, in those 2 efforts. So I think he's a little bit of a live long shot at 18-1.
Maggie, thank you. Look at this crowd on hand, getting set for the big one still to come. And, not just these 2 big preps for the Oaks and for the Derby, really looking forward to some of these other stakes on the card. Wendelson, I mentioned to you in the Eclipse. Really excited to see that horse, who's put together a couple of huge efforts for Chris Hartman. And then some other big names, including that sprinter, Banishing, who is coming back. Tried to go long, 2 turns, shortening that one up a little bit. I think it's very exciting as well. Just a lot of big-name runners on the card today.
I'm looking forward to seeing Honor Marie run again. Right, Honor Marie obviously was like kind of the wise guy horse leading into the Derby last year, and has had some time off. Should get some pace to close into. It's a lot to ask in the first start off of a break, but I do think it's at least interesting. That's what you get on these big days too. It's one of my favorite parts of big days is the supporting cast a lot of times for races like this. For instance, like our
Belmont Crown, by the way, too.
Absolutely. Like for instance, our Belmont Stakes Day. That's a fantastic race, but you also get, you get a little Met Mile action. You get a little, Woody Stevens action. It's the supporting cast sometimes can be just as much fun as the marquee event.
And
like
you bring up, the Belmont Stakes. Of course, Fox, the home of the Belmont Stakes, and that day, one of the great days in the entire calendar year anywhere in this sport in the world. We look forward to that. The Med Mile, as you brought up, one of the most important races there, certainly for horses who have gone on and have a stallion career. You can play all the action by getting signed up right there at NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we get set for the start of a Pick 5 in this race coming up. And an interesting sequence in terms of this Pick 5, JK. You look at the next race, the Matron. We have a stakes race in race 6 coming up. Fillies and mares 4 and up. We're going to see the return of an undefeated, incredibly fast filly for Brad Cox, who was the favorite here, who's been gone for some time and Almost Gone Rocket.
Yeah, Almost Gone Rocket was gone basically in all 3 of her starts, and you'd imagine there was obviously an issue with that gap, and now she shows up back here at the scene of her debut win. That was very impressive. Obviously, she likes the racetrack, and Brad's one of those guys that he brings one back off a long layoff. They're going to run their race first time out, and then just continue to improve.
Well, she'll put that perfect record on the line, but off since June 6th. Of that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival from last summer at Saratoga when she won the Jersey Girl is as easy as could be by 6 lengths. So first start back since for her. For the Brad Cox barn, who has the favorite here, Giant Moon, the 5, debuting with Flavian Pratt aboard. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
To the outside post. Here's Personal Jet. Walking up to the gate. Go again. We're ready to go. And they're off. Giant Moon was a little bit slow to go. Conway had no problem. Steps on the gas with Nikolai. These two share the top spot here. Swift Ruler right off of them running in third. Just clipping heels there was 409. Christian Torres did a good job to stay on him, but 409 stumbled badly. Coming back to Personal Jet. He's made up some ground. He's all the way to third within a length and a half of the top pair who get in a speed duel. God's Country, 409 their next. Gap of 3 to Giant Moon. Arkansas they're next in the field. Mr. Butch is second to last, and Indu is at the back of the pack as they round the far turn. Nikolai head in front. Conway giving way on the inside. Personal Jet on the outside taking the second spot. 409 trying to rally on here. Nikolai, a little bit green. He's trying to get out here just a bit. Maintains a narrow lead on Personal Jet coming to the top of the stretch. Nikolai, Personal Jet, a neck apart coming off the turn. 409 cuts the corner as they come down the stretch. Giant Moon trying to get into it. Nikolai, furlong to go, still in front. Personal Jet not going away without a fight. Nikolai hitting the 16th pole. He's on top by 2 from Personal Jet. Nikolai coming to the finish, still a length in front. Personal Jet, one last lunge. He's coming back, but Nikolai's going to find the wire in time. Nikolai won it. Personal Jet was second, 409 third. Photo for fourth, Mr. Butch and God's Country.
First-time starter Nikolai able to get this victory, but that was a tough battle with this huge long shot for Chassis Pommier, and Personal Jet runs a big one.
Yeah, look, the winner, Nikolai, in a first-time starter role for connections that don't do great with first-time starters. This horse really ran, but I do want to give a little credit to the 11 Personal Jet, who took money in those first 2 starts, but didn't show much early speed, didn't do much running in those first 2 early starts, adds the blinkers, and then gives a performance like this today where he's, some might say, was unlucky not to win this race against his first-time starter. The 8 and the 11 both ran extremely well.
Yeah, brother to Benny K and Susie 2, we saw run earlier on the card today. Did not run all that well, but a mare has won over $330,000 in her career. So Nikolai wins first time out as we get back to New York, race 5. Start of a middle pick 4 coming up in a distance we don't see a lot here in races really anywhere. Mile and 3/8 coming up this marathon distance here, 25,000 starter allowance.
Yeah, but I think distance is the big question to talk about here. It's a mile and 3/8. You got a couple horses that are exiting 1.25-mile races. That's going to be the deciding factor. Who wants to go this far?
Mo Rhodes just missed it 1.25 miles last time out. Lane Luzzy rides.
If you take it for what it is, the last race, this horse is very live in here. I just questioned. It was kind of a jump up in figure.
Jenna Antonucci barn with a horse coming off a 4-length win at a mile in the mud.
This horse is going to have to get faster to beat this group.
Of course, of Arcangelo fame, Jenna Antonucci. Here's winning on weekends. Big win, 2 back at 1.25 miles.
Yeah, look, speed always dangerous. It's a horse that could take advantage, try to wire this group.
Strap just beat Mo Rhodes at that 1.25 mile distance.
Yeah, it's talking about that 1.25 mile race. Exits this one, got a fast number as well.
A bold endeavor could be very dangerous here.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with this one. I thought this was kind of a wide open spot. The 5 is one that definitely could win, could appreciate some added distance.
Biggest number on the board. This is first trumpet.
Yeah, probably deserves to be the biggest price on the board.
Jose Gomez. Next door Seeking Unity was going to take the blinkers off today.
Yeah, got to see what's going to happen with this one with the trainer change. Had a couple of nice races for Rudy. Have to see how he'll do moving barns.
And barn of Felissa Dunn with double your money. We saw Adelike, that win streak for this barn, come to an end earlier on the card today.
Yeah, I like the draw for this one. Ran well in the last 3 or 4 starts. The one thing I like about double your money is that the grand dam, right? So the grandsire, of the dam, a horse Chestnut was a South African horse who won grade 1s in South Africa at 10 and 12 furlongs. I feel like the added distance shouldn't be a problem.
Mile and 3/8 marathon distance on the dirt coming up here this 5th from Aqueduct when we return.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit ihdvstallions.com today.
Back in our Fox Sports 2 coverage, you're watching America's Day at the races set for the 5th at Aqueduct. Coming up, mile and 3/8 distance. As we set it down to Paula Duca, no one has tried this distance before, Paulie.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so difficult in here. And I'll start with the one who's your favorite right now in Mo Rhodes. And it seems like the blinkers has definitely helped out this gelding. He's gotten a little bit better in his last 3 starts. And, you know, going a mile and a quarter last time, he lost the strap. But it was a really good race. I was the 4 in this race. But those 2 horses fought to the wire. And you're getting 2 to 1. It's going to be very interesting who wants to go towards the front end. Jonathan talking about the 3 in here, winning on weekends with Melvis Gonzalez. You do get the Bug Boy aboard, and I would think they are going to send the 3. And, you know, you can maybe just draw a line through that last effort over his head a little bit. without Lasix for the first time in his career, and he just threw in a clunker. So maybe with the Lasix back on, you're getting a good price on the 3 right now at 7-1. The 5 also is a major player in here, but I landed on the 4 strapped. I just thought, Greg, you know, if you look, the 2 sloppy efforts coming off the break were average. Actually, a win for Linda Rice in the claim. And this horse went out to a 1 1/8 via disqualification 1, out to a 1 1/4, and was 7 wide and beat Mo Rhodes. And I go back and look, and Linda had this horse going a 1 1/8 in his like 4th or 3rd career start. So I think they've always wanted to go long with the 4 straps, so that's where I'll land.
5-2, second choice. Yeah, on the 4 strap, Paulie. Thank you. And there is a look at him. Rudy Rodriguez barn now. Ruben Silvera coming off that win over Mo Rhodes. Who is your current favorite? And did it, as Paulie mentioned, going 7 wide to get that win.
Yeah, and going 7 wide in the race, to me, is an indicator that distance doesn't have to necessarily be an issue, right? You can lose all that ground, travel that extra ground, and still perform. Maybe added distance won't hurt. I'm going to stick with the 10 here, but obviously I'll be rooting for 1, 4, 10. If you played that pick 5 that we talked about at the top of the show, you're alive to the 1 for about $90 and change, the 4 for $99 and change, and the 10 for $294 and change. It's an $18 wager altogether, so nice little return there.
So Felissa Dunn, we talked about Adelike, had that 5-race win streak. She actually claimed that horse, I believe, 10,000 and reeled off 4 wins in a row before finally losing earlier today. But her son owns that horse and this one, Double Your Money, the 10, in partnership, along with Alpha Phi Delta Racing here. We'll see if this one can pick up the victory here. It put together back-to-back victories at Parks before just missing last time out, but certainly going a lot longer, at least on dirt, than he ever has before. A stretch out from 1 mile and 70 yards to this 1 mile and 3/8. Coming up here in the 5th to start this middle pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Strapped. Double Your Money. Kendrick Carmouche to the outside. Double Your Money. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Off very slowly was Mo Rhodes, and Mo Rhodes is going to be the early trailer. Seeking Unity is flashing early speed, and from the far outside draw, Double Your Money is now joining this leader too. Winning on Weekends is going to hold that rail position, and here, moving through at the rail, Winning on Weekends is a touch keen, but is a half length in front. Winning on Weekends is going to show the way. Seeking Unity takes back, is now a stalking second. Double Your Money is comfortable there in third. Towards the inside is going to be Bold Endeavor. And Sylvester Gonzalez there in the 4th position, well off the rail. Out wider is going to be Strapped, is right there with First Trumpet. And they're going to be towards the back end of that leading group. The 2 at the back, Taparino, with Mo Rhodes, who is off slowly but has now picked up a spot. It's the back end of the field. They're chasing Winning on Weekends, and Winning on Weekends goes to the backstretch, is well in control, and Winning on Weekends is in front. Winning on Weekends went 49-4 for a half-mile time, chased all the time by Seeking Unity, who continues to chase this leader from second. Double Your Money starts to move in closer from third. At the rail is Bold Endeavor, is traveling in tandem with Strapped. They're 4th and 5th, and First Trumpet is in 6th. It's up on the outside, 3 wide in that group. Mo Rhodes is starting to run, and here comes the run from Mo Rhodes from the back end of the field. Taparino is the trailer, 1:14-4, and they're chasing Winning on Weekends. Winning on Weekends approaches a half-mile left to go, is a comfortable length and a half in front. Seeking Unity is chasing, and here comes Seeking Unity trying to engage the leader. Winning on Weekends. Winning on Weekends is only a half length in front. Seeking Unity trying to run this leader down. Mo Rhodes is launching a rally, is right in behind Double Your Money. They're 3rd and 4th. It's a wide rally for Mo Rhodes, has some momentum. Strapped is asked for the effort in between horses. Bold Endeavor far back to the rest. Winning on Weekends has been confronted by Seeking Unity and Jose Lescano, and they put ahead in front. It's Seeking Unity who now kicks for home. Winning on Weekends continues to dig in down towards the inside, and here's Double Your Money. Sticks his head down, and Double Your Money is coming right after Seeking Unity. Mo Rhodes has got a late rally too. Complexion completely changes. Double Your Money. Mo Rhodes with all the momentum momentum towards the outside. Double your money trying to hang on. Mo Rhodes catching with every single stride. It's a photo finish. Looked like Mo Rhodes maybe in the last jump. It's a photo with double your money. Tight photo in today's fifth. Final running time, 2 minutes, 19.42 seconds.
Mo Rhodes grinds away to get this win and did not have a good beginning in this race at all.
Look, I guess if you're going to get beat in a photo for $294 on an $18 wager, it's best for it to happen by a horse that's paying you $90 instead. What a great finish by those two. Mo Rhodes, I could mention, was so far out of it early. He just kind of walked away from there and looked like he was going to be, maybe another day was going to be better for him. But, man, he just kept coming. A horse that really appreciates this distance. He ran extremely well last time at 1.25 miles. He gets 1 mile and 3/8 here today, and he does just enough to nail the top choice in here, the 10 double your money.
Yeah, who take nothing away from double your money. Ran a big effort here in a very narrow defeat. Mo Rhodes, your favorite, with the win at this 1 mile and 3/8 distance, 1:10.48. Rick Dutrow Jr. barn, owned by Michael Dubb. Lane Luzzy aboard for the win. 20-year anniversary of Afleet Alex and his incredible lead-up and Triple Crown run. We'll show you what he did in the Arkansas Derby when we come back.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as Open Company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Look at that crowd. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Sun's out at Oaklawn. Big crowd loves it as the countdown continues to the 89th running of the Arkansas Derby. This race that has so many layers in terms of its prestige and its intrigue. Of course, it's about horses that run well today that could go on to the Kentucky Derby. But also we reflect on some of the greatest horses who shine brightest on this stage. 20 years it's been since Afleet Alex and his 3-year-old championship campaign, a Preakness winner, a Belmont Stakes winner, and of course an Arkansas Derby winner. And for those closest to Afleet Alex, thinking back to his championship campaign, one of his greatest performances that took place right here at Oaklawn Park.
After the Rebel, we had to regroup because Afleet Alex did have a lung infection. When we came into the Arkansas Derby, a lot of sports writers had already written Afleet Alex off.
This is a playoff game. May 7th is the Super Bowl for 3-year-olds, so.
My clients were still shopping to find another rider. So I told Mr. Zachney, I said, look, it's just fate. I said, you know, he knows this horse. He's been on him in the mornings. He's been on him in the afternoons. You know, he has complete faith in Afleet Alex. And that's something that I really want at this time.
Tim and I both knew the horse could go long. He just finished in the Breeders' Cup second. Everybody jumped off the bandwagon. I'm sitting there going, he just went 2 turns against the best 2-year-olds we have to offer. What else do you need? I mean, there was one horse out there, it was Bellamy Road. And that's the one that was up in New York, and he was winning by, I mean, poles. One thing about Alex, he was battle tested. He went to the Breeders' Cup, Sanford, hopeful. So I had all the faith in him. I had no, as long as he came in with healthy lungs, I figured it was our race to lose.
And they're off in the Arkansas Derby.
He broke good, sat in a good spot.
He ran a tremendous race. He took him back early, let him settle, sit behind horses, split horses.
Let's go, Charlie. Inside, buddy. Inside. I was in front of a TV monitor, Joe and Joe had his kids with him watching the races. We're yelling and screaming, let's go Alex, let's go Alex.
And moving up on the outside, there goes Afleet Alex.
When he asked him to run it at the head of the lane, he was just gone.
I've always had faith in Alex.
Here they come into the stretch of the 69th Arkansas Derby with Afleet Alex showing the way.
Come on, Jimmy.
But Afleet Alex has kicked it into gear. One of the most impressive Arkansas Derby wins ever. Afleet Alex blowing the field away. He'll win this one by a good 8 lengths.
All of a sudden we get to the finish line. We're going to the Derby. We're going to the Derby.
After Alex won the Arkansas Derby in the fashion he won it and proved beyond the shadow of a doubt, which I had no doubt and Jeremy had no doubt that he could go a distance of ground, told the owners that's where we're going. We're headed to Kentucky.
We were a brand new syndicate and we were green as grass. I'm not going to lie about that.
I'd always said I would never run in those races just to run in them. I would have to have a horse that I thought could win it.
And Tim Ritchie was right. Notice was served in that Arkansas Derby, and by the estimation of many very sharp racing analysts that still believe Afleet Alex should have captured that 2005 Triple Crown.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. I thought he should have won the Triple Crown. He was obviously the most talented 3-year-old of that crop. And for people that don't know, Tim Ritchie, one of the most accomplished trainers in the Mid-Atlantic for years, a guy who knew how to get the most and the best out of his horses. And I just thought maybe that effort that he put in the Arkansas Derby might have just taken a little starch out of him for the Kentucky Derby. And even there, what did he fall, about half a length short there?
That was it. Giacomo late in the stretch after that pace meltdown closing argument, and then Afleet Alex picked off late. One of the most spectacular, impressive displays what Afleet Alex did at the top of the stretch in the Preakness Stakes, which looked like absolute catastrophe in the making.
The fact that he even was able to regain his feet was miraculous. Not only did he regain his feet, in 2 strides, he was in full flight for the wire again and drew off in a dominant fashion. And then his Belmont Stakes was a tour de force. He just galloped his way through the field.
Maggie, hopefully no such incidents in this upcoming Matron Stakes, the first of our 6 stakes races this afternoon. What are these fillies and mares showing you?
Well, your heavy favorite, Lafitte, in here, Almost Gone Rocket. She has a layoff to contend with and also a perfect record that she's looking to leave unblemished. As looking at her here in the paddock, and I got to give kudos to Acacia Clement, who shared with me her notes from the Jersey Girl win. And she said that she was breathing fire that day. Well, she's a little bit more subdued, but that also comes with age and experience. But it's just contained. She has been with handlers on either side of her, just nicely on the bridle, like exuding that presence that let me out of here. I'm ready to go strut my stuff on the racetrack, as she's also just a tank of a filly. Physically, she's incredibly impressive. And I know after that Jersey Girl win, they had aspirations to go into the Grade 1 test. Unfortunately, a setback would keep her sidelined until today. But guys, she looks as though she is ready to rock and roll.
The mouth surgery, I believe, for Almost Gone Rocket. So, yeah, welcome back to the odds-on favorite. And the last time we watched her race, yeah, Belmont Stakes Week at Saratoga, that aforementioned Jersey Girl, Richie, almost Gone Rocket. She stumbled early, made absolutely no difference.
No, I mean, she's 3 for 3 and won each of her races, one more impressive than the other. She's just got a world of ability. And the numbers you're seeing that she's running, that's as a 3-year-old. The conventional wisdom is that as a 4-year-old, she's even going to be faster, bigger, and stronger. And that's a scary thought. I mean, this is a 99 buyer figure here, and just in a dominant fashion. The thing about her, Lafitte, she has natural speed. She doesn't need the lead. That makes her doubly dangerous.
Beats you a multitude of ways, and just exciting to have her back and see if she can fulfill that promise of what she displayed in her first 3 career starts.
You know, and I'm sure some people go, well, as fast as she's run already, why wouldn't she be in a graded stake? This is a great spot to kind of get her started, right? Just a place that, hey, we got to shake off a little ring rust, make sure she's all there. I think we'll be seeing this filly in grade 1s before too long.
Almost Gone Rocket, owned by Frank Fletcher, standing by live with Maggie.
Always a pleasure to catch up with Frank here in Almost Gone Rocket. Frank, I know the hopes were really high over the summer. Unfortunately sidelined, but how excited are you to see her back?
Well, I went down to Florida to see her at Payson Park. You know, we had high hopes for her last fall, and she's been off for 10 months, I think. So we know if she can run like she did last year, we'll be in fine shape. But after 10 months, there's got to be some rust. But we got the greatest jockey in the world, and we got some great partners with my partners, and we're obviously thrilled.
Obviously 10 Strike too. I know they're well represented, but you also have 2 other interesting runners as well on today's card. Ben Duke, I know a horse that you, along with trainer Bill Mott, privately purchased.
Yeah, Bill and I purchased this horse about 4 or 5 months ago, and he's a fine-looking specimen. He's 6 years old, and we got some really tough competition, but he's a beautiful horse, and I have high hopes for him today in the 11th race.
I think you have a little bit of a live long shot too in today's marquee event, the Arkansas Derby for a native Arkansan. What would it mean to you to pick up an Arkansas?
Ever since I've been in racing since 1989, I've always said my only big dream is to win the Arkansas Derby, and today probably won't be the day, but it could happen, and it will be the biggest thing that ever happened to me in my racing life.
You know what? You just got to believe.
Thank you.
Always appreciate your time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Guys.
That's why they run the races. Frank Fletcher would love nothing more than a first Arkansas Derby victory. Best Friend Rocket, 20-1 on the morning line in the 89th edition later on this evening. First things first, the Matron, first of 6 stakes races. All eyes on Almost Gone Rocket. Let's meet the field. Benedetta, currently 3-1. Jose Ortiz in the saddle.
The classy daughter of City of Light had a pause in the midst of a rally in the carousel. Wasn't dramatic, but it did cost her a little bit of momentum.
Jose Ortiz aboard, a date with Cornucopian in about 3.5 hours. Number 2, Holly Dolly, just missed in her latest.
Completely changed her style. Here was a filly laid up close to pace. Last time she was well out of it and came with a big rally.
Lady Moscato, a bugler winner late January.
Kind of caught a bit wide in the carousel throughout. I thought she was a little one-paced.
Frank Fletcher's Almost Gone Rocket, odds on.
I have one comment on my page. What does it say? Freak. She's just a different talent.
Odds on Almost Gone Rocket. Number 5 here, American Band, a 7-time winner, all at Oaklawn.
Very game filly's going to have to find more in the tank to compete with the likes of Almost Gone Rocket.
Number 6, Holland Ice, a Daylight Down the Dusty Road winner.
Yeah, Arkansas bred was very impressive there. She's already shown that she's proficient without the ability to use Lasix, which she doesn't get here today, and she's well drawn outside.
Compact field of 6. The Matron, $250,000 purse. Fillies and mares sprinting 3/4 of a mile, circling back to Benedetta, her latest. The carousel late February. Benedetta, Richie, looking for room to operate at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, you can see she's in behind in the red, white, and blue colors, white bridle, searching for room. It's never quite comfortable. She has some daylight, but it's not a tremendous amount. Now, when it kind of opened up more, she burst through. And I just thought that mild pause might have cost her slightly. Listen, she's good. The winner got a tremendous ride from Jose Ortiz this day. And she's honest. If there's going to be an upset, I would say this is the most likely upsetter.
She drew the rail on that afternoon. Drawn inside once again. Jose Ortiz, what are the tactics for him right from the start? What would be a perfect situation for Benedetta?
Well, from the rail, you have to come out running because you just don't want that wave of horses from the outside to shuffle you out of the race. She's not a horse that I'm looking to be on the pace or on the lead, but to secure that position and be right in behind. And one thing you do when you've got a horse like Almost Gone Rocket, you want to put yourself in a position so that you could follow her. She's your live cover. She's the horse that's going to carry you forward.
Look at that crowd. Excitement builds, getting closer and closer to the main events. Stakes racing starts right here. Benedetta, there she is. 5-2, circling back to Holland Ice. 2 starts on wet tracks. We're dealing with a muddy surface. Richie, a win and a second place finish for the Down the Dusty Road winner.
She's honest. She brings her lunch pail. She goes to work. She gives you an effort pretty much every time. She's 6 for 12 lifetime with 3 seconds. And to give you an idea of how strong the Arkansas breeding program is, she's earned over $500,000.
$250,000 purse here. Francisco Arrieta looking for a third win this afternoon as she is quick. How much, assuming we see something that we've expected, if Almost Gone Rocket brings something close to her best, how much would Holland Ice have to improve in order to compete with Almost Gone Rocket?
A little bit. I mean, I think, you know, she's run 91 buyers. She's got those big races in her. The thing that hurts Holland Ice is that Almost Gone Rocket has speed, and so does Holland Ice. And if she gets cast into the position of having to run with Almost Gone Rocket or lead Almost Gone Rocket's going to be the first one to engage her. And sometimes that's a recipe for horses to get starched a little bit. And horses that are going to be more of closing types, like a Benedetta, are going to be the beneficiary.
Trained by Safi Joseph. First time he's had a stable here at Oaklawn Park. Holland Ice 7-2. As we've reached post time, we check in with Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look here at your second choice on the board at 3-1 is number 1, Benedetta, whom I thought she looked great last time. It's much the same here yet again. She was looking to ride that 4-race win streak and capitalize in the carousel with a 5th win, but Justique had different plans for her, as Justique was the favorite that day and ran huge. So I think in the end that Benedetta was just second best. Now she stacks up favorably in this field, but I just don't think she is quite as good as Almost Gone Rocket. But then again, if Almost Gone Rocket needs a start, then that's where she can capitalize on that. Now, quick note on the equipment with number 2, Holly Dolly, talking to paddock judge Steve Moyer here. She did wear that coming in off that bit of a freshening last time out on March 9th. Well, she also got away quite slowly, and as we often hear Richie say, when they apply that extension blinker for the first time, it often leads to them getting away slow. So I'm wondering now if she's a little bit more used to wearing it, that she does find herself a bit more forward. Obviously, too, it was a pretty quick pace last time out. As we'll also take a look here at the Arky bred at number 6, Holland Ice. Well, I remember her from way back when she was with Lindsay Schultz. She is a hot-blooded individual. She gets herself fairly revved up prior to her races, much the same here today, but she's definitely an overachiever, and I always have a soft spot for those, guys.
May have to overachieve on this afternoon if she's going to defeat the lights of Almost Gone Rocket in this Matron Stakes at the gate. Richie, any final thoughts?
Well, the other thing I just wanted to point out quickly, Almost Gone Rocket's been training at Payson Park. It's a great training center. It's a little bit of a deeper surface. Horses get a lot of fitness and foundation from training over that surface.
Will she remain undefeated? Almost Gone Rocket. Odds on post time for the Matron.
Nice. To the outside post. Holland Ice rounding out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Matron Stakes. Holly Dolly off slowly. American Band out on the lead with Holland Ice. Benedetta taking the 3rd position, just a half length back. A length and a half to the favorite, Almost Gone Rocket. 2 more to Lady Moscato. And Holly Dolly takes a spot at the back of the pack as they head down the backstretch. The Arkansas bred, Holland Ice clearing off. And for a sprint race, they're really actually not going that fast here. It's Holland Ice with everything her own way with a half mile to go. A length and a half clear of Benedetta. An American Band who takes back to stock and try to run down around this lone front runner. Almost Gone Rocket in fourth. 3 off the lead now. Kept on the outside, rounding the far turn, getting closer. Almost Gone Rocket as they round the far turn. Now she's niggled along by Flavian Pratt. The other two well out of it as they come to the top of the lane. Francisco Arrieta sitting chilly aboard Hall and Ice, who has a quarter mile more to get for that matron gold prize. Turns for home, a length and a half in front. Almost Gone Rocket is asked for her very best on the grandstand side. Hall and Ice has more for the final furlong. 2.5 clear. Almost Gone Rocket not making up any ground. In fact, Hall and Ice gets away, and Hall and Ice is your champion in the Matron Stakes. The Arkansas bred loves Oaklawn Park, and boy, is she fast. Hall and Ice, a dominant winner in the Matron. Almost Gone Rocket second, Benedetta third, then American Band. The defending champion was fourth.
Yeah, she overachieved today. Hall and Ice, the Arkansas bred, turns back the challenge of Almost Gone Rocket. Powerful win in the Matron. Wow.
This was a powerful win. What an effort. She was going 21-4 the first quarter with her ears flicking back and forth. So not only is she fast, she does it properly. It looked like Almost Gone Rocket was poised to make a big run at her. You could see the body language of the two riders. Francisco Arrieta was still sitting still as they came off the quarter pole, where Flavian Pratt on Almost Gone Rocket was already moving his arms, going in unison with the rhythm of her stride, and she was not cutting any ground. And in fact, Hall and Ice started to get away from her again late.
Widening in the end. The salute to the crowd from Francisco Arrieta. Third win on the program in the undercard of this Arkansas Derby. Maggie referenced the high-energy pre-race. Hall and Ice running away from Almost Gone Rocket. Were you surprised where Almost Gone Rocket was in the early stages?
You know, I was a little bit at first because I didn't think they were going quite as fast as they were. If you were looking at the way Hall and Ice was doing it, it didn't seem like she was, really digging in. I thought she was going slower than she was. But when I looked at the fractions, I said, okay, she's in a good spot. She has her opportunity. She was just second best today.
White Abarrio Connection C2 Racing, trained by Safi Joseph. Hall and Ice, the Arkansas bred, here with Francisco Arrieta, now a 7-time winner. You talk about home court advantage, 6 of those here in Hot Springs.
Well, and it just shows you the strength of that Arkansas breeding program, over the history of racing. No Double probably being the most notable Arkansas bred of all time. But they're showing they can compete in open company.
What a pro. Look at her, Richie.
She looks like she just really enjoys her job, doesn't it? She just looked like she had a lot of fun out there doing it. That's something I hope people really understand. 99% of these horses love to run. They really enjoy what they do.
She enjoyed what she was doing on this afternoon. Hall and Ice at 3-1, 6, 4, 1, 5. Big day, Francisco Arrieta, 3 victories. Hall and Ice in the Matron at Oaklawn.
They're off at the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races live on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Matron goes to Hall and Ice. And with that victory, the winner's share of this $250,000 purse has just become the all-time leading female Arkansas bred in history.
Incredible. And she earned it. She went out there and just ran, almost gone rocket, and the rest of the field off their feet. And again, you know, we talk about it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. Go back and watch this replay and how she was traveling down the backstretch. Her ears flicking back and forth, did not look like she was going that fast. That's when a horse's stride is so efficient.
This field was just a surprise that she was able to establish that easy of a lead. And for Francisco Arrieta, what an afternoon. His third victory, the win in the Matron now, and standing by live with Maggie.
He continues to ride incredibly well here at Oaklawn. Francisco, third win of the afternoon, and with an Arkansas bred that you have quite a nice rapport with.
Well, I got to thank Safi Joseph. He's doing an incredible job. Him and his team with that filly. She opened the game, flew out there, you know, she went really quick. I was expecting more speed, but she went very quick and keep going, you know.
We were expecting more speed too, somebody to pressure you, but when she got out there kind of by herself, did it allow her to relax?
She relaxed, but I see the pace. She went pretty quick, but she was doing it very easy.
Well, congratulations. Really riding well here.
That's cool. Thank you.
Always good to see Francisco Arrieta in the winner's circle, guys.
Take us inside that zone, Richie, when a rider is having this type of afternoon.
Well, it's confidence. You know, there's so many good riders, and what separates athletes in general? It's confidence. You know, you're not thinking, you're reacting, you're going on instinct. And, you know, one thing that's been a privilege for me, you know, I've always watched Oaklawn racing, but obviously being here, you get more immersed in it. And you start to really, be able to discern riders' strengths and weaknesses. Francisco Arrieta is as rounded and complete a rider as there is in this colony.
And for Hall and Ice, yeah, the all-time leading female Arkansas bred all-time in a victory here in the Matron at Oaklawn Park as we get closer and closer to the Arkansas Derby and closer to the Pick Six and a carryover at Aqueduct, Greg.
Yeah, thank you. That carryover begins in this race coming up in the Pick Six sequence. 6 furlongs, New York breds, $30,000 maiden claiming race. And here is one of many contenders, a very modest 4-1 favorite on the board, Spun Size.
What a hard race to get started with. You just to thank the racing office that it is the first leg, so you could see the board a little bit to have an idea if some of these first-time starters are live or not. Yeah, I mean, Spun Size off the trainer change is one that you would consider to be a possibility here. This race is at Gulfstream Park, taking place on the synthetic surface, so that still leaves some question marks here, but anytime Charlie Baker takes over, I'll give a little bit of an upgrade as a possibility to improve.
But keep in mind, too, fastest figure she ever ran, it was on a different surface, on this synthetic. So we'll see what we get on dirt, but maybe just getting better with racing, too.
Yeah, getting better with racing, switching barns, switching scenery. There's a lot of things that can move this horse in that direction. The problem is that all the horses right now that are short, you know, the 1 at 7-2, the 5 7-2, some of the first-time starters, none of them make you feel warm and fuzzy about the fact that they're short prices. I think anytime you see the favorite being 3-1 in a race, it tells you that this race is extremely, extremely wide open.
Meanwhile, Awesome Roberta, she has had 7 tries to this point. There she is for Horacio to pause. Last couple of tries, she had blinkers on. Those come off today.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a group like this, where they all just are just there, I think if you can find a horse that has speed, it at least gives you a weapon that you can count on to a certain extent. The horse is trained by Horacio de Paz, which gives you some comfort. The horse has some okay numbers for this group and does have some early tactical speed. One of my favorite moves to do in a situation like this, a pick 6 like this, where the first leg is such a tough leg, is just pick one horse that you really like. If you're budget restraint and you can't take 9 horses in here, that's not a ticket you would be able to afford, then just kind of pick one horse in here. And if you get it right, you're great, you're alive, you got a bunch of equity. If you're wrong about your one horse, then you can come back in the pick 5. But, you know, don't pass on a carryover sequence because the first leg is so complicated. Just scale back, pick one horse.
As we go beyond and look at this pick 6 a little bit, certainly the next race, we talked about it off air. It seems like there's probably a standout that's going to be a key for many in the next race, right?
Yeah, this would be a single for me, and the way that I would try to get through this is La Bancara, the 5 in the second leg, a horse that showed a bunch of talent and then kind of fell to the wayside and wasn't doing a great job. But I do think that the Lasix getting added last time made a huge difference.
It doesn't seem there's many keys the rest of the way. As you take a look there at Jose Lezcano, and taking the saddle off only in my dreams, who is the 3-1 favorite right now, is going to be coming out of the race here and going back to the barn.
Yeah, first-time starter that was taking money. It was one of those situations, too, that, like, it's not one of those first-time starters. There's a bunch of steam on this horse. Everyone's like, ooh, this horse. I think it was more of the unexposed form. No one knew who this horse was. We know who the others are. We know what they've accomplished, and there's that little piece of hope that maybe this horse is a little bit better because we haven't seen him run as slowly as some of the others have. Excuse me.
Yeah, so take her off the board. She'll head back to the barn, scratch the 5. Hasn't come off just yet, but they've already moved her off the starting gate. And we'll get that scratch up there on the board in just a moment. Back to Spun Size, and we'll see if she can, start by start, she's gotten better. The numbers have got better. Even from that first to that second dirt start, they improved. So maybe she will step forward in this 3-year-old debut coming up on dirt.
When you're dealing with horses like this, they're all maidens. They're all in for maiden claiming. So by definition, you're not going to look down at the paper and be wowed by a performance that's going to make you latch on to a horse. You have to have a level of creativity, a level of what could be, or you have to kind of imagine why a previous performance was better than it looked. One of the things I like to look at is horses that either took money in a spot because there was something about them that led to that money coming in, or a horse that has early speed because at least you know you have some talent.
Also, added Lasix for the first time last start. She'll have that back on today, and that was when she ran the biggest figure of her 3-race career.
It's funny, yeah. A lot of times people will think, you look at a horse like the one Spun Size, and you say, oh, the last race was the best race, but it's because it was on synthetic. Well, maybe it wasn't. Maybe last race was the best race because they finally got Lasix, and it just so happened they were running on synthetic. And if they were running on dirt, it couldn't even been better. So, but look, I don't want to take you on a fairy tale to lead you to 5-2. I think if you have to start playing that game, you want to get paid to play that game a little bit. It's a wide open race.
2-1 is probably way too short on anyone in this field, isn't it?
Oh my, yeah. There's not a horse in here that should be 2-1.
Having said that, Spun Size is that number. She's your favorite from that rail for Charlie Baker. 3-year-old debut coming up. Pick 6 carryover. An additional $82,000 plus bet into that over $19,000 carryover into today. It starts here. Good luck to everyone going after it. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Working with Awesome Roberta. Sill's Pleasure. Midnight Glimmer. 2 out. Sweet Lilac. Sweet Lilac goes in. Shock to the outside. Shock. Hernandez Moreno goes in. Started the pick 6. All set. And they're off. Sills Pleasure broke with early speed. Sweet Lilac in between horses, and there's Shock. Shock from the far outside draw now puts a nose in front. Sweet Lilac is going to be in between horses, is holding the rail position. Eric, Cella, and Spun Size want to move on through, and they make it 3 across the racetrack early. Awesome Roberta, Luis Rivera Jr., they're well settled in 4th. Outside of that rival comes Midnight Glimmer through the red cap. Down towards the inside is Esther's Salad. Is now a challenging 6th as they went through a 22.77 opening quarter mile. Sills Pleasure is right next to that rival in 7th, starts to move forward. Fifi LaFume is towards the back end of the field with Pucker Power. The one not keeping up right now is Gracie Girl, the lone trailer. Still 3 across the racetrack, and Shock is still there. Shock has a neck in front. All in at the rail is Spun Size, as losing ground is Sweet Lilac. Awesome Roberta was just watching the early pace, ranges up on the outside. It's Spun Size to the inside, Shock to the outside. They're 1-2. Chased all the time by Awesome Roberta, who's now got the leaders in sight. Sills Pleasure is rolling from the back of the field with Midnight Glimmer. Spun Size with a nose in front. Awesome Roberta, that stalk and pounce journey, and now Awesome Roberta's got a length advantage. Awesome Roberta gets the victory over Spun Size, Sills Pleasure. Then a photo that was Shock with the oncoming strides of Fifi LaFume in 1 minute 13.70 seconds.
Awesome Roberta was sitting a very nice trip throughout. Luis Rivera Jr., Horacio to pause, an 8th time able to break her maiden.
When you're sitting in behind 3 horses that are dueling on the front end, just like Awesome Roberta was here, it's a great spot for a rider to be in. And right here, he tips out, he produced that run at this point. You'll see if you look at the horses in front and you look at her, she's on a wrong lead here in the Red Silks. And you can just kind of flip from back and forth to those 2 horses to see. She just looks a little bit awkward. It's because she's leading with her left lead there. And sometimes it's like, I've heard Lafitte say it all the time, it's like switching your hands, and I think Richie said it too, switching your hands with luggage in the airport, right? You get a little tired. I was hoping she would switch leads to definitely get there, but she didn't even have to switch leads to be able to run down those other 2. Spun Size ran well. The money was right on her, but at a short price like that, you just don't want to play that guessing game. And Awesome Roberta got the job done here.
5-1 start to the pick 6 carryover. 3-1-11-12. 8th time out, the win. Still ahead, we have another pick 5 in our future. Cross country pick 5. We'll set you up for that in just a little bit. It begins with a 10th from Aqueduct. Back with more coverage here on Fox Sports 2 after a quick break.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, "Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of gun runners' great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7-furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew."
The gold, but it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year. New to 3 Chimneys.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. America's Day at the races here on Fox Sports 2. Terrific shot there of Lady Liberty. on a gorgeous and warm, really warmed up a lot here Saturday afternoon in New York. Pick 6 carryover underway with a 5-1 shot. We have this to come later. Cross country pick 5 begins with race 10 here at Aqueduct.
Love a cross country, especially on a big day like this where you can kind of mix and match a little bit of your 2 favorite racetracks and end it with a race like the Arkansas Derby and even the fantasy into the Arkansas Derby. We hit the first one we gave today. Let's try to hit another one. I'm going to go 9, 10, 11 to get started in that first leg. The second leg, that American Pharoah. I'm going to use the 1 Bishop's Bay, the 3 Bindug, and the 9 Honor Marie. The third leg, not a strong opinion there. I'm going to spread 6, 10, 11, 13, 14. I'm going to single the 5 Quiet Side in the fantasy, and then I'm going to try to get alive to the 2, 8, 9, the 8, and the 9 Coal Battle in Cornucopia. Obviously make a ton of sense, but the long shot down there, the 2 First Division, just in case at a big price for Kenny McPeak. I feel like we've seen Kenny McPeak on this show quite a bit already today. Why not a little bit more?
He's gotten a lot of airtime over the past really year and a half. He's been doing so well. He's been one of the big stories in our sport, and it's continuing along with seeing his Derby winner, Mystic Dan, reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, on the track earlier this afternoon. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. A lot more still to come with the big Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks Preps on the way. We'll go Arkansas Derby by the numbers when we come back. Stay with us here on our FS2 coverage.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear. 2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his 4-go, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Live from Oaklawn Park, Arkansas Derby Saturday. Riders up for the 7th. But first, let's go into the stats for the Arkansas Derby. First established in 1936, way before the adjacent Hotel Casino. Who was fastest? The filly Althea. Wayne Lucas, 9 furlongs at 146.80. Most wins by a trainer. That could change today. Bob Baffert, 5-time winner for now. Arkansas Derby winners to capture the Kentucky Derby. Number is 3. Already a decade since American Pharoah. No less than 7. Arkansas Derby winners have captured the Preakness, Mighty Curlin, back in 2007. From Hot Springs to the Big Apple. Number is 5. Deep Closing Creator, most recent. And then there was 1. Arkansas Derby winners to capture the Triple Crown. Ears up, American Pharoah. The Arkansas Derby by the numbers. Richie, that's the thing about this particular day of racing, not just the prestige of this particular horse race, but what it could be. The start of Spring Classics.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the biggest purse of any of the Derby preps in North America. Rounding out the comprehensive series of races that Oaklawn has put together, a 3-year-old could come here, train, and race right into the Kentucky Derby. And that's why it's become such a popular route.
200 Kentucky Derby points available, 100 to the winner, the $1.5 million Arkansas Derby this evening on Fox Sports 1. Post-parade coming up for the 7th. Of course, the Arkansas Derby, the America's Best Racing's race of the week. 9 strong, 3-year-olds, mile and an eighth. Cornucopian, 7-5 morning line favorite. He ran Rebel Day, though he didn't run in the Rebel Stakes. Let's revisit the Rebel nearly 5 weeks ago. Weather forced a 24-hour postponement. Didn't bother Cole Battle, Richie, while a Sandman chases in vain.
And Sandman's just a horse that lacks the kind of speed. Like Cole Battle's definitely a lot more tactical, right? He can place himself a little bit handier. But it was a day where speed was very good in races going routes. It wasn't as good in sprints, but routes it was very good. And Cole Battle came from off the pace and got it done. Sandman had more to do. He rallied. You could see him angling out the gray horse in the green colors over heels there. But by then, Cole Battle had given the field the slip. And what's interesting about Cole Battle Lafitte, he hits the front. He started idling. And then his rider asked him for a little bit more. He said, oh, you want me to do more? Okay, I'll do a bit more. Gives me the impression of a horse that always saves a little something extra.
The way the track was playing in route races in Rebel Day, the way it's playing today, how might that play an impact in the Arkansas Derby?
We've seen horses rally from off the pace, and we've seen horses go gate to wire. So I don't think it's going to be nearly as much of a factor. Now, people will look at buyer figures, and they'll go, well, Cole Battle got a 91 buyer, and Cornucopian got a 101 buyer. That's just one metric. That's one barometer. One was sprinting. One was obviously a brilliant performance by Cornucopia. But Cole Battle is battle-tested, excuse the pun, right? And he has the foundation, and he's shown that he already wants to go the distance. 7-5 is an awful short early morning line for Cornucopia off of one effort.
You say that Cole Battle runs to the level of his competition. What does that mean?
It means that he's a horse that is very smart, and he's not going to overextend himself unless need be. Even when you watch him work in the morning, he'll kind of turn his head and look at things as he's traveling along. He's a laid-back individual, and those kind of horses last longer. Talking with Lonnie Briley, his conditioner, he always takes his pregame nap. I was by the barn. He was laying down in the stall. Most horses, you go in their stall when they're laying down, they get up immediately. Them being a flight animal, that's when they're most prone. You just lay there and look at you like, man, want to chill out? I like that attitude. Not only is he talented, he's got the right mentality.
Perfect on dirt. Cole Battle. What will he do in the Arkansas Derby this evening? We'll find out around 8 Eastern. Live coverage on Fox Sports 1. Undercard continues. Let's meet the field for this 7th race. Good allowance. Sprint. Lots of speed on paper. $131,000 purse. Disco Ball number 2, the current 5-2 favorite. Let's meet the field. Here's Bohemian. Pedal to the metal, Christian Torres.
Arkansas bred, very fast. The rail kind of simplifies things.
Favorite, Disco Ball. He likes to mix it up early.
Well, I think he's going to be involved in that pace, particularly being drawn just outside the other speed.
Clear the air, back to dirt.
Maybe more of the right style. Going to have to run back to that 93 bar he got in Saratoga last summer.
King Cab, an outsider.
Also can have speed, can be involved, and it doesn't look like a horse that can contend, but certainly could have a say in how the race runs.
Zambezi, 5th start of the meet.
Thought he was kind of interesting. Comes back as a gelding off the layoff.
Echo, again, disappointing in his latest.
Disappointing his latest, but can sit and pounce from off the pace. Also returns as a gelding.
Navy SEAL, sharp gelding. He's won 3 of 5.
This is who I like. I think his late running style is going to fit well here, and I liked his last race.
Carbone ran in last year's Southwest and Rebel Stakes.
Carbone started out with so much promise, and he just kind of lost his way, and he's also a horse that runs well when he's on the pace.
Friar Lawrence, claimed from John Ortiz by Ron Moquette.
Ron Moquette having a tremendous meeting. He's going to be stalking.
Favorite Outlaw, Daylight winner day after the Rebel.
Thought he was kind of interesting as well, particularly with that outside post, and he should be in a stalking position.
Eglise, he's won 2 of 5.
Yeah, it just feels like he's going to have to run an A++ effort. I mean, he's an honest horse. He tries hard. This is a pretty salty group he landed in here.
11 strong. Good allowance. Sprint post time 4 minutes. Circling back to the favorite, Disco Ball, his last win. 3 starts back. This was in the mud late December, Richie, and you'll see Disco Ball in control. And at the time, this was a 6th straight victory.
Yeah, but look how comfortable he got. He was able to get free. He was by himself. I don't see any scenario here where he's by himself and getting as comfortable as he got here. He's very fast, but it's a different scenario when you've got horses just as fast as you next to you. You don't use yourself as efficiently. You don't breathe as efficiently. Listen, he's a real nice horse. Just don't know if he has the right style for this particular spot.
Jose Ortiz aboard, a date with Cornucopian in the Arkansas Derby this evening. First things first, this 7th race in Disco Ball, Acacia. What is the favorite showing you here pre-race as we get closer to post time?
Well, sometimes, Lafitte, these fast sprinters, they just look and act fast. And Disco Ball is exactly that. He's an absolute tank of an animal, very broad, very strong and powerful, especially behind. And he's been sharp as well. I agree with Richie that he could have some company in here. And I think his best way of running is when he's able to use that early speed. Now, last time out, he was chasing, but the top 2 were far ahead, and the winner of that race, Booth, would come back to win the Grade 3 Whitmore with a 107 Beyer speed figure. So he faced some very good horses in that Commodore last time out. I think he's going to be on the engine early on, but like I said, we'll see what kind of company he has. I'm also in complete agreement with Richie on the 7 Navy SEAL. I thought his 10-1 morning line was way too high, and he is taking attention now on the board because I thought he ran a really good race last time out. I did notice he runs a bit high-headed, and would love if maybe Richie could expound on this a little bit. And he does wear a shadow roll, that piece of fleece, over the noseband. The idea being that the horse will look out and down over it to try and help them to keep their head down a little bit. But these types, they're not the easiest to ride because their head and neck is kind of up in the rider's face, who's perched up on top of their withers. And this one really had the best momentum when closing outside. And I would imagine that it's a huge benefit for Julien Leparoux that he's gotten familiar with him. Finished 3rd with this horse 2 starts back. They won together last time out and now teaming up yet again. I really liked what I saw from this guy who got much sharper once they put the tack on and warmed up beautifully out on the track. The 5 Zambezi off of a layoff and comes back as a gelding for Steve Asmussen. The older that horses get, sometimes the gelding doesn't make a world of difference as far as the overall demeanor does go when you think of it as a gelding to try and get a horse to settle a little bit more. But this horse is incredibly relaxed and very chill coming back, very fit off the bench as well. He does have to be able to run well off of that big layoff, not having run since April of last year. But if you can run back to anything like he did 2 starts back with that 98 Beyer speed figure and even some of his races prior to that, which would put him into contention, the big question is, was that race just an outlier or is he able to go back to it? But Richie, back onto Navy SEAL, the horse that we like. Can you expound a little bit more on what it's like to ride a horse that runs with their head kind of up in their face like that?
Yeah, it can be very uncomfortable because, as you said, Acacia, you're perched on their withers, so you're already kind of up on their neck, and you're trying to hide behind and get that aerodynamic, right? You want to block the wind as much as possible. When their head's up in your face, it's really hard to hide and get in behind them the way you want to. Now, it doesn't seem to affect this horse. He finishes well, but not the most comfortable ride, and it also inhibits your vision. Your line of vision, you're kind of having to peek around their head and neck because it's up in your face.
How common or uncommon horses that run with those types of high-headed mechanics?
Vast majority of horses that run like that are not very good horses. This is an exception. This horse, runs well despite that. It affects their stride. It affects the mechanics of the stride, how they're reaching out, how much ground they're covering. Less so with this particular horse.
Navy SEAL, Julien Leperoux. Another look at Bohemian Beau. Yeah, Christian Torres. I don't think there's a lot of strategizing going into this one. Drawn inside and as quick as this 5-year-old is getting out of the gate.
And you have the rail with a horse with speed. You basically, first 3 steps, you throw down the gauntlet and let every other rider in the race know, this is what I'm doing. You guys figure out what you want to do. If you want to engage me, well, then we're going to be in a cutthroat speed duel. If you want to back off me, now you're on the risk of never reeling me in.
So Jose Ortiz just to Bohemian Beau's outside on Disco Ball, the favorite. He's quick. How does that complicate matters with having such a fast sprinter directly towards his inside?
Well, you got to come out running regardless, because you can't take for granted that something is not going to happen at the break. Horse bobbles, stumbles, gets off a half a step slow. You want to be able to be in a position to take advantage of that and take the racetrack away from them if that happens. If that doesn't happen, at least you go about 70 yards, let that horse clear off, and establish your position stalking.
Table just might be set for a closer. Who's the best late-running sprinter in the field, in your opinion?
Well, I think Navy SEAL gets a real look because of the way this race projects to shape out, as does the 10 favorite Outlaw.
Going to be exciting early. A lot of speed. See how it all unfolds. Race number 7 on the undercard of the Arkansas Derby. Here's Matt Dinnerman. It's post time.
Friar Lawrence, post 9. 3 back behind the gate, Zambezi. Favorite Outlaw. And to the outside post, Eglise to round out the field. Here's Eglise and Laren Derome. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Disco Ball off a little bit tardily from post 2. Bohemian Beau steps on the gas and goes where he likes to be. On the lead is a half length in front of Clear the Air, who's pressing hard from the outside. Carbonese is off in third with King Cab to the inside. Zambezi is next. Favorite Outlaw 5 lengths off the lead in the Leblong Blue. Another length back to the favorite Disco Ball with Friar Lawrence. Then comes Eglise third last. The Gray Echo again is second last. And the Arkansas bred Navy SEAL is last as they go into the 4-turn run. King Cab taking it to Bohemian Beau, who's under pressure from the inside. A length back, sent hard as they round the 4-turn. Clear the Air is third, getting closer at a price. There's a gap of a length and a half more. Back to Eglise, who's running on from the third last position. Carbone shuffled back to midfield. Favorite Outlaw trying to circle horses here is caught deep in the swing off the corner. Disco Ball's getting into it. Wide open as they come down the lane. Bohemian Beau has taken the lead once again, but now he's got to deal with a wall of challengers. One of them's Disco Ball and Eglise. Eglise is ahead in front of Disco Ball. Echo again's coming. So is Navy SEAL down the center. Disco Ball is taking command with a 16th to go. Navy SEAL in a second, but it's Disco Ball to win it. The old pro Disco Ball, very consistent, getting it done again, defeating Navy SEAL, Eglise, and Echo again.
What an effort. Sluggish start. Far back early, Disco Ball prevails, holding off a late charging Navy SEAL who was about 15 lengths back entering the far turn.
Well, it was a departure from Disco Ball's normal style, right? He maybe not breaking as sharp was a blessing in disguise. You know, we get stuck as people, human beings, with an idea about a horse, and horses change. And the fact that this horse was able to rally from off the pace under a sensational ride by Jose Ortiz opens up a whole new world for him, a different dimension. He's a horse that possesses speed, but the fact that he could use it later instead of earlier, this was a big effort. This is a nice effort from Navy SEAL too. He got the pace, he got the set, but that's what you have to do with a horse like this.
Big effort. Navy SEAL just couldn't reel in Disco Ball. David Jacobson, owner, trainer, and the pilot to ride the Arkansas Derby Cornucopian, Jose Ortiz, with his first win on the afternoon. Results, Oaklawn when we come back, plus horses on track. Time for the late pick 5 at the Big A. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the clock. Jockey's Warrior. Drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 to the back.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
This is my Oaklawn.
Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2 continues here of America's Day of the Races, Race 7 at Aqueduct. As we get set for the start of a late pick 5 coming up. Starter allowance race, 6.5 furlong sprint. And you see that short price on the board. La Banquera has reeled off 3 in a row for Linda Rice. What has been the difference with this horse?
Well, I mean, it's funny. You look at the past performances, and you see the 3 wins in a row. There's a couple of things that they all have in common. One, they were all at 6 furlongs. The other one, they were all at Aqueduct. They were all with Jose Lezcano. They were all for Linda Rice, and more importantly, the thing that I think was the difference for this horse is they were all with Lasix. I think that's the difference. They've allowed this horse to just be aggressive, run freely. The Lasix, I think, has helped quite a bit, and now the horse has lived up to what we thought he was going to be after his debut.
And it's become a completely different filly. The last 3 starts in that win streak now, Paulie. See if it can continue here coming up at a short price.
Yeah, Linda Rice got embarrassment of riches here with 2 fillies in here. I mean, obviously this one with 3 in a row. The 5, who's going to be very difficult to beat. The speed figures on La Banquera are just enormous. I mean, if you look at her last 3 starts, she's won the last 3 starts by 20 lengths. And she was in for 16. And, she won her first time out. Obviously, when she came back into racing, Linda, very, very heady, claimed this horse for $25,000, and it's been onwards and upwards. Now, she was talking to the connections of the 10 too, Pristine Racing, and that's another horse in here, a mare that's won 3 in a row too as well for Linda. And Eric said, listen, I'm gonna let Jose go to the front end, and then I'll probably lay off. So look for the 5 to go towards the front, doesn't need the lead. I thought the 11 was the other horse in here, guys. Will Be Famous galloped away from the horse, 2nd time in the Brad Cox barn. I thought warmed up tremendously, Greg. So I think the 5 is going to be really tough to beat. I'd be 5-11 in here. If you do like the 9, was getting a little worked up. I don't know if that's him or not, or her or not, excuse me.
Well, La Banquera, the 1-2 favorite. She runs any of her last 3 races. She wins this race. It's that simple.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is when you look at her style, there's not a ton in here that feels like they're going to really make it complicated for her. There's some speed to the outside with the 10 Willful Desire, but is Willful Desire going to go out there and try to ding-dong with La Banquera on a 3-race win streak? I think that one will probably try to sit off, and La Banquera just inherits the lead.
1-2 on the 5. La Banquera, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano. Start of the late pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
She talks too much. To the outside. She talks too much. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from in between horses. Here comes Willful Desire as up in the early mix, and to the far outside Will Be Famous. La Benqueta is going to join them, and now La Benqueta puts a half length in front of Will Be Famous back to second. Just in behind them, it's a tight hold here. Vegas Weekend wants to go, is in the third position. Killy Start's going to get the worst of it. Gets shuffled back to fifth. Just got passed to the outside by Willful Desire, who's going to hold the third position as they move up the backstretch 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. On the move, here's Jackson's Dixie. Has got a wide rally here. Is moving up from sixth. In behind them, She Talks Too Much is now taken seventh. Killy Start is losing some ground. Also trying to run on is Play Good. Pay Good from the back end of the field. They're chasing La Benqueta. La Benqueta Will Be Famous. 3 wide. Here comes Willful Desire, who's ready to challenge. Jackson's Dixie, a 4 wide rally, 46.34 for that half-mile time. They reach the top of the stretch, and La Benqueta kicks away. La Benqueta's got more. Will Be Famous continues to give chase. Center of the racetrack, Willful Desire, trying to run on as Jackson's Dixie. Killy Start in behind them, but La Benqueta inside the final furlong is opening up on this field. La Benqueta is now up by 3.5 lengths. It's La Benqueta. Jose Lescano, they get the victory. La Benqueta wins it over Will Be Famous. Then came Jackson's Dixie in a tight photo. That was Willful Desire with Killy Start in 1 minute 17.29 seconds.
Well, things were looking a little dicey for a bit there. La Benqueta was getting challenged from Will Be Famous, able to pull it out, though, convincingly. 4 in a row now.
Yeah, 4 in a row. You got Jose Lescano, you got Linda Rice, you got 4 times Lasix, 4 times getting your picture taken.
Brief break. Arkansas Derby still to come. Back on FS2 at 4:30 Eastern. We will see you then.
Order finish. First the 5, La Benqueta. Second the 11, Will Be Famous. Third the 9, Jackson's Dixie. Fourth the 6, Killy Start. 5, 11, 9, 6. In race 7. Today's 7th race, the Videogenic Starter. It's official. 2 wins on the afternoon. Jose Lescano. Winner of today's 7th race, the Videogenic Starter, number 5, La Benqueta. She's a 4-year-old. Bred in New York by Central Banker out of Timeless Beauty. Winning owners, Rice, Marquest. Winning trainer, Linda Rice. The winning jockey, Jose Lescano. Another victory on the afternoon for trainer Linda Rice. And Jose Lescano with 2 wins on the day. La Banqueta, bred in New York by Nice Guys Stables and Stephen Hortstock. La Banqueta wins the Videogenic Starter at Aqueduct. $1 exacta 5 with 11. $6 even. The double 3-5, $9. Trifecta $8.90 and superfecta $95.50. Pick 3, 135, $42.25, and pick 3, 155, $5.10. Running time 1 minute 17.29 seconds in race 7. Up next, it's race 8. Today's 8th, scratch the 12. The 12 is scratched in today's 8th race, and race 8 in 34 minutes. Speed from in between horses. Here comes Willful Desire as up in the early mix, and to the far outside Will Be Famous. La Banqueta is going to join them, and now La Banqueta puts a half length in front of Will Be Famous back to second. Just in behind them, it's a tight hold here. Vegas Weekend wants to go, is in the 3rd position. Killy Start's going to get the worst of it. Gets shuffled back to 5th. Just got passed to the outside by Willful Desire, who's going to hold the 3rd position as they move up the backstretch 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. On the move, here's Jackson's Dixie, who's got a wide rally here. Is moving up from 6th. In behind them, She Talks Too Much has now taken 7th. Killy Start is losing some ground. Also trying to run on is Play Good. Pay Good from the back end of the field. They're chasing La Banqueta. La Banqueta Will Be Famous. 3 wide. Here comes Willful Desire, who's ready to challenge. Jackson's Dixie, a 4 wide rally, 46.34 for that half-mile time. They reach the top of the stretch, and La Banqueta kicks away. La Banqueta's got more. Will Be Famous continues to give chase. Center of the racetrack, Willful Desire, trying to run on as Jackson's Dixie. Killy Start dim behind them, but La Banqueta inside the final furlong is opening up on this field. La Banqueta is now up by 3.5 lengths. It's La Banqueta. Jose Lescano. They get the victory. La Banqueta wins it over Will Be Famous. Then came Jackson's Dixie in a tight photo. That was Willful Desire with Killy Start in 1 minute 17.29 seconds.
charge. It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Horses stepping on the track for today's 8th race. Race 8, 6.5 furlongs is the distance. Scratch the 12. Race 8, late pick 4 in 6 minutes.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races. I want to thank you to everybody that's listening on the Fox Sports app, hoping to be on FS2 fairly shortly. Sarah Albadwi and Andy Serling here at Aqueduct, holding down the fort here, and of course the main team down at Oaklawn Park today, as it's their big day with the Arkansas Derby coming up. We've still got 4 races to go here at Aqueduct, though, and we'll see what happens, Sarah, as we have a relatively strong favorite in race number 8, a maiden race for New York State Breds at 6.5 furlongs, the number 5.
We do, and America's back going out for Mike Maker, making his 3rd start in here. He just seems like one who has the fastest last race coming in, and with a lot of unknowns, seems to be the one that bettors are relying on.
Trainer switch on the number 1, Motel Patel, going out for Rob Atras with Kendrick Carmouche.
First time facing New York bred company, and first time on a fast main track against New York breds as well.
The 2 is Sanzio, Louis Rivera riding for Jimmy Ferraro.
This one has a little bit of pedigree as the first full for a 2-time New York bred stakes winner, Aunt Babe.
Another long shot, the number 3, Undisputed, firster for Jen Antonucci with Kai Barcoa.
And this one, 1/2 to 7 winners, including a Grade 3 winner and 8-time winner overall.
Second-time starter Eric Cancel riding for Jorge Abreu.
Maybe one that can take that step forward a second time out in here.
Jose Lescano and the aforementioned favorite going out for trainer Mike Maker. We'll move on to the number 6, Alzero, Katie Davis riding this horse for trainer Jimmy Bond.
And a bit against the racetrack last time out on a day where being inside was beneficial.
The number 7, a first-time starter for Gary Siaka, detail-oriented.
is a full brother to a versatile winner as well.
A lot of dichotomy in this field. Another long shot. This first-time starter for Robbie Medina. Demand with Jose Gomez, the number 9 Teote. Brad Cox, second-time starter.
Yeah, this one did run third, first time out. Was with the racetrack, though.
Michael Sanchez picks them out for Manny Franco, who's down at Gulfstream Park. The 10, Disco Dervish. Elaine Luzzy, another horse. A big price in here, as is the 11, Fresh Start. A Dave Donkfirster with Romero Mirage.
And not a ton to go on with this one whatsoever in terms of pedigree or win early connections.
And the 12 is scratched. The number 13, the second choice at 2-1, Share the Loot, Mel Giddings and Christopher Elliott.
And this one has plenty of races coming in that could be effective here, but has to deal with that far outside post.
Seems like we've seen a track that's been relatively fair today. We have seen speed do okay in some situations, but track that's playing fairly. Do you think the 5 America's Back rates to be this main speed here?
I think it depends on what we get from some of these first-time starters, of course, but at least with this one, you know that this horse was capable of showing that good early speed last time, which also was an improvement off of that first start as well. So I think that they'll probably want to utilize similar tactics in here today because it did almost work out for them last time.
Share the Loot made a return to New York last time out. That's the 13, Share the Loot. And got beaten by almost 4 lengths by the favorite, America's Back, yet the public seems to think that that gap is going to be a lot closer, if not reversed today.
And I don't necessarily know if it's just being very cold on a lot of these first-time starters that are big prices, or really thinking that this horse is going to run that much better to close that gap in distance today on the horse who is your current favorite in here. I get it, but I just feel like this one has had plenty of opportunities, and there could be some upside with plenty of others.
Yeah, I'm surprised the prices are similar in this race. Not that she can't win, because she did get an extremely good ride from Christopher Despite, breaking from an outside post last time out. And clearly, there are no firsters whatsoever taking any money. You have some interest, and I believe, like the number 9 Teote going out for Brad Cox. We disagree on this horse.
Yeah, look, he was running on a day where the rail and speed were advantageous, and he was with the racetrack that day, and he also didn't really take any money for connections that do tend to do so when there is a live first-time starter. But I did look into the Brad Cox with first-time starters here at Aqueduct. Over the past 5 years, he is 0 for 13 with 3-year-old first-time starters, so not a move he necessarily does well or aims to do well with. Perhaps that's something that means that this horse could improve second time out, and there's just isn't really anybody that is taking a ton of betting interest to show that someone is going to be live of the horses that are making their first start.
Well, I think the 5 America's Back is going to be very tough to beat in here. I have a little bit of an interest in pick second, the 4 Toga Dan. Also, I thought did enough running first time out, and I like the rider switch to Eric Cancel. Then I'm trying to get this horse in the exacta. I used the 5 and 13. You like the number 9, though. Teote, who is down to 3-1 for the dangerous Brad Cox barn. Just a couple of horses left to load here. We'll head up to Chris Griffin with the call of race number 8.
Eric Cancel moves forward. America's Back. Bit of an issue here with the 10 Disco Dervish. It's in the chute there. Other runners waiting at the starting gate as assistant starters now moving over to the 10 Disco Dervish. Assistant starter did get to the 10, who's now being led back towards the starting gate. America's Back now goes in. Still 4 out. Disco Dervish. Alzero. Alzero, Katie Davis. Going in. 2 out. Fresh Start. Share the Loot. Last to load. Share the Loot. Christopher Elliott. Going in the gate and in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Sanzio is going to be the early trailer. Speed at the rail. Motel Patel is in front, is up by a half length. Alzero's joining this leader. Tiote's in the early mix, is going to be a stalking third. Outwider is a tight hold here at fresh start. Wants to go, is out there in the center of the racetrack with a very far outside. Share the Loot is going to be out and about the sixth path here as they work up the back stretches in the fifth position. In behind them in six, just getting past there was Toga Dan to the inside. Undisputed makes up some ground through a 22.62 opening quarter mile. They're really bunched up here on the front end. Motel Patel is the clear leader. Chasing all the while. Here's Alzero, and here's the run from Share the Loot towards the outside. Also in there is Tiote, is trying to hang in there. These three across the racetrack now. America's Back emerges, is taken fifth, is chasing the leaders. This leading trio as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Trying to rally on from far out of it. Detail-oriented Sanzio and the trailer Demand. They reach the top of the stretch. At the rail, it's Motel Patel not going anywhere. Tiote and Share the Loot has now taken the lead and sprints away. America's Back is the one in pursuit. Orange Silk center of the racetrack, but Share the Loot is just galloping away. It's Share the Loot now up by 3 lengths and approaching a final 16th. Share the Loot from the outside draw. Share the Loot's going to open up and win this one easily. It's all Share the Loot to get the score. Tiote's second, then Motel Patel, and America's Back finish fourth in 1 minute 18.25 seconds.
Nobody but maybe the favorite making up any kind of ground in this race whatsoever, as Share the Loot was much the best in here, especially with the number 5 getting left back to last to begin the race. But Sarah, nobody was beating Share the Loot.
No, this horse was in the right position here and was able to sit that kind of stalking trip off of a couple of horses that wanted to have that forward position, and they were able to hold on for the minor awards, but this one really drew away in the end in here, and the most experienced horse ended up working out in this spot.
Yeah, and the number 5, America's Back, if you missed it, got badly left in here and was actually laughed right after the break in here. Tried to make a big wide middle move, but the race was over at the start for that one. But Share the Loot gets the money. Christopher Elliott riding to victory.
Here comes CZ Rocket up the rail. Jackie's Warrior. Elite Power on the far outside. And Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. CZ Rocket was second. Jackie's Warrior settles for third today.
The power of Juddmonte.
Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Biggest day of the year. Rain or shine. Serious crowd on hand. More than 50,000 expected. They're here to see Oaklawn's signature race. Here to see who will qualify for the Kentucky Derby. Cornucopian is the favorite. Just one start. That's it. And here he is, one step from the Run for the Roses. Trained by Bob Baffert, combined 10-time Arkansas and Kentucky Derby winning trainer. Now the case for trainer Lonnie Briley. This is all new for him. But well represented for his Arkansas Derby debut, Cole Battle. All he does is win. Live look. This Arkansas Derby Saturday. Gorgeous weather for the time being. Hopefully that continues as we get closer and closer to post time for the 89th running of the Arkansas Derby. From the infield, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This is one of those days you wake up just happy to be a horse racing fan, especially here in Hot Springs, where the population's around 37,000, and yes, around 50, 60,000 here this afternoon. It is Oaklawn's most celebrated race, the Arkansas Derby. Also, a final dress rehearsal for the 9 3-year-olds that run here today, potentially moving on to the first Saturday in May and the Kentucky Derby. Here's the field with that $1.5 million purse. 3-year-olds running a mile and an eighth. 200 Kentucky Derby points available, 100 to the winner. To the outside, despite the lack in experience, that's right, Cornucopian 7-5, morning line favorite. And for our viewers, added incentive. If you haven't signed up, do so today. Get involved, Naira Bets, and get that $25 free bet and $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Triple Crown. Use promo code TV25 and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at nairabets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Joined on set by Acacia Clement. Acacia, you got a few moments to sit down here. You've been on the other side of the track with the crowd. What's the vibe been like, the energy here at Oaklawn Park?
It's so much fun. These big days, like you said, in the open, it's what we really love about this game. Being on the rail and kind of watching some of the horses warm up before the races, you have a lot of people come over and they ask you about the details of the race, not just who's your pick, but to say, what does this mean? What does that mean? Who's running in this race? Why are they doing this? Which is really exciting. And the hope is that some of those fans, maybe it's your first time here at Oaklawn Park, you have a great time, you come back, and you get to enjoy and learn about this sport.
There's a strong local fan base and the support here at Oaklawn Park, especially on this day. And for the 3-year-olds running in the Arkansas Derby, the final major local prep, you were here for the Rebel Stakes here. And for Cole Battle, this felt like the statement race. This felt like the race where he essentially made some believers out of non-believers.
Absolutely, and what a versatile horse as well. He's not the biggest, he's not the most imposing, but he puffs himself up on the track when he gets out there, and he just goes to work and was able to run down Matticat Road, who's going to be one of the contenders later in the Florida Derby today as well. It's not often, Lafitte, that you're able to run down a Bob Baffert horse that's loose on the lead. I think that makes it more impressive, and that day, Rebel Day, you did want to be forwardly placed as well. Having been able to go back by the barn, I had puffy sleeves on yesterday that Cole Battle was really interested in taking a bite of. So much personality. His trainer has so much personality as well. It's just one of those great stories that really kind of hits you in the heartstrings, so to speak, and makes you excited about rooting for a horse like this onto the Derby Trail.
So playing devil's advocate, what do you say to the naysayer who suggests, yeah, but he's really not that fast, at least on paper?
Well, that's certainly fair. He's yet to run a race like Cornucopian has, which was a triple-digit Beyer speed figure, a 101 Beyer speed figure. That was a sprint in a maiden race. Cole Battle is a graded stakes winner. So I think at this point, seasoning does mean a lot. However, Cornucopian is trained by Bob Baffert. I've been saying it all along. If it was anybody other than Bob Baffert, I would be so against this horse. However, because of the connections, because Baffert and the way that he trains his horses, puts the miles in the morning, they have that foundation, are able to get those further distances that you may not expect they will. still.
This was on the undercard of the Rebel Stakes in Cornucopian. What is it about this effort in particular that led us to today, where not only is he running in the Arkansas Derby in his second career start, but the fact that he's a 7-5 morning line favorite?
It was fast, plain and simple. He was quick early. He was quick late. He pulls away from what seemed to be a decent maiden field. Obviously, the waters are going to get much tougher today, but he did it incredibly professionally as well. He handled everything so beautifully, and he obviously has a monster pedigree. Being by Into Mischief, you typically don't think of Into Mischief's going much longer. They'll think maybe more sprint distances. Authentic, of course, a Kentucky Derby winner for Bob Baffert by Into Mischief, but a far different physical than this horse, who's also have to multiple Grade 1 winner Guarana, who was better around one turn.
Now, Bob Baffert spoke with him earlier today, and he said how incredibly advanced mentally and professional Cornucopian is. Having said that, just his second start in front of this big crowd, what will you be looking for early from Cornucopian in terms of a signal as to whether or not he is ready for this?
It's a lot to take in. I think the mental aspect is a huge piece of it, and he's going to get even more than this at the Kentucky Derby should he go that route. We've seen horses really kind of melt under the pressure there on a day like that. So you have to see how he handles everything prior to the race. Honestly, I think him loading last into the gate in the way that he's positioned to the outside, I imagine John Velasquez is going to kind of be running and gunning out of there. I think you'll know within the first few strides if he's going to be able to handle it because of where he'll be positioned.
Fascinating. Arkansas Derby, Cornucopian, Coal Battle, David and Goliath stuff here in Oaklawn's signature race and final prep leading up to the Kentucky Derby. Plus, look at that slate. Claiborne races. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual unusually well. The All Stakes Pick 4, the stakes racing back to back to back to back. And the Arkansas Derby around 8 o'clock Eastern, plus live action continuing from Aqueduct as well. So much more racing coming your way from Oaklawn. Arkansas Derby Saturday, plus Quiet Side. And trainer John Ortiz, well responded. Well represented in this fantasy. Trains Quiet Side, says, quote, "It's simply a matter of her maturing mentally. Clock's ticking. Is she ready for this?" The fantasy later this evening from Oaklawn.
Newgate sold for $850,000 as a yearling. His full sister, Denim and Pearls, sold for $2.8 million. His 108 buyer was the fastest of any Into Mischief in 2024. He posted a 122 Equibase speed figure and ran a -2 1/4 on the Thoroughgraph sheets. In all, he defeated 8 individual Grade 1 winners. New to Three Chimneys.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
Queen Maxima starts to extend that beautiful stride of hers, though, and it's lights out. None of the others will come close to Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Horses on track for the 9th race. 7 minutes out. Track listed as good. Maiden affair here Acacia with 3-year-olds. No, these aren't Derby prospects, but these are the races we're introduced to young prospects that could do some serious damage later on down the line.
Absolutely, and there are several coming out of the race that was won by Cornucopian.
Post-parade, 67 Mustang at 7-1.
Here's one of those horses coming out of that Cornucopian race. See how some of these run, maybe flatter that charge later on today.
Zero Sugar, yeah, second behind Cornucopian Rebel Day.
Yeah, he was in tight early. A little bit green in the stretch there. No match, but he did run on pretty well.
Oijavald, 5-2.
Able to stretch out in distance last time. Able to handle the 9 furlongs today.
And there's the 7 in Iron Dome. Steve Asmussen, they're not going in order. Fever Night here, the 7 race maiden.
Well, I just want to point out quickly, the 7 Iron Dome, half to a New York bred we all love, Mr. Buff.
There you go.
Fever Night has had several chances already.
A popular New York bred Mr. Buff. Yeah, let's give him another look. Yeah. Iron Dome there with Eric Asmussen aboard.
And with that pedigree, you would certainly think that more distance should suit.
Iron Dome. Then Zardin and Flavian Pratt. Pratt looking for a 3rd one in the afternoon.
Blinkers going on. This son of City of Light who broke really awkwardly last time out.
Just Classic out. Kavanaugh in. Rafael Bejarano aboard.
Very wide last time out and just really had nothing to offer. It was off of a layoff though.
Spurgeon and Team Mystic Dan, Brian Hernandez, Kenny McPeak.
Another one who's had quite a few chances already. Did break slowly. Has not shown any speed as of yet.
3-year-olds, maiden special weight, $110,000 purse, Zero Sugar. Number 3 is favored as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, what is the favorite showing you 5 minutes to post?
Lafitte, I'll get to some horses, but first let's talk about the people assembled here for this Arkansas Derby Day, the biggest race day that Oaklawn has to offer. And let me tell you, this apron is heaving. They expect 60,000 people here today at the track, and they are all so enthusiastic about their racing. So it's always great to be a part of this day. As we take a look at some of the horses, number 3 is your favorite, Zero Sugar, something I should abide by, but I often don't. He ran very well against Cornucopian, who obviously we'll see in that Arkansas Derby. He broke running. He sat right behind that winner. He tipped out in the stretch, but then you could see the greenness take over a bit because he lingered on that wrong inside lead until he switched over. At the 8th pole, he kind of leveled off a little bit. Really much more smoothly once he did so, and he really had a lovely stride. And when horses move like he does, I really feel like longer is better, and he's built that way too physically. A lot of leg to this colt for Cipriano Contreras, a son of Twirling Candy. I think that he should appreciate the distance added today. He was nice and relaxed in the paddock and continues to be that way out on the racetrack, conserving that energy for this longer distance. Moving on to number 8, Zardin. He's already had a go at this mile and a 16th today, a mile and an 1/8, but he was also one that was wired last time by a winner. Now he'll put the blinkers on for Brad Cox, just a small cut cheater blinker, but last time out, Florent Giroux, who was aboard him that day, had to niggle at him the whole time. So a horse that's lacking some focus, maybe some intimidation as well when surrounded by others. So those blinkers will really assuage that type of behavior. He's warming up so nicely out on the racetrack with Flavian Pratt aboard. So Zardin, I think, a legitimate player. The board would say so too, as he's sitting at 3-1. A long shot, guys, that I want to give some attention to is number 10, Kavanaugh, as I've heard some rumblings that this horse can run a bit. And I caught up with trainer Johnny Ortiz, who said, look for him to be more forward today, and that the 9 furlongs is really going to be his friend, a horse that is so beautifully put together. I tried him last time coming off of a layoff. He also probably benefited from that race coming back just to gain a bit more fitness and a bit more experience. So he has ticked every box for me as they are approaching post time. 3 minutes to go here, Lafitte. This is a good looking cast for this maiden special weight.
And some positive vibes regarding this long shot Acacia in Kavanaugh. 20-1 currently in front of this excited big crowd on Arkansas Derby Saturday.
Yeah, we love to see it. Saw some people really decked out with big hats, just dressed for the occasion, and just a lot of people really excited. The apron is packed, which you love to see.
For an Arkansas horse racing fan, this is Kentucky Derby Day.
It really is. And I was speaking yesterday to trainer Ron Moquette, where this is literally his backyard. And he said, yes, of course I want to win the Kentucky Derby and have a runner there. But the Arkansas Derby is what's really so important to me.
And there you see the Razorback Marching Band adding to the festivities, all part of the pageantry here on Arkansas Derby Saturday. Yeah, you're going to see a little bit of everything here at Oaklawn over the next few hours.
I just want to say I arrived Thursday evening, and so watched the Arkansas game during March Madness, which I'm very, very sorry that they did not progress from there because they played very well. But I learned how to call the hogs. And
are we going to hear it?
No, you don't actually do it. Well, you put your arms like this, right? I'm doing it right?
Didn't like that Pig Suey thing?
Yeah.
It's a really good. It's a really good thing we're off camera.
I know.
Really good to embarrass ourselves further.
But it was a really fun experience. You got to give the Arkansas fans. They were really pulling for their team there.
I thought we were getting ready for one of the most significant days in the history of Arkansas sports, which would have been the Razorbacks trying to win tonight, trying to get into the Final Four, and Arkansas Derby Saturday. They played very well, lots to be proud of, but Justin fell a little short in overtime to Texas Tech. Meantime, this ninth race, about a minute out, circling about Zero Sugar, who's a second choice, 5-2. Let's revisit his debut. Just bad timing, Acacia. Rebel Day, he runs into an absolute monster by the name of Cornucopian, and Oi Gavald also chasing.
I can imagine you're feeling pretty excited. You enter your horse, and then you look up and you say, this is what I had to face first time out. And there's that greenness that Maggie was touching on, hanging on that inside left lead. He's going to switch very late, right there when he kind of levels off. And what I like about this race is that he did keep on. Obviously, there's no catching Cornucopian. Maybe that's a horse that just breathes different air as well. But getting some more ground to deal with, and you see his size just in comparison to the lead pony there too. And having a race under his belt just for that experience goes so far when it comes to maidens. He knows what to expect now on the racetrack.
And these races, these maiden races, these are like stakes races in terms of the monetary aspect. $110,000 purse. There were trainers that day that had 3-year-olds they really liked, that felt that had a really good chance. And then the race drew. Like, really? We got to face this monster, Cornucopian? I think everybody knew they were running for second on that afternoon.
Absolutely. You see the purchase price. You see how much money he took. You see just a Bob Baffert maiden in there, and you probably feel like throwing the program out the window at that point.
But looking ahead and what these races represent, very often on the undercard of these Kentucky Derby prep races, you go back a decade. It was the 14 Fountain of Youth. And the results of that race, you knew you weren't looking at the Kentucky Derby winner. But about an hour or so prior, a colt by the name of Constitution won for the second time. He wound up winning the Florida Derby. If not injured, he's one of the favorites for the Kentucky Derby. Southwest Day, we were introduced to Rapture, who graduated for Winstar. All right, so he didn't win the Virginia Derby, but he was on the Derby Trail as a 9-5 favorite. Point is, paying close attention to these 3-year-olds and what this could mean later on down the line. It's not like the racing season ends on the first Saturday in May.
100%. Not to mention, after the Kentucky Derby, you have races like the Belmont Stakes with more distance. Horses that are running in mile and an eighth maiden races may be suited to just that. Of course, the Travers in the summer, a lot of big opportunities for 3-year-olds.
Love that shot. Bird's eye view of the starting gate for this mile and an eighth maiden affair. Filing in, Matt Dinnerman with the call, race 9 from Oaklawn on Arkansas Derby Saturday live on Fox Sports 2.
Number 5 into the outside post after Kavanaugh. Spurgeon. We're ready to go. And we're off. An eventful beginning for all the runners in the race. Iron Dome, Oingavolt. Those two are quick, along with Zero Sugar, Kavanaugh. Iron Dome takes a hold. 3 across the track with 1 lap to go. Oingavolt and Zero Sugar kick on together with Kavanaugh setting up shop right behind them in third. Going into the first turn run, he's 3 deep. Gap of 2 to Iron Dome. Gets the good trip here off the contentious trio on the lead. Gap of 2 lengths more to Zardin. 67 Mustang is next. The 2 at the back, Fever Night and Spurgeon, as they approach the backstretch run. In the top 3 sort themselves out. Kavanaugh shown more rain to get to the front. Now he's on a hold here, and Kavanaugh strides clear. He wanted to go. He's got the lead and the rail approaching the backstretch run. A length in front of Zero Sugar and Oaklawn, who's 3 deep, stalking the pace, coming on just a little bit now. And Kavanaugh is company once again. Zero Sugar on his throat latch. Oaklawn is third. Gap of 2.5 to Zarden. Iron Dome in the 5th position now, just ahead of 67 Mustang and Fever Night to the outside. 2 back to Spurgeon as they approach the 4-turn run. Kavanaugh niggled along with a half mile to go to keep pace. Zero Sugar cruising up alongside. Oaklawn is third, a length and a half behind going into the turn. There's a gap of 2.5 to Zarden. Iron Dome has come under a hard ride. Fever Night's getting closer between horses. He's only 3 lengths behind as they're bunched up now. 67 Mustang next, and Spurgeon at the back, coming to the top of the lane. Kavanaugh under pressure. Oaklawn being asked to pick up the pace. Zero Sugar takes the lead coming off the turn. In the meantime, Oaklawn had all sorts of problems there and is dropping out. Zero Sugar in the meantime, he's on the lead here. Zarden's trying to reel him in from the outside. 67 Mustang third right behind it. Zero Sugar with a 16th to go. He's clear a length and a half or 2. Here comes 67 Mustang, weaving his way through between horses, diving after Zero Sugar. Zero Sugar hangs on. Zero Sugar over 67 Mustang, then Zarden and Fever Night.
Driving, stirring, stretch drive, Zero Sugar, no cornucopian, no problem. As he graduates in his second career start, some anxious moments at the top of the stretch.
He had to hold off 67 Mustang, meaning that the top 2 finishers in this maiden race were the ones coming out of the race won by Cornucopian. He's also going to be stretching out to 2 turns later today. Maybe that's a big sign and flatters the race and the quality of it that he does come out of. There's always that question, Lafitte. Well, who did he beat? He beat the horses that were the top 2 in this tough maiden.
Feels that much liver of a race, as if we didn't know going in. Much more coming your way. We'll have results, plus last year's Southwest winner won the Kentucky Derby. What about this year's Speed King? Disappointed in the Rebel? How will he respond for his trainer and Arkansas native, Ron Moquette?
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
$1.5 million and a Kentucky Derby berth on the line. Just another day at the office for racing's most recognizable figure. The mantra is, act like you've been there before. Easy for him to say.
American Pharaoh, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance as he dominates the Arkansas Derby.
Not the case for all his competition. 72-year-old Lonnie Briley, 34 years in the business, his first Arkansas Derby starter after an improbable run by his underdog colt.
Cole Battle, the story continues, this fantastic story.
And there's the home team, an Arkansas native owner and his trainer, who could literally watch the race from his back porch. Together, seeking their first win in Oaklawn signature race.
Speed King all the way in a superb effort.
The road to the Kentucky Derby goes through Hot Springs. The Grade 1 Arkansas Derby is next. Oaklawn's marquee day of thoroughbred racing. Live look. Hot Springs, Arkansas. Hot Springs population around 37,000. Yeah, around 50, 60,000 here this afternoon for Oaklawn's signature race. We'll have much more on this Arkansas Derby and the 9 3-year-olds trying to advance for the Kentucky Derby. But first things first, in live racing in New York from Aqueduct. Post time for the 9th. Here's Chris Griffin.
Honorary degree. Steps forward and in. All set. And they're off. Baracho from the outside draw has got early speed, and Baracho right out to the front. Lined up towards the inside is working on through his Uncle George. Is trying to challenge, and Quick Hammer is right there in the early mix too. It's going to be Baracho to get over to the rail. Is up by a full length, and here comes the rally from Quick Hammer. Is joined by the gray. That's Hatch, who's going to be 3 wide. At the rail, Uncle George is taken back to 4th, and Dad's Good Runner is a mid-pack 5th, 22 and 4. For that opening quarter mile, trying to move up from 6th. There's Honorary Degree, who just split rivals. At the rail there in 7th is High Tide. Towards the back, Scaramanga with the trailer, Iconic Legacy. They're chasing Baracho. It's Baracho in front, and here comes the favorite looming up on the outside, and Quick Hammer. Kendrick, Carmouche, and Quick Hammer ready to challenge Baracho, who has a quarter mile left to go. Baracho is still in front as they reach the top of the stretch. It's Baracho holding off Quick Hammer so far, and Baracho is finding more. Quick Hammer did not push on by. Baracho is approaching a final furlong. At the rail, Uncle George is rallying on. Same can be said for High Tide. But Baracho is getting away again. Quick Hammer continues to give game chase. Baracho's almost there. It's Baracho with a front-running score. Baracho wins it over Quick Hammer. Late rally High Tide over Uncle George. In 1 minute 12 seconds flat.
Baracho. Translation, not sober. Baracho at Aqueduct. Aqueduct's all-time leading rider is sitting next to me, now joined by champion jockey Richie Migliori. We'll have those results shortly from Aqueduct. And my friend, great to be on set with you for this marquee day of thoroughbred racing. Big picture for our viewers just joining us that may only watch a handful of races a year. This Arkansas Derby, what makes it so important, so significant?
Well, to me, it's a clear dress rehearsal for the Kentucky Derby. You've got $1.5 million purse. There are horses trying to gain a berth, gain the points needed to get in the starting gate for the Kentucky Derby, but it's an important race in its own right. And the atmosphere lends itself to what they're going to face on Kentucky Derby Day at Churchill Downs. You know, particularly with them saddling in the indoor, coming out to the outdoor paddock, which is in the infield. It's a learning process for these young horses.
And then you have the final dress rehearsal for the final dress rehearsal. This was the Rebel Stakes last month here at Oaklawn Park. And Cole Battle, right when you're expecting to see Bob Baffert's Medikit Road re-break and blow this field away, Cole Battle has other ideas while the maiden publisher and Sandman are chasing in vain.
And you know, this is the race that made me a believer in Cole Battle. He's undefeated on dirt. His only 2 losses came on turf. And in one of those, he had big excuses. He may have even won that one. He's a horse that gives me the impression, I should say, Lafitte, that when he gets there, he goes, okay, what do you want me to do now? And then they ask him and he finds more again. I think he's one of those horses that does exactly what he needs to do and not much more.
Would that be the argument for handicappers that, look, speed figures, they matter. Handicappers lean on speed figures to determine just how good, just how talented a horse is. What do you say about the handicapper that says, yeah, but on paper, Cole Battle really isn't that fast.
Well, I agree with you that the importance of speed figures, and it is a great metric or barometer of a horse's ability, but it doesn't tell the whole story. And I think you've got to be able to meld what you see on paper, figure-wise, and what you see. And I've spent a lifetime watching horses, and when you watch this horse train, he kind of looks around. He's a very intelligent horse. He's very laid back. And in his races, he gets there and seemingly idles. And then when he asks more, he goes, oh, okay, you want me to do more? I'll do more. Do I know the depth of what's left there? I don't. I'm not going to profess to know, but I know there's more, and he may need to show it today.
You know, David and Goliath type story here. Then you have the favorite, despite the lack of experience, one career start, Cornucopian, yet he's the 7-5 morning line favorite, trained by Bob Baffert, 5-time Arkansas Derby winning trainer. Just how rare is this, Richie, that a horse would be a favorite, a 7-5 favorite in a race like this with just one start under his belt?
Well, I think if it was any other conditioner than Bob Baffert, that wouldn't be the case. And there is precedence here, right? He had Taba break his maiden in a 6-furlong race and win the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby in his second start. It's not for me. He's super talented. That's obvious. I think it would be akin to a kid that is a top high school pitcher, has shown that he's got a lot of ability. He's got good movement on his curveball, got a great fastball, and he's going from that to pitching in the playoffs in the major leagues.
Can't wait to see this one. There's so many layers, the intrigue in this Arkansas Derby, and for those who perform well, those who earn the points onto the Kentucky Derby and the first Saturday in May at Churchill Downs, 5 weeks from today. That's later on this evening. 4 consecutive stakes races in the meantime. The All-Stakes Pick 4. Horses in the paddock for the upcoming 10th race. 18 minutes out, the Eclipse Stakes and this massive crowd, the Arkansas Marching Band, 50, 60,000 plus in Hot Springs at Oaklawn for Arkansas Derby Saturday.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one, a very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Taba. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Lonnie, you have a contender in a Kentucky Derby prep race. How much fun is this?
It's crazy for a little man.
Perfect world. Field is entering the far turn. Where is Cole Battle situated?
I'm hoping he's sitting around 5th, maybe, 4th, because it depends on the pace, and we'll see what happens.
For the Lonnie Briley barn, it's the pride of Remington Park. It's Cole Battle and the Smarty Jones.
What was going through your mind when you saw him in the stretch?
All honesty, I done fired and re-hired the jockey. Oh, yeah.
Joined here by Ted Bowman of Triton Thoroughbreds with Speed King. It's been a long relationship with trainer Ron Moquette.
19 years. We're beyond excited, trying to keep it together.
Been a while since I've had a good young horse.
Is Speed King that horse?
Honestly, I love my horse.
Speed King holding on. Speed King all the way.
Wow, Speed King.
Oh my God, he just kept on, and then the 8 was up on him, and he just kind of shook him off. Oh man, I'm just on cloud 9.
Yeah, I'm 72 years old. I've never thought about going to the Derby, and I never thought I'd have that kind of horse, and I still don't know.
This fantastic story. Cole Battle does it.
To be on the road to the Kentucky Derby with a horse who's undefeated on dirt.
Unbelievable. This was a tough field, and I was worried because the one hole, but he done it.
Compelling storylines, terrific performances, the road to the Arkansas Derby. What will the next chapter hold? We'll find out this evening, post time around 8 Eastern. And for Speed King, Richie, wire-to-wire upset winner of the Southwest Stakes, things didn't work out in the Rebel. How do you think he responds today?
Well, I think they're going to go back to letting him use his weapon, which is his speed. You know, I know Ron Moquette, his conditioner, was having a tremendous meeting, had worked with this horse in the mornings, getting him to rate off of a horse. But in the mornings, it's a controlled exercise. You're working with another rider. You're not dealing with a full field of horses where all of your rivals are working against you. And you got to deal with kickback, a different scenario. I don't know that he'll make the lead today, but he's going to be forward.
Speed King, and the story of his connections. Loyalty and trust are paramount in order to have success in the sport of thoroughbred racing. Enter Team Speed King, owned by Ted Bowman, trained by Ron Moquette. They met 19 years ago. They've been friends ever since. They've worked together ever since. And at the very nucleus of their success in thoroughbred racing has been just that loyalty over the years.
I was coming to the races one day, and I was riding with a friend of mine. I had my, my racing form, the old big ones, had it out, and I'm going, if I was ever going to claim a horse, this would be the one. It was a $5,000 claimer. I said, okay. Well, we got him, because that was actually the first day I met Ron. After that, I've never had another trainer, and that was 19 years ago. I was claiming horses just right and left. Within that time, Ron brought a package of horses to me. 5.5 weeks later, we won the Stephen Foster. That was a great experience. Didn't know any better. Christy and I didn't even take any family with us. I'd met Lucas, and he come up to me in the stakes room and said, I've been looking at the race. You don't look bad in here. I'm saying 15, 20 to 1. And then, of course, by the time the gates opened, we were 91 to 1.
Had a big gap of about 8 back to Seek Gold.
Luckily, the racing gods give this horse to Mr. Bowman in partnership, and I was able to be a part of something that was huge for my career. And every day I wake up thankful for Seek Gold and what it took to get him in the barn, and Mr. Bowman was one of the things that it took.
Big long shot, Seek Gold, perfect drift. Seek Gold on the outside and perfect drift.
I went by Todd Fletcher and I literally said, I know you're supposed to act like you've been here before, but I never have.
I like the fact that we speak the same language, we're from the same area. He was raised in Arkansas, I was raised on the border of Arkansas, Oklahoma.
And I just love the way his attention to detail, his care for the horses, that was the main thing. And I just really appreciated that work ethic. The relationship for me is huge.
We've got enough differences to keep it fun, but we're very similar and we both root for the same teams, and that sort of helps.
He has told people that I was the best negotiator. He didn't really mean that as a compliment.
I only work for people I like. I don't work for anyone that I don't enjoy being around, and I enjoy being around Ted.
Even when we had some tough times and my winning percentage was way down, I thought, I truly had just soon get out of the business and not get another, I don't want another trainer.
Loyalty is something that doesn't get bragged on enough in our industry, and Mr. Bowman has always been loyal. So any success that he gets in this industry is due.
But it's going to be Speed King all the way.
To win the Arkansas Derby would be a highlight of anything I've done, even more so than the Stephen Foster at Churchill. I know that Ron really wants to win the Arkansas Derby. It'd be incredible.
It's a really fun story. Live look, trainer Ron Moquett, Arkansas native. Richie, how rare is that in this sport in the year 2025 that for an owner to own horses for nearly 2 decades and only with one trainer?
Well, in this day and age, it's a very rare thing. You know, our society in general wants instant gratification, instant results. There are notable exceptions, obviously, right? Shug McGahee with the Phipps family, Barry and Cheryl Schwartz with Michael Hushin. But it's something that you don't see very much. But Lafitte, in this game, when you are on the same page with somebody and you have a good relationship, it makes the defeats, the disappointments easier to take, and it makes the wins even better because you're celebrating with somebody that you care about.
What a victory would mean for Bowman and Moquett, saying that it would mean more even than a victory in the Kentucky Derby, this Arkansas Derby, Oaklawn signature race later this evening. Horses in the infield. We check in with Maggie Wolfendale standing by. Maggie, what is this field showing you? What are you noticing from Wendelson pictured?
Wendelson, the son of Mendelssohn. That's right, Lafitte. As we've seen throughout this Oaklawn meet, the horses trained by Chris Hartman but owned by Ruiz Racing have a lot of success, and Wendelson was definitely complimented when we saw Disco Ball come back and win earlier on the card, as well as a horse who beat him, Booth. He would return to win the Grade 3 Whitmore with a 107 buyer. But last time out, he did break a touch slow, but then he was able to get outside of the early leader and eventual winner Booth to be in a more comfortable position. He looks fantastic. This horse looks to be thriving right now, so I really don't have any problems with him being your favorite. The only thing that I will call into slight question here, and I've walked across this racetrack, it is getting towards fast and it is quite firm underneath. He's never run on a track with moisture in it, though, currently labeled good. As we'll check in with a horse I am quite familiar with, and that's number 3, Durante. As I thought last time, picking up Ricardo Santana was going to be a positive, and ultimately it proved to be, because Ricardo is an aggressive rider, but he's also a rider that doesn't get in the way of horses. And Durante is one of those horses that runs with his head straight up in the air, and I think he's also one that likes to be involved early, and that's exactly what Ricardo let this horse do. He looks phenomenal. Now, he does have the propensity to get a bit hot, bit washy. That is just him. That's how he always has been. He's dappled head to toe. He's thriving. And you know what? Who else is also thriving right now? The barn, Lafitte, as David Jacobson has won 3 on this Arkansas Derby card.
Like a batting lineup, hitting can be contagious. So can winning for a particular stable. David Jacobson seeking a 4th for that trainer, Lonnie Briley. It's been the feel-good story of this season's road to the Kentucky Derby. 17-year-old, 72-year-old Cajun trainer says he never thought he'd have a horse like this. Now he does. Cold battle, perfect on dirt. Arkansas Derby threat.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's that time of year. Build your Kentucky Derby bankroll. Bet $50 to win in the Arkansas Derby at Oaklawn Park this afternoon and get $20 for the Kentucky Derby. All you have to do is opt in at NYRABets.com. All Stakes Pick 4 about to get underway. The Eclipse Overnight Stakes is next. $145,000 purse. Older sprinters will meet the field. Several defections. And now Wendelson, number 5, the odds-on favorite as you look at Ninja Warrior. Big afternoon, Francisco Arrieta. Durante. Big afternoon, owner-trainer David Jacobson.
Yeah, Maggie made some great points, too, about Ricardo Santana taking the mount on this horse. He is a rider that is aggressive and puts horses in the game, and Durante responded nicely to that last time.
And washed out, Maggie pointing out, that's typical for Durante. Osborne, Flavien Prat takes over for Ron Moquette.
Yeah, I think he was the horse that was most hurt by the scratches. He's a horse that sprinting is more of a off-the-pace runner.
Wendelson, odds on.
And rightfully so. He chased Booth, who threw in one of the best sprinting performances we've seen in 2025 so far.
Ninja Warrior, Francisco Arrieta, seeking a 4th on the afternoon.
Another one probably hurt by the amount of scratches. Francisco Arrieta riding extremely well. He's well placed from the outside, and he has races that would make him competitive here.
Compact field of 4 for this Eclipse Overnight Stakes. Andy Serling, Sarah Elbadwe in studio in New York. Guys, your thoughts on this Eclipse? How do you see things unfolding?
Well, it's now a 4-horse field. I'm trying to figure out who the one, by the way, she's Sarah, I'm Andy, in case you were confused. I'm trying to figure out who the big dog is among the 4. I mean, there's a 3-5 Wendelson, but does he, he's the horse to beat. I wouldn't pick against him, but is he so scary that he scared 6 of the 10 players? Though one of them did run earlier today.
I mean, apparently he is one that has had certainly a lot of good form as of late, and he has some big races over his past several, but he did lose last time out to Booth, who was able to secure some early position. And overall, looking at the remaining entrants in this field, he doesn't have that big edge to really stamp him as a clear-cut heavy favorite over the other 3, though I guess you could make the argument he has a little bit more of the recency in good form.
I actually disagree with that. I think he clearly towers over this field from a speed figure standpoint. He's also probably the main speed with Ninja Warrior trying to keep up with him outside of him. I mean, Booth might be the best sprinter in the country right now based on what we've seen from him in his last couple starts when he's able to get the lead, and it was a fast pace and he tried to keep up. I think that Wendelson is supposed to be a short price in here. I just don't think he's so overpowering. We will see if David Jacobson can get another winner. He has somewhat resurrected Durante, but he doesn't have the speed he once had.
No, and at least he was a little bit more forwardly placed in his last start, which was a win coming off of some time away, but he didn't break all that quickly either, and he's one that we saw in this excellent, consistent form here on this circuit over the summer, fall, and then even winter of 2023, and then he just had some stops and starts since then, hasn't really been able to put as many races together at once, so maybe he is one that now, staying on the racetrack, able to refine some of the speed that we used to see when he was most effective, but that's kind of that question mark that I don't really want to take a shorter price on him, even in this evenly matched field.
Well, we're heating up towards having our shows back on a daily basis, and that's good news because that means our friend Acacia Clement, who's going to be going to Tampa tomorrow, but you'll be coming back to New York to join us for the rest of the summer.
That's right. I'm racking up some frequent flyer miles this weekend, Andy, and can't wait to see you guys next week for the Wood Memorial. But taking a look at Wendelson here, yes, the competition certainly highlighting this horse, but one thing that I think is very much to his advantage in this short field is that he is a horse that has tactical speed. As Sarah touched on with Durante, he broke awkwardly and then kind of had to rush up in a short field. I always find it looking for the speed and how the race could play out. As Richie always says, it's much more of a rider's race and has to play out in that respect. And Wendelson has been sharp. I do think he is the horse to beat as much as I have respect for Durante. But one thing I will say about the 4 Osborne, he also came out of that race, which was won by Booth, and he was off slowly that day, where Booth wired. His best races, and yes, when going a bit longer as well, but if you go back, it's when he can kind of get into the race. He's a good-looking horse for Ron Moquette. I wonder if Flavien Prat is going to be able to get him into the game a little bit more, because I really think that that would bode well for him. But Maggie, Ninja Warrior, last out winner, will he have anything to run at?
And he's the one that kind of is the class test as well. Ninja Warrior made a really nice impression on me in the paddock, though I did note he was a little bit more relaxed than what I saw from him back on February 23rd. So, look, it's a short field. It ultimately tends to become a rider's race in that, are these horses going to be able to adapt to whatever the pace is out there? So looking at him, yes, Acacia's right. He looks to be one that wants to rally from just off of it. He does draw perfectly for that type of scenario. On the outside, we see Francisco Arrieta on track now. He's got his feet kicked out of the iron, so that's usually an indication of a rider trying to keep a horse relaxed, and he is. He's responding beautifully. I will say this, though. The front wraps do go on for the first time. Lafitte?
Ninja Warrior, Maggie. 5 wins at Oaklawn and a rider who is locked in. Francisco Arrieta, 3 wins so far. To his inside, the favorite will break. Wendelson. Odds on 3-5. Let's revisit his latest win. 2 starts back early February. Wendelson, Richie, is very wide but traveling very well.
Yeah, and he's a big, stout son of Mendelssohn. Tyler Bacon, I think, feel like, let me keep him away from everybody, let him use his stride. You can see he wants to lug in, so he gave himself a little extra room to work with, staying away from them horses. Sometimes, Lafitte, you're on a horse that lugs in. If you engage horses right next to them, you spend more of your time trying to correct them from running into them, so you're better off giving yourself a little more room to work with.
You saw that in the Kentucky Derby with Sierra Leone.
Well, exactly. And getting hooked up with another horse and slowing your forward progress. Wendelson, to me, impressed so much last time because he was the closest pursuer to Booth. And when Booth shook him off and left him, he could have just caved in at that point. Think about a track runner. You're running as hard as you possibly can, and the guy that you're trying to pass smiles at you and strolls away from you. It's going to kind of wreck your confidence a bit, right? Horses are not that dissimilar to that. And the fact that he stayed on, he's versatile. He can be a horse that makes the pace, or he can come from off the pace.
Acacia reference riders race. Just 4 horses. What's that all about?
Well, everybody's aware of where everybody else is. In a big field, you can get lost, and you've got other things to contend with. You can't key on anybody. In a 4-horse field, you're aware of where everybody is.
Among the 4, Wendelson, odds on post time for the Eclipse, live from Oaklawn, Arkansas Derby, Saturday on Fox Sports 1.
We're ready to go. And they're off, and Durante leapt in the air at the start and is well behind after that. Not a good go for Durante at all. Osborne going to the front, and Wendelson, the big favorite, will press the pace. Ninja Warrior in the 3rd position, 2.5 lengths off the pace, and a gap of 6 to Durante, who would need to be much the best to win it after the disastrous break. There's a half mile to go. Osborne for the Ron Moquette barn leads the way a half length. Wendelson keeping tabs on him, and these two are a neck apart as they stride into the far turn. They've opened up 4 now on Ninja Warrior, and another 4 lengths back to Durante as they round the far turn. Osborne, Wendelson side by side. Wendelson in the white blinkers, nose in front of Osborne, who holds the inside spot, and these two spar as they hit the quarter pole. Ninja Warrior under pressure in the 3rd. Durante not his day today as they wheel for the judge. Wendelson confidently handled here by Tyler Bacon, breezes by Osborne, who can't keep up. Wendelson, furlong to go, opens up the lead to about 4 or 5 now. Ninja Warrior trying to get up into 2nd, but now it's just a guessing game of how much Wendelson is going to win by. Wendelson, an easy winner of the Eclipse Overnight Stakes. Ninja Warrior, stakes place today 2nd. Osborne holds 3rd. Durante trailed throughout.
Easy in understatement. Wendelson, and encouraged to really run up the score, but some drama at the start. Richie, what happens with Durante?
Yeah, the 3-horse Durante is just going to blow the break. He leaps at the start. You see he's going up in the air when the rest of the field, and then he bottomed out. He lost his hind end completely and just cost him any opportunity whatsoever. And then Wendelson was always set up shop. I mean, I thought it was a very ambitious ride from Flavien Prat aboard Osborne. He took it to him. He tried to do everything he could to give his horse the best chance to win, but Wendelson just too good. And Listen, Tyler Bacon probably got a little bit excited, rode him probably a little more than necessary the last eighth of a
Running
mile.
up the score.
But to be fair, this is Tyler Bacon's first day as a journeyman rider, and he's wanting to get off to a good start as a journeyman to prove to people that it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't just an apprentice. And the fact of the matter is, this was a stake, so he wasn't going to get a weight allowance anyway.
And for our viewers that don't necessarily follow horse racing on a day-to-day basis, the story, Tyler Bacon, some of his background and the winter and early spring that he's enjoyed here at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, here's a kid who grew up on the Crow Agency, started riding Prairie Meadows, smaller racetracks, came to Oaklawn, a place that has not been kind to apprentice jockeys. And an apprentice jockey is a rookie, a first-year rider who gets a break in the weights. It's an incentive for owners and trainers to give them an opportunity over more experienced riders. And he has impressed me a great deal this entire meet. A lot of poise for a young man. Horses run up into his hands beautifully. That was the case here at Wendelson. Listen, he rode the best horse. But this is the way you want to start your first day as a full-fledged journeyman.
And understandable if he did get excited in front of this big crowd on this big day. As you mentioned, he's 17
years old.
17.
Yeah. Think about what most people, what were they doing with 17 at 17?
I wasn't winning stakes races at Oaklawn, I can tell you that. Wendelson. Tyler Bacon for trainer Chris Hartman live with Acacia.
That's right. Wendelson delivered to that short price favoritism. Chris had to be pretty confident with the way this horse was traveling throughout this race.
Well, he's been training good, and he ran to how he's been training.
Talk a little bit about bringing him along. Ran a huge race 2 starts back, and then second in what seems to be a really salty stakes group last time.
There's a good group of sprinters here this year, and he's been tangling with them, and we're probably going to end up in the Count Fleet maybe next.
Very exciting. Can't wait to see that. And how about Tyler Bacon? For a young apprentice, seems to fit this horse really well.
He's a very good little rider, just a young kid that's learning and he's a good rider. I mean, he's been riding a year, and he's won quite a few races, over 100, I think.
Picked up another one here. Congratulations to the team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lafitte?
What a sprinter. Wendelson hammering his opposition in this Eclipse Overnight Stakes.
Well, it looks like he's heading to a rematch with Booth, who handled him well last time in the Commodore. But this is an honest racehorse. He shows up, and he's compiling a nice record here at Oaklawn as well. Now 5 starts, 3 wins, 2 seconds.
This bump there, Chris Hartman. Wendelson rolls. Owned by Mick Ruiz. And Tyler Bacon. What a moment. A victory in a stakes race on Arkansas Derby Saturday. Andy and Sarah, American Pharoah next here. The 10th race next there.
Thanks, Lafitte. Hey, listen, we can one-up you, Oaklawn. We had 6 scratches, but we got 5 left in the More to Tell. Gasper Machera, really nice Gasper Machera horse from years ago. So there's the 7, Sagamore Mischief going by us. The first one out of the gate, Jose Lizcano for Gustavo Rodriguez. Life and Light coming out? Is that Life and Light? No. Yes, the 8.
I believe it is, yeah.
Eddie Pringle. Carol
He just
Sagan.
seems a little bit overmatched in this group.
Garuvan in career form for trainer Steven Schauer and Romero Mirage.
He was always going to figure prominently even before the scratches and does so now, especially with this reduced field.
The speedy Unlimited Potential goes out for Ilke Cantermachi with, I'm not even sure who's riding.
Sylvester Gonzalez,
Thank
I
you for
believe,
that, Sarah.
is up
And there's
today.
the 11, Supreme Law, who, if nothing else, may get in the way of Unlimited Potential, as he too has a lot of speed.
He does, and he's one that his 2 fastest races lately were over muddy sealed tracks, and that's not what he gets today, but does bring that speed to the table.
You might not know it, but we got somebody else here. Paulie, how you doing?
How's it going, Andy? Good to see you, too, as well. Got to talk to the trainer of the 9, Steven Schauer, who has Garuvan in here. And like you said, in career best form. This is a horse that actually broke his maiden at Churchill Downs for the Joe Sharp barn, then was in the Rob Falcone barn. And Steven said since he's claimed this horse is the coolest horse in the barn. Him and his wife were actually laughing. He had striations on him because he'd been sleeping all day. And I said that's basically a good sign that he's been getting some rest for the race here at 6-5. And the horse to beat. I mean, listen, his last 2 races have been very good. Now, Limited Potential just missed against him 2 back and came back to win. So I think the 10 is the other one in here. I mean, 9-10, 10-9. Now, the 11, Supreme Law, is taking money. And Andy makes a good point. You know, The 11 can go to the front end in here. The 10 can maybe go in the front end. You know, when Steve was talking to his rider, Romero Murad, aboard the 9, he was saying, listen, the complexion has obviously changed. Hopefully we can get some more speed for the 7, but if not, we got to be able to keep the 10 and the 11 intact. That's basically what he was saying. So I do think 6 to 5 is an honest little price here, considering you're only getting a 5-horse field. Garuvan for me, Andy.
Sarah, I agree with Paulie in here with Garuvan. I mean, if he maintains his current form, he's going to be very tough to beat. It's kind of obvious. And even if the 10, 11 don't hook up, I don't think he has to drop that far back, does he?
Well, I don't think anybody's going to really be that far back with what we're looking at for the remaining runners in here. But at the same time, I completely agree that he's one that figures to set up shop while being prominently placed without needing to be a part of whatever pace may or may not materialize with those 2 runners to his outside in here. He's just one that he has the edge over Unlimited Potential, even though that horse is in good form right now. He's been able to hold his good form over some really breakout performances, but even when he's not running that aberrant figure that he ran 2 back, he's still showing up and getting the job done to run a respectable race. I couldn't make the case to beat him, and it doesn't seem like many are either.
I guess, you know, you always want to look at, you know, what are the reasons with favorites, and he isn't that outstanding a favorite, why you might want to, you know, play against them. And I guess the argument is, take a horse like the number 10. He's had pretty much a steady career of running solid numbers. Whereas Garuvan, I mean, he's just improved remarkably since going to this barn. And I don't think it's unfair to ask. It's not a barn you're familiar with. It's somebody who was involved in the ownership, and he's been doing very well, so he went on his own. Is he going to be able to maintain that form? Whereas a horse like Unlimited Potential, he ran decently for Todd Pletcher. He ran well enough when claimed by Mertan Cancermacci, Matt Cancermacci, Ilkay's brother, who's taken over the training. He continues to run well. So, you know, as you go to the number 10, Unlimited Potential, I guess the thing that might hurt him is the 11 speed, but he could also rate. And I think, is he a little more reliable also at the mile distance?
I think that those are fair questions to ask, and looking at the overall body of work that these 2 horses have put forth, I totally understand what you're saying with that level of consistency that Unlimited Potential has possessed more so throughout his career. But then if you just look at the last couple of races where Garuvan has been in this new barn, I mean, yes, there is that one standout number, but the other 2 races absolutely figure here as well. So if there was just the one race with some major improvement that seemed to come out of nowhere, then I would be looking elsewhere completely. But he has been able to kind of show that he is just an improved horse now with these new connections over 3 starts rather than just 1.
Supreme Law, who's taking a lot of money right now on the outside, he's one that has improved dramatically for trainer Jamie Ness. But what's interesting about it is that Jamie actually claimed him out of a fast race, and he ran 7 races for him that really weren't very good. And then suddenly he stretched him out, but he had stretched him out before, and the horse had run 5th. He stretched him out, and once he started setting the lead, things have completely turned around for him. And I think that's why you're going to see him perhaps be more aggressive in the 10 here. And the plan for Unlimited Potential maybe is to let that one go and try to sit behind him.
Well, I agree that they've definitely had more success with putting this horse on the front end, but he's also dealing with a racetrack that had some moisture in it too, so I wonder if that was something that sort of he really seemed to relish and appreciate, and maybe that's what's resulting in some of those faster efforts overall.
They were 2 sealed tracks that he ran in, true, and he stepped back when he ran a fast track last time.
And they put him on the lead last time, not the same type of race.
It's a good point. They're getting ready to go into the gate, the more to tell. I always like this day. It's basically a day filled with starter allowances, and we name them after some of the cool warriors that we've seen in years past. Race number 9 was named after a really nice horse named Dad's Caps, who won the Carter handicap a couple of times. He actually debuted in a maiden claiming race for owner Vinny Scuderi and Rudy Rodriguez, won 2 grade 1s, the Carter twice, and he's a half to some nice horses, including the very good sprinter Paulus Silver Lining that eventually, I believe, Juddmonte bought from owner Vinny Scuderi, and it's a really, really good family. They're going to the gate. There's 5 of them for the more to tell. Chris Griffin has the call.
Currently favored. Unlimited Potential, Supreme Law. Supreme Law goes in. All set. And they're off. Supreme Law broke very sharply. Unlimited Potentials in the early mix. And here at the rail is going to be Sagamore Mischief. Sagamore Mischief is now a length clear. As to the outside is Supreme Law, is content to stalk right in behind this leader as they get set to come out of the chute. Red cap Unlimited Potential as Touch Keen wants to go as they're in third, and at the rail is going to be Life and Light in fourth. Grooven, the favorite, is the trailer and has about 3.5 lengths to make up as they went 23-1 for that opening quarter mile. They're chasing Sagamore Mischief. Nowhere to go for Unlimited Potential. Wants to squeeze through here at the rail. No room yet. And meanwhile, Grooven has now joined this leading group, and they are 4 across the racetrack. And Grooven just tugging Romero Mirage to the front. They approach 4 furlongs left to go. Dropping back quickly with Sagamore Mischief. Just got swarmed by a trio. It's Unlimited Potential, who now finds clear running room. Supreme Law and Grooven has been on the muscle 3 wide. Is coming after the leader now. Trying to re-rally is Sagamore Mischief, who lost that ground, and Life and Light is the trailer. Grooven has taken the lead. Romero Mirage, a look over his left shoulder, and now gives Grooven the cue, is well out into the center of the racetrack and now sprinting for home. Grooven is trying to run away from the field. Unlimited Potential continues to battle on towards the inside. Sagamore Mischief has found more, is trying to range back up towards this leader, but inside the final furlong, Grooven is still about 5 lengths in front. And inside the final 16th, it is all Grooven was ready to roll and gets the victory here today. It's all Grooven who gets the victory over Sagamore Mischief, then Supreme Law, and Unlimited Potential in 1 minute 37.49 seconds.
Strange race where you feel like the riders kind of outsmarted themselves. And it's a situation of doing the opposite of what our friend Richard Migliore says about getting your position going forward. They decided to rate the 10. They kind of worked against him. But whatever the case is, they dawdled that second quarter. Romero said with Grooven, I ain't fooling around anymore. And this horse absolutely galloped.
Yeah, I think Grooven wanted to get his position going forward a little bit sooner than Romero did, but he just seemed to have plenty of force going around that turn, and it just seemed like a kind of a strange ride tactically by a couple in here where nobody really wanted that forward position, and then when they did, it was too late for them to make some sort of advance. So Grooven much the best in here on paper, and he was able to win pretty convincingly.
Yeah, quite an easy margin for him. He made 4 to 5 look like an overlay, as we saw back-to-back winning short-priced horses, Oaklawn and Aqueduct. So much more to come, of course, including the Arkansas Derby later in the show. Steve Asmussen having another great year, and he's got another one in his quiver with Publisher in today's Arkansas Derby. Much more to come on America's Day at the Races.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Game Winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game Winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale. Hillendale at Alapa. I've heard it's gorgeous. Looking forward to going there sometime, as we just saw a demonstrative win by the number 9 Garuvan, going off at 4-5 and winning for trainer Steve Shower and Romero Mirage.
He always seemed to be in position going around the racetrack in here, where you saw some others not get the most idealistic of trips in here. He was going to figure in this race even before the plethora of scratches, and with them, he was just much the best.
Race number 11, one race left at Aqueduct, a full field of 14. I don't think we have a scratch. No, we don't. Favorite right now, Forever to Go on the outside. These are maiden New York breds. They'll be going 6 furlongs. 12 of them are set to go. Forever to Go looks like the likely favorite and is favored in doubles. That race will be coming up in just a little over a half an hour. Of course, so much more action to come at Oaklawn Park as well. Oaklawn Park, the feature, which featured, of course, the last prep for American Pharoah before he won the Triple Crown. Feels like less than 10 years ago since he won it at Belmont Park, but we're almost there. The American Pharoah Stakes, Belmont Stakes video coming up next.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
And American Pharoah is putting on a show. He has not been asked the question, but everyone knows the answer. He is indeed the ruler. American Pharoah, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance as he dominates the Arkansas Derby.
With 1/8 of a mile to go, American Pharoah's got a 2-length lead. Frosted is all out at the 16th pole. And here it is. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharoah is finally the one. American Pharoah has won the Triple Crown.
What a moment. What a horse. From Hot Springs to New York and everything in between, American Pharoah, a decade ago, becoming the first Triple Crown winner in 37 years.
I was just so thrilled to be there. It had been since 1978 when I was there for Affirmed. Got to see Seattle Slew with my father in 77, and this was so exciting, so good for the game. American Pharoah's stride. The mechanics of his stride were as impeccable of any horse I've ever seen. You will not see better. He created his own trips. He would just gallop horses to death, go to the lead, throw his ears up. He was a great racehorse.
That statue in front of Oaklawn Park greeting fans here at Oaklawn. Finally, the one indeed. And now 13 years old, Richie still looks the part, living the good life at Coolmore America in Versailles, Kentucky.
He's such a cool customer. He always had such an intelligent eye on him. And for a
Look at
good
that.
horse, most good horses have a little bit of a mean streak. We talked about it earlier. Not him. He was a really cool customer. And yeah, he is living his best life now, isn't he?
Look at him. I remember just that moment when he crossed the wire in the Belmont Stakes, almost not believing what I was seeing, because we were starting to think, like, we're never going to see another Triple Crown winner again.
You know, Lafitte, as a kid in the 70s, after the third Triple Crown winner in the 70s, the talk was, it's getting too easy. They've got to make it harder. And then we went, 37 years?
Yeah.
And it had been 25 years between citation and secretariat. You know what? It's hard. It's supposed to be hard. It's a challenge. It's one of the greatest accomplishments in sport, and it shouldn't change. It should say exactly what it is. Only great horses should be able to achieve it and achieve immortality.
And for American Pharoah, a decade later, represented as a stallion here in the Arkansas Derby, the sire or father of Publisher. You've always been a fan of this horse. He has never won a race in his career. So why the excitement?
Well, I actually really liked him in the Southwest. I thought he was a horse that was kind of taking those incremental steps forward. I liked the way he trained, and he got completely stymied in the Southwest.
Yeah,
now,
he did.
I'm not going to say he was going to win, but he clipped heels. It just stopped him completely. His Rebel was better than it looks. And talking with Steve Asmussen, his conditioner, about him, he said he feels like he's had some bad luck, but that some of it's his own doing. That he gets to a spot and doesn't quite accelerate through the spot. That's why the addition of blinkers. They feel like that's going to make him attentive enough to get to those gaps and make those gaps instead of hesitating and getting stymied in those gaps. You not only have to be good enough to get there, you got to be good enough to accelerate through there, because they're not going to stay open forever.
Trainer Steve Asmussen, four-time Arkansas Derby winning trainer. What a story that would be. A maiden horse who's never won a race should he capture the 89th Arkansas Derby. That's later on. Up next in 13 minutes, the American Pharoah. Field updated odds with Bishop's Bay, the 9-5 favorite. Maggie, what is Bishop's Bay showing you here pre-race?
He's touting himself, that's for sure, Lafitte, as he is a horse that just looks resplendent pre-race here, especially out on this beautiful infield where we see horses meet up with their riders and connections after getting saddled back in the paddock. But I will say this, he's a horse I've always questioned how far he wants to go, because he's really ultimately built like a sprinter. But obviously he's proven me wrong quite a few times, and maybe his best race was when he was second to eventual Belmont Stakes winner Arcangelo, only narrowly defeated by him. And then we saw this long layoff for him, almost a year and a half. And I got to give Brad Cox and his team a lot of credit for getting Bishop's Bay back to the racetrack and looking as well as he does today. I think with that inside post, Flavian Prataboard, who often is aggressive, we're going to see this guy probably try to take them as far as he can go. Brad's other horse, though, in a complimentary entry in here to Bishop's Bay, is number 6, Liberal Arts, who he had a little bit of trouble at the start that time. He's a horse that's, I don't think, has to be that far back. He can be a little bit more tractable, I should say. And last time, he was the only horse to make up considerable ground. Granted, he was the beaten favorite. It's not like the Wine Stewart and Patriot Spirit have come back and necessarily run that well in their subsequent starts. But this is the best Liberal Arts has ever looked. I thought he made a great impression last time, having filled out, looking stronger. Well, today, even off a little bit more of a break, he looks phenomenal, and he is just exuding confidence here pre-race as well. As we'll take a look here at number 9, Anna Marie, who is returning off of the proverbial Travers layoff, and reading the quotes from trainer Whit Beckman saying that this is a horse that has finally filled out. I can attest and agree with that, in that he is just so much stronger overall. He's also really composed, which sometimes you see this horse get a little hot and washy. I'll keep an eye on him out on the racetrack, but really, mentally maturing as well. And Whit also stating that he has never seen him move better into this American Pharoah. So I'm really intrigued to see what Anna Marie does coming back off the bench. As Acacia, you're intrigued by a horse that has been my horse crush throughout. That's Ben Duke. He does have the propensity to want to lug in.
Yeah, he does, Maggie. He's so handsome. Such a beautifully put together animal. But speaking to Bill Mott down at Payson Park earlier this week, he did think that Rafael Bejarano, who was aboard last time out, might have been thinking a little bit too much about the fact that Ben Duke has the propensity to lug in, and had to kind of re-rally and change course multiple times throughout the stretch. And that might have cost him the win in his most recent effort. I know that they've toyed around with adding even a stronger piece of equipment than he typically wears. If you watch our show, we talk about a Houghton or cage bit. It would be one of the stronger bits that you'll see race horses wear, in that it's a straight bar through the horse's mouth, a bar underneath the chin, kind of power steering. I've never really seen Bill Mott use that type of bit. What he typically uses, I was knowing it as a button bit. He said they call it a rambling road bit. It started in harness racing. So it's like the typical Houghton or cage bit, but there's no bar underneath the chin. It's a little bit more with the prongs on either side, and you use the figure 8 crisscross noseband to keep it in place. But the tactic is the same, so that's going to be something that John Velasquez is thinking about, using his steering to his advantage for a horse, Lafitte, that typically has a tendency to want to lean in.
The very handsome Ben Duke. What'll he do in the American Pharoah? That's next. Riders up when we come back. Plus, Mark Cassidy, terrific trainer. How good? In 2 Halls of Fame. And ready to unleash the talented closer. Enter Sandman Metallica fans. Arkansas Derby threat. He's been star-crossed to date. See if he's ready to earn those 100 points in advance to the Kentucky Derby.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
Queen Maxima starts to extend that beautiful stride of hers, though, and it's lights out. None of the others will come close to Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Welcome back. Watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. American Pharoah is next. We'll meet the field shortly, but first, you want to Build your Kentucky Derby bankroll and bet $50 to win in today's Arkansas Derby and get $20 for the Kentucky Derby. All you have to do is opt in at NYRABets.com. Excitement building, getting closer to the main event, Arkansas Derby. And time now for the American Pharoah, mile and 16th. Trainer Brad Cox says he does have somewhat of an attitude.
Yeah, and listen, he's got an inside draw, Flavien Prat, who's usually aggressive.
Another look, Bishop's Bay and Flavien Prat. Prat teaming up with Brad Cox and coming in off a sharp win late January.
Yeah, where he was game, and he kept finding. He ran through the wire.
Then Quality Chic, currently 14-1. Nice long look at the favorite, Bishop's Bay. The 9-5 favorite for this American Pharoah. Flavien Prat in that record-shattering 2024 most stakes wins by a jockey in a single season at Saratoga. Most greatest stakes wins by a jockey ever in a single season anywhere. Trying for another stakes win in the American Pharoah. There's Quality Chic and Rafael Bejarano.
A real nice effort on an off racetrack in the Tinsel. Will that translate to a fast racetrack?
Do you really like Ben Doog?
I like Ben Doog a great deal. I love Johnny Velasquez taking them out. This is a horse that's a bit one pace. Got a high cruising speed. He needs to be forward. Last time he gave away position into the first turn and then had to alter course mid-stretch. I like the change of equipment as well.
Magic Tap, second start off a long layoff.
Yeah, he's going to have to step back to form we saw last year, but he has that race under his belt.
Ontario bred, full screen.
Yeah, listen, a player. He ran well, I thought, in the Razorback as well as the Tinsel, and he's got a consistent numbers that he runs.
Liberal Arts, sixth in last year's Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, a couple of big efforts before he came here for the fifth season. Mile might have bit short for him, a little bit longer today.
Overlay, 3-1 in the morning line, now 11-1, May Cox Bay, Godolphin Homebred.
Another horse that wants to be forward, son of Speightstown, should be involved early.
Heard some positive reports in terms of appearance from Maggie Honor Marie, 4-year-old debut, 8th in last year's Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, this was a horse that was actually kind of really touted going to the Kentucky Derby off a good second in the Louisiana Derby, like that Maggie gave him high marks.
Black Powder is improved this year.
He has improved. His last race was very good against Game Warden, who was extremely game. Game Warden came back to be second yesterday in the Temperance Hill.
American Pharoah, 3 minutes out. You saw Honor Marie, 4-year-old debut in moments, trained by Whit Beckman, standing by live with Acacia.
And in fact, we just watched Honor Marie gallop by us. Whit, his first start since the Travers. What have you seen from him coming back?
He's been doing great. He's grown a lot. You know, his training has been pretty consistent with how he was early last year, maybe a little bit better even. You know, we're coming off a bit of a layoff. Hopefully he's ready, but excited to get him started.
And he faced, as a 3-year-old, really the top horses of his division throughout. Never really missed a dance either. Can you just talk a little bit about the class that he has shown you and how you knew that he was one that could really stack up against that type of company?
Yeah, I mean, winning the Jockey Club, you know, last year against, you know, top horses and then going and, you know, competing pretty, you know, solidly in the Risen Star and Louisiana Derby, you know, you got to take a shot at the Derby. And at that point, you know, you're kind of hooked into a line of, you know, planning that keeps you in those spots. But obviously this year we're going to, you know, start him back here and see where he falls.
Well, great to see him back on the track. And I wanted to ask you about Simply Joking coming up in the Fantasy, undefeated. She's been really impressive.
She is. She's a very impressive filly. She's been like that since day one. It's kind of why I ran her a stake first time out. We've just been very confident in her ability, and experience is the only thing that might get her, so hopefully she can get in today and figure it out as she goes.
Thanks for the time. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. The favorite for the Fantasy, Simply Joking. The favorite for the Arkansas Derby, Cornucopian. All right. 3 combined starts. 3 combined starts.
Well, it seems like all the rules have changed over the years, Lafitte.
Little bit,
you know,
man.
you know, me growing up within the game, a horse would have 4, maybe even 5 starts before the Kentucky Derby. Now, it seems like they get there with 1 or 2 preps.
You had Triple Crown winners before it was really regarded as a Triple Crown, but horses that would win a Triple Crown that would run in races in between Triple Crown races.
Well, they would run in the Preakness, and it was always 3 weeks to the Belmont, and there were a lot of Hall of Fame trainers that said, well, 3 weeks is too long to go without a race. Now they go 3 weeks is too quick a turnaround, right? But, yeah, there were several that either won the Jersey Derby, ran the Met Mile, or even an allowance race in between. A couple used the withers. Could you imagine in this day and age running a horse between the Preakness and Belmont?
We sound like the old guys, the Muppets up in the balcony right now, don't we?
Well, I am the old guy. You're not, but I am.
I'm starting to sound like it very, very quickly. The Fantasy and the Arkansas Derby coming up next, but this American Pharaoh, as this field continues to warm up. Bishop's Bay, while you look at number 9 in Honor Marie, what do you think would be and Mark Casse also looking on, well represented in the Arkansas Derby, but we just heard from Whit Beckman. Honor Marie, remember, he was only 14-1 in the Kentucky Derby, only 14-1 in the Belmont Stakes. A lot of upside, always highly regarded.
Yeah, and I'd be honest with you, he looks to me like a horse that's just moving freer as a 4-year-old. He didn't always have the greatest action to me as a 3-year-old. I like what I'm seeing from him in the warm-up. Just moving a lot better, a lot stronger behind. And I think he gets some pace in here. Now, Whit just said this is a starting off point. Mm-hmm. I'm sure they want a good effort. It'd be great if he won, but as long as he's finishing and passing horses, I'm sure they'll be happy.
Maggie, patiently waiting. Maycox Bay, Maggie, the Godolphin homebred overlay ignored. Why, and what are you seeing?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's because he was a scratch in much tougher races, including the Essex and the New Orleans Handicap. So maybe it's a negative that Mike Stidham and his crew are choosing what looks to be a softer spot because it's not a graded stakes. Now, look, he's a horse that does get a little hot and washy, which he is today, but he is a horse that also has speed, and that's usually well within the characteristics of a horse who is sharp. So he's okay. I'm a little leery. The board would suggest that as well. But let's take a look at number 3, Ben Duke. John Velasquez aboard. I love what Richie had to say about him, as he's a horse that I just adore. And he warmed up so well with Johnny V aboard. And Johnny is a guy who can kind of get in the head of horses a lot of times. He knows that this horse wants to lug in. So he's going to try to play to that, I'm sure, with a more inside post as well. And Acacia mentioning the bit, or the lack thereof, of a change. Well, a horse that does run the Houghton bit is your favorite, Bishop's Bay. And Lafitte, I know Brad Cox had told you that he can be an aggressive kind of mean horse. He looks lovely out here on track today.
Is this game day? Has his game face on? Does Bishop's Bay and the support of the handicappers 3-2, Richie? What are you looking for right from the start?
Well, I think Bishop's Bay's got to show speed off the break, as does Maycox Bay, and I'm just hoping Ben Duke gets good position going forward in the first turn with Johnny Velasquez and was in calling distance of those leaders.
In honor of the 2015 Arkansas Derby winner and 2015 Triple Crown winner, the American Pharaoh, live from Oaklawn on Fox Sports 1. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Bishop's Bay, offensive-minded, on the lead right away from Maycox Bay, who takes the second spot. The Gray Magic Tap settling in third with Full Screen, and Honor Marie, who's deep. Ben Duke right behind the speed in midfield as they charge into the first turn run. Black Powder is third last early. Liberal Arts on restraint second to last, and very keen behind the speed here. Liberal Arts dropping to the back with Quality Chic as they approach the backstretch run. Not a great deal of pace. It's Bishop's Bay. He's got everything his own way on the lead today, so absolutely no excuses for Bishop's Bay with the ears pricked. Does it well, leads by a length and 3/4. Maycox Bay and the Godolphin Blue running in second. Magic Tap to the inside, then Full Screen. Ben Dugan a good gallop. He's 4 lengths off the pace, a half length in front of Honor Marie, who's 2 better than Quality Chic. Black Powder to the outside, and Liberal Arts still keen on a hold at the back and has no pace to chase as Bishop's Bay approaches the far turn. Still clear, the margin's just a length. Maycox Bay has gotten closer, and they start to pick up the tempo right when they hit the turn. Here comes a 3-furlong sprint to the line now. Bishop's Bay neck in front. Maycox Bay is turning up the pressure, and these two are 3 lengths ahead of Full Screen, who's come under a hard ride, taking third away from Magic Tap. Ben Duke is on the move. He's claiming fourth, getting to the outside for the stretch drive. He's producing a powerful late run as they come to the top of the lane, though. Bishop's Bay, he's got something for the stretch, turns for home in front. Maycox Bay is left behind. Ben Duke into second. Bishop's Bay with a furlong to go. He's in front. Ben Duke, just like his last race, he's trying to shift ground to the inside. He gets to the rail. Bishop's Bay still in the center of the course. He's got a nose lead. Ben Duke coming after him. It's going to be tight here. Bishop's Bay, Ben Duke. Bishop's Bay on the outside wins in a photo finish with Ben Duke. They were so far apart, I thought it was Bishop's Bay, but it was a weird angle, though. It was actually a lot tighter than it looked. Bishop's Bay, Ben Duke on the line together.
Wild finish. Wild finish in the American Pharoah. Lots going on in the stretch. Bishop's Bay in a thriller over Ben Duke.
Bishop's Bay came out a long way from that inside position, and right here, you're going to see Ben Duke have to alter course to his inside. Now, I do think that Bishop's Bay was just clear, but Ben Duke's proclivity to lug in, as well as Bishop's Bay drifting out at the top of the stretch, this was very close. It's an odd angle, but Ben Duke, to me, was the best horse in this race. He doesn't help himself because he's not easy to steer.
The most telling perspective, the head-on, Richie. What's happening?
Well, let's keep an eye on the horse in the lead with the pink skull cap. He's drifting out as Ben Duke is trying to stay outside, and Johnny makes a decision to cut back to the inside there. And that's a shift in momentum. It's going to cost you some momentum. He came with his late run, but Ben Duke is his own worst enemy with that propensity to lug in.
Two world-class riders, two of the best in the business, Flavien Prat, Bishop's Bay, John Velasquez, Ben Duke. What's going through your mind? What's going through the mind of the riders when all that's going on in the stretch here, Richie?
Well, the thing is Johnny had to make a decision. His horse is giving him a hard time, and when you're trying to correct the horse, you're stopping their forward progress. So Johnny said, wait, I think I just got to duck to the inside and hope that I can get there. He was fortunate that there were no other horses inside him because he would have bothered him as dramatic a move to the left as it was. Very difficult, very frustrating, because if Ben Duke runs straight and listens to his rider's cues, I see that I believe he would have run right by Bishop's Bay.
But wait, there's more. A flag on the play. An objection here involving, naturally, the top two finishers in this American Pharoah. Did you see anything that would warrant a foul, potentially warrant a disqualification?
Well, I could see that they could potentially make a change. My personal opinion is, yes, Bishop's Bay drifted out steadily and dramatically, but when Johnny Velasquez altered course to the inside, I think that Bishop's Bay was barely clear, except that they could make a case that Johnny had to steady his stride to make that bold move back towards the inside. It's irrefutable that Bishop's Bay did drift out dramatically from the 3/16 pole to the wire.
Another look here, Richie. Bishop's Bay and Ben Duke. Bishop's Bay in front starts to drift out. Velasquez takes Ben Duke to the inside.
Well, and I do believe that shift, that altering course to the inside, cost Ben Duke just enough when you're beating the nose. This is a tough call. I could see them making a change, but I could also see them saying potentially that Bishop's Bay was barely clear when Ben Duke altered course.
How much of a difference does it make to the stewards that there wasn't this dramatic check from Ben Duke and John Velasquez? He didn't snatch him up. He didn't try to sell it, almost like in the NBA we see a flop from time to time, that he didn't grab him and lose all momentum.
Yeah, well, I think that's a very good point. I think Johnny was still in a position where he thought he could win it outright, so he doesn't want to take that opportunity.
I know why he didn't do it. He still thought he could win. But when you're looking at it, it doesn't look like he has to. He alters course, yes, but he never really loses momentum as it becomes somewhat of a stagger fest late.
Well, I would disagree with the point that he didn't lose momentum. It wasn't dramatic, but when a horse, a 1,000-pound animal, has to shift weight all the way to one direction, they're going to lose momentum. I think it was, if Ben Duke was a horse that would run straight and help his rider, he probably gets bothered by Bishop's Bay, who's going to brush or bump him through the stretch when he's outside of him. The fact that Johnny was having a hard time steering him, he made the decision to go back inside of him. Again, the irrefutable part about this is Bishop's Bay was steadily drifting from the 3/16 pole to the wire.
For our viewers that don't watch the sport on a day-to-day basis, right? Take us through this process, how different it is from other sports. Flag on the field in the NFL, there isn't a debate between player and referee. You do have those conversations that take place now between the officials and the jockeys.
Yeah, you get to plead your case. You're going to get off your horse while the inquiry's up. You're going to go into a booth. You're going to speak with the stewards and explain the way you saw it. The problem is everybody is going to explain it in a way that makes their case. Listen, it sounds hypocritical. I was a jockey. I was very good at speaking to the stewards, felt like maybe I could sway them a bit. But to me, it's akin to in football. They throw a flag, pass interference. They're not going to ask the defender, did you wait till he touched the ball before you hit him? And they're not going to ask the receiver, oh, did he hit you before the ball got there?
To Acacia, who just had a conversation with Johnny Velasquez.
Yeah, tough situation here as Johnny, of course, was aboard the number 3, Ben Duke, and he said what was taking place in the stretch with Bishop's Bay shifting really cost him the race. He said, I totally had to alter course and dive down to the inside, again with that knowledge that his horse, Ben Duke, has the propensity to lean in, thinking it would be a benefit. But as we even talked about before the race, it's the stops and starts, having to alter course like he did, is convinced cost him the race, and the stewards are trying to decide exactly that right now, Lafitte.
Johnny Velasquez says it cost him the race.
Well, I would agree with that assessment, but now it's up to the stewards to decide, was Bishop's Bay just clear? And then it was Johnny's decision to alter course, or was he forced to because that horse was continually drifting into his path? This is a tough one, to be honest with you. And I think that a lot of times when it's this tough, maybe it's just supposed to be left alone.
Great stuff, Acacia, running down Johnny V, getting that comment. If you're Flavien Prat, Richie, how would you sell your case, your side of the story? What would you tell the stewards?
Well, I think you've got to admit and own the fact that, yes, my horse was drifting, but I never made contact with Ben Duke. And Johnny Velasquez on Ben Duke made the decision to go back inside of me. Yes, my horse was drifting, but we never made contact.
I'd love to see exactly what Flavien Prat is saying. Acacia, you had a chance to speak with him as well.
I did. Actually, pretty much exactly what Richie was just saying. Said, yes, my horse, Bishop's Bay, was drifting in the stretch. But one thing I thought that he said was interesting is that, yes, he was clear. He said, I think Johnny on Ben Duke knew that he was beaten at that point and so decided to dive to the inside to try to find an alternate course. So, of course, in this case, both riders arguing their sides. But when you have one horse that has the tendency to lug out and one that has the tendency to lug in, that's when you end up with some situations like this, Lafitte.
Flavien Prat's side of the story on Bishop's Bay, drifting out in the stretch. Flavien's been here before on a much bigger stage. It was the 2019 Kentucky Derby. He had finished second on Country House. Objection, inquiry. In the end, 20-some-odd minutes later, Maximum Security was disqualified, and it was Flavien Prat who wound up in the winner's circle with Country House in a first Kentucky Derby victory.
That was a far more dramatic foul
Little
at that
bit.
point.
What are these moments like? Whether it is a Derby, whether it is an American Fair, what are these moments like? And we can follow that up, but we'll tell you now, no change. No change. Bishop's Bay, the winner of the American Pharoah, 1, 3, 5, 6. Some added drama here, Andy, on this terrific day of thoroughbred racing in Hot Springs.
I tell you, we're overcome on the desk here at Aqueduct. That was so dramatic, and I agreed actually with the sentiments up there. It's unusual I agree with anybody, but we've got 14 maidens here, Sarah, that are going to post. The number 14, Forever to Go, who probably found 7 furlongs a little too far last time out, is the current 9-5 now favorite.
And this is a full field of a lot of unknowns, so it makes some sense to go with a horse who has a race with the ability to get the job done here too back, and even showing the speed that this one has in her dirt starts overall. I went in a different direction towards the first-time starter, the number 12, who's currently sitting at 21-1. Dam side precocity with Cloudy Chance.
Yeah, no money for that one. I like the number 11, who's taking a lot of money in here. Julita, I think, could improve, has to break more cleanly. The first one that's taking a little money, Sarah, is the number 7, Lollipops, that I was a little bit interested in. I think there's a lot of stuff going on in this race.
I think so, too, and I think this is a race that we may be looking back on moving forwards. And surprisingly, the only horse not covered in the pick 6 sequence with the carryover is the number 5, Calissa blinkers do go on this one, a horse with experience. And if you told me only one horse was uncovered, my first guess, or maybe first 5 guesses, would not be this one.
What's interesting is that the pick sixes, the lowest one is $1,800 and change for $1 with a bottom horse, despite a parlay that's barely over $250 for $1. So there's really some good value, and it always seems to be the case when you have logical horse winning in these multi-race races. They're underused because of a lot of people sort of badly playing in these sequences, and the pick sixes are pretty good when you consider how formful it's been today. The biggest price was a 5-to-1 shot earlier, and then it's been some very short prices.
Yeah, absolutely. Always hard to put the sequence together, but certainly a lot of logical types making it up.
No question about it. They're almost in the gate for race number 11, our final race today. These are New York State bred maidens going 6 furlongs. Chris Griffin, he's had a busy day. He's got 14 to call to close it out.
Inamorata is now in. Lollipops and Forever to Go. Forever to Go is in. All set. And they're off. Standing in the gate was Truly Magic, was at the back end of the field, very, very slowly off out of the starting gate. Lined up on the front end as in between horses, here comes Sunshine Lily, and Sunshine Lily's with the early kick. Out wider, Forever to Go is in that early mix too. Joining them as in between horses, there comes Julita, and those 3 across the racetrack. At the rail, it's Turbo Train is now tracking in 4th, 4 furlongs left to go. Further back on the outside, here comes Cloudy Chance, has now secured the 4th position. Back there in 6 is a ridden along Lollipops, fed up with the Fed, starts some momentum mid-pack. Towards the back end of the field there, in the green silks, that's Kalisa, is chased towards the outside. All the meanwhile here, Inamorata is there far, far back. Also, Night Jasmine is towards that tail end of the field. Dear Moon is back there with Patience and Grace, and Tisn't anymore. The trailer, they reach the top of the stretch. Julita is in front. Forever to Go up on the outside, ready to pounce, and now Forever to Go is trying to open up on these leaders. Cloudy Chance has some momentum, is on the grandstand side. Cloudy Chance is running after the leader, Forever to Go. Also fed up with the Fed from out of nowhere at 20-1. A 16th left to go. Forever to Go is looking for the line. Fed up with the Fed. Lane Luzzy in time. Fed up with the Fed wins it over Forever to Go. Then came a tight photo. That was Cloudy Chance with the oncoming strides of Dear Moon in a photo. Final running time, 1 minute 12.88 seconds. Fed up with the Fed at 20-1.
Another tough beat for Forever to Go, this time dealing at a pretty demanding pace featuring 3 of the runners. The number 6, Fed Up with the Fed, the long shot, Lane Luzzy. Another win for him today, gets the right trip and is able to accelerate as the field was falling apart in the late stages.
Well-timed ride by this one, and this is a horse that was just making her 2nd start and didn't really show a ton in that debut, but got the right kind of setup. And here, as you mentioned, the pace started coming apart late. Another good effort by Forever to Go, who went off as your favorite, but another 2nd place finish.
And owned by one of my favorite outfits, the Very Unstable. Always been one of my favorite outfits, and it makes me think of the late Richie O'Connell, who trained a lot of horses for Very Unstable. I know Richie would appreciate that that mention there. Of course, Richie Migliori rode a lot of good horses. Richard O'Connell, Wanderkin being one of them, and of course, he also the trainer of Thunder Rumble. But a big one to close it out, and this long shot was covered in the pick 6, just like everybody but the 5. Gets it done. Lane Luzzy, who had a very nice win earlier today at a 1 3/8, gets it done. Acacia standing by with the winning rider of the American Pharoah overnight.
No. I bet I don't. Well, she's got to run up
and
there.
Here with jockey Flavien Pratt, who does survive that objection and the inquiry there with Bishop's Bay. Flavien, just take me through a little bit. I know that you said, yes, there was drifting, but talk me through the trip with Bishop's Bay in here.
Trip was good overall. He jumped very well out of the gate. So, you know, from the 1 hole, I can use him to get a good position.
I'm actually right here. They want me right
traveling
here.
well all the way around, and just like last time, he did drift out a bit. I mean, he did drift out, and but luckily I was clear, And when Johnny's horse came on the inside, he felt him and went on. So
Let the horses come in.
He gets the win today, and wanted to ask you a little bit later in the Arkansas Derby about Publisher. Adding blinkers, how do you think that will help him to potentially stay out of some trouble today?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think there's a bit more into him than what he has shown.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll like me going with him again, but all right.
You know, had a good gap, and when I asked him to go, he kind of hesitates. And after that, made a good run. So, you know, if we can have a clean trip and with blinkers, hopefully I can move him up.
Thanks, Fabian.
Thank you.
All right, Lafitte, I'm sure Fabian with the blinkers on, hoping for a little bit of a smoother race later in the Arkansas Derby for Publisher.
Legitimate trouble in his last couple of starts. Publisher, normally we wouldn't give this kind of attention to a maiden, a horse who's never, ever won a race in an Arkansas Derby, Richie, but here we are.
Well, I think he's a horse that's shown he has ability. He's just been unlucky, and the feeling from his camp is that he's kind of created some of his own bad luck, not accelerating through gaps. And now with the blinkers, they're hoping that not only will he get to the spot, he'll be able to accelerate through the spot. And the fact that Flavien Prat stays put here, here's a rider that has options. You know, he does do a lot of traveling this time of year,
Yeah, he does.
trying to kind of hone in or identify who his Derby horse is going to be. The fact that he's coming back to ride Publisher as a maiden in the Arkansas Derby, that's a big vote of confidence.
And yeah, he's won a Derby by disqualification. You know he wants to win one outright. Star jockey Flavien Prat aboard Publisher in the Arkansas Derby. But first, the 3-year-old fillies in the fantasy. Quiet side. There she is, tucked away in her stall. Game time approaching. The Honeybee winner, plus the favorite. Simply Joking, lightly raced, loaded with talent. 7 to 5 in the morning line.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Well, the preps will continue, and of course, coming here for the historic Wood Memorial next Saturday. A special show will be on next Saturday, covering all the action here. A multiple stakes that day, the 100th running of the Wood Memorial. The first time I saw the Wood Memorial, I believe, was 1976. So I've actually seen about half of them, Sarah.
I was going to say, were you at the inaugural?
I was at when Bold Forbes in 1976. I think he beat Kojak and Songbird. Not Songbird. Songkisser in that race. The Wood Memorial is always a fun race, but we've got the 4 final preps, UAE Derby, who almost produced a Derby winner last year and broke the string. Going to be a lot of fun here next weekend, the 100th running of the Wood Memorial. There's Dave Donk, keeping the faith with the Jets, getting in the winner's circle. A very nice trip and a very nice ride for Lane Luzzy to get the money with those very unstable silks.
Just excellent timing. He sensed the pace was honest up front, and he was able to set this horse up for a great off-the-pace run to get the victory over Forever to Go, who really did the dirty work in here, but just has to settle for the minor awards yet again.
Yeah, a tough loss for the number 14 Forever to Go, who really, once again, kind of ran too well to lose. I think even more than last time out, where maybe the last furlong got to her, but he'll get his maiden win eventually. The Fantasy with the one Take Charge the Lady coming out. No surprise, Sarah. It is a 2-horse race. The least surprising thing being that the morning line favorite is not going to be favored here.
Quiet Side just has the credentials more so than Simply Joking, and showing that precocity as a 2-year-old to place in some of those graded stakes races, coming back with that big victory to get that graded stakes win of her own in the Honeybee last time out. She just makes a lot of sense as one that's always had some ability and seems to be putting everything all together at exactly the right time.
It'll be interesting to see what kind of favorites come out or what kind of horses come out of the races today for the Kentucky Oaks and Derby. A Quiet Side right now has to be considered one of the major contenders, but Cornucopian, we'll see what he does today. Win or lose, he is the talk of the Arkansas Derby.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Torpedo Anna off the turn. West Omaha all in second. Recharge done. Candy Isle weakens. Then all things go. It's Torpedo Anna. Furlong to go. Opening up 3. West Omaha second. Tappaginelli third. Torpedo Anna is back in business off the layoff, and she is a dominant winner of the Fantasy. Kentucky Oaks, you bet.
Kentucky Oaks, yeah, she rolled in the Kentucky Oaks as well. The Day a Star was born. Torpedo Anna in last year's Fantasy. What followed, a Horse of the Year campaign, Richie, and today galloping in front of her adoring fans in between races at Oaklawn.
You know, you don't learn a lot from just watching a horse gallop, but What I saw was a more mature mentally Torpedo Anna. You know, last year, if you think about her first start here at Oaklawn, she kind of washed out. She got a little bit hot. Here she was with, 60,000 people here. They were applauding for her. She stayed as cool and calm as can be, and that speaks about a mental maturity that bodes extremely well for a 3-year-old filly that was Horse of the Year coming back as a 4-year-old.
So hard to duplicate the kind of season she had last year and do that in back-to-back years. One race this year. We were here for that. She won the Azeri. What are you expecting from Torpedo Anna in 2025?
Well, obviously another huge campaign, but this 4-year-old division, fillies and mares, older, it's a little deeper than people are giving it credit for. And I think she's going to get a real test in the Apple Blossom.
It'll be right here for her next start in 2 weeks, the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, the most prestigious race for fillies and mares here at Oaklawn Park. Torpedo Anna, who is trained by Kenny McPeak, Acacia. McPeak was hoping to win back-to-back editions of the Fantasy. That's not going to happen. What's the story?
That's right, Lafitte. I got a chance to catch up yesterday with trainer Kenny McPeak, where he did share that Take Charge Milady would be scratching due to a quarter crack, which is pretty much what it sounds like, a little crack in the outside of a horse's hoof. If you think about if you have a split in your nail, the only thing in your fingernail that you can do is wait for that to grow out. And it's the same thing with a horse's hoof. There's aids that can be used, like a patch, which Kenny had mentioned on the outside of the foot, which can be done by a qualified blacksmith, and that can help to ease the healing and to expedite the process. But as a result, poor timing, she will not make this race when tending to that foot, and so we will actually see her a week later in the Ashland at Keeneland instead. So Kenny's saying she will be back at the track quickly, which is a good sign, just unfortunately not in time for the Fantasy today, Lafitte.
The most important aspect, Acacia, not a serious injury, minor setback, and still that dream of another Kentucky Oaks still in the works, bound for the Ashland next week at Keeneland for trainer Kenny McPeak. Meantime, Kentucky Oaks prep races all around here, Richie, not only the Fantasy, but earlier today, the Gulfstream Park Oaks, and as a result, giving us a little bit perspective on the fillies that will be running here, connecting the dots, specifically with Quiet Side.
Yeah, listen, Quiet Side had a very compromised trip in her debut and then came back with a really nice effort to win her prep for the Fantasy. 5G, she's good. She took this field gate to wire, and to me, she's a filly that really kind of points out that Quiet Side's last effort was more than legit. She kept finding. She took heat. She took challenges, and she just kept finding. You could see the size and scope to her when she was making the lead that easy with that, kind of stride and the length of her stride. She stayed on really nicely. Manny Franco picked up the mount. Tyler Gaffalione, we hope he heals up quickly. Broken ankle, but Manny's all of his ample strength was on display there.
How difficult that must be for Tyler Gaffalione or any rider. You've been in that position, a horse you're supposed to ride in a big race, in this case, bright future moving forward, and somebody else is riding that horse because you're nursing an injury.
Yeah, I mean, it hurts. It's disappointing. You know it's a part of the game. You've got to accept it. You don't begrudge the connections. You're happy for the owner, the trainer. But I'd be lying if I didn't say you were sitting on the sidelines just, really gutted, hurt that, man, that's supposed to be me out there. I worked hard to get that mount. I should be in that position. But that's a lot of a jockey. You're an athlete. Staying healthy is a key component as well.
5G on to the Kentucky Oaks. That's what this Fantasy is all about. It's the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies at Oaklawn and Quiet Side. That strength of schedule now. There she is, live in the paddock. Trainer John Ortiz, screen right. She's the favorite. Even money, 18 minutes out to the Fantasy at Oaklawn.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1, downtown Hot Springs. It's a cool town, cool racing town. The energy and enthusiasm this time of year, especially on Arkansas Derby Saturday. Field for the 89th running of the Arkansas Derby. 3-year-olds, potentially Derby-bound 3-year-olds, mile and an eighth, $1.5 million purse. 200 Derby points available, 100 to the winner. Cornucopia, number 9, 1 career start. The 7-5 morning line favorite, the star jockey John Velasquez in the saddle. Johnny V, who has accomplished just about everything a jockey can possibly accomplish in this sport. Except this, surprisingly, he has never won an Arkansas Derby. Maybe that changes today. He does ride Cornucopian, the MIG, with Johnny V earlier today.
John, you picked up the mount on Cornucopian, who was so impressive, breaking his maiden here at Oaklawn. Big step, 6 furlongs to 1 mile and an eighth. What's your biggest concern making that step to 2 turns first time out?
To throw the distance, because he's never gone that distance before. And the second thing is hopefully he get to relax. So, obviously he went very fast, going 3/4. I think it's going to be on the lead, and hopefully I can put my hands down and relax instead of him pulling, and then not have anything. And there's no secret. He's going to be fast. I think he's going to be on the lead, and hopefully I get him to relax.
Well, you had the far outside post. Is that something, his speed, that will help you overcome the post?
I think so. I mean, he's quick enough. I watched the replay. He was very quick out of there. I think it'll be pretty easy going to the lead or going to the first turn. And again, just hopefully he plays well enough that I don't have to gun him out of there from the post position that I have. And hopefully he gets to relax.
Well, if anybody can get him to relax, I know it's you, Johnny.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Guys.
One of the very best all-time, Johnny Velasquez. Why do you think this might be a good fit, Velasquez riding Cornucopian for the first time?
Well, Johnny is just such a cool customer, and you're transmitting that through your hands to the reins, to the bit, which is your brakes and your steering. And Johnny's been in these positions, so it's not like he's going to be excited or the horse is going to pick up on his soft hands, meaning he'll put his hands down, allow the horse to stride into the bit through the reins. Also, the outside post actually helps this horse. And
Why?
I'm not usually a fan of outside post in 2-turn races.
Why?
Because he can just let him gallop down the middle of the track for the first 70 yards, 100 yards, before he has to adjust anything and start angling in. When we work horses out in the morning, when we pick up speed, we angle in. They get conditioned to that. So Johnny's going to have the opportunity to let him run straight until he feels like he has him in a comfortable rhythm before he has to start angling in. No pressure from the outside.
Cornucopian, 1 start. Morning line favorite for the Arkansas Derby. Those are the 3-year-old boys. Time now for the 3-year-old fillies. Looking at quiet side, even money. Maggie Wolfendale, what are you noticing from these sophomore fillies as we gear up for the fantasy?
And Lafitte, as you were talking about the Derby, well, this fantasy having major implications for the first Friday in May. Of course, the Kentucky Oaks, as we saw the winner, of course, your three-year-old filly champion and horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, win this race last year. But as we take a look at quiet side, she has tussled with some of the best in the game. You would have to think Good Cheer, which appears on her past performances lines, is going to be the Kentucky Oaks favorite as she remains undefeated with her win in New Orleans last week. But looking at quiet side, she is a little bit of a high-strung filly, but John Ortiz and his crew know how to deal with her. They saddle her on the walk. I remember in Saratoga last year as a 2-year-old, she would really get frazzled in that paddock there. She has kept it together beautifully, considering there's a lot of loud noises going on here. There's a lot of energy at this Oaklawn racetrack today, but she looks fantastic. And you can really tell that this is a 2-horse race, at least on paper, and when you look at them physically, because we'll get to number 7, Simply Joking now. They just look like they breathe different air. Looking at them physically than their competition. And what's odd about Simply Joking is that she's a daughter of Practical Joke, and he was a bit better going shorter, and it seems as though his progeny is better going shorter. But she won her second start in that Silver Bullet Day going 1 mile and 70 yards, albeit controlling on the front end, but she's built like a filly that can handle this distance. She's got more scope to her frame. She's got a bit more leg than I see from your average practical joke. And she looks fit and strong. And she's a classy customer, as she was sidelined and meant to run in the Rachel Alexandra, but did come up with a temperature in the days leading up to that race. So Whit Beckman trying to get her back on track here today. Now, if you're looking for a bomb, maybe to sneak in underneath, a horse that caught my eye was number 3, Kinsey Queen. Love what we've seen from the McKinseys in his first crop. And Greg Compton actually claimed this horse for $50,000. I caught up with him. He said, honestly, this was not my first choice to run in this fantasy. I was looking at a starter allowance at Keeneland, which she would have galloped in. But he said, look, there's 2 very nice fillies in here and maybe just one with Quiet Side. If I can get black type, I've infinitely increased my filly's value, and she looks phenomenal here, guys. Really like what I'm seeing from this filly, and obviously she's proven that she's well-versed at this distance.
Great stuff, Maggie. Black type. Richie, I've never watched a horse race in my life. What does that mean?
It means when a horse is placed or wins a stakes race on their catalog page for a sales ring, it's in bold type, black type. And it signifies that a horse has competed at the highest level and been successful at the highest level. So particularly for fillies and mares, when they are placed in a grade 2 stake, this is the second highest division we race in North America, grade 1 being the highest. When she's going to have foals, it'll say in the sales catalog, if a foal is selling, this horse was out of a mare that was grade 2 placed or grade 2 winner, and that increases the value of not only the mare, but the foals that she's subsequently going to produce. So black type is very, very important, particularly with fillies and mares.
And this grade 2 fantasy, Maggie referenced Good Cheer, the division leader right now. If the Kentucky Oaks was tomorrow, she would be the heavy favorite. I want to ask you in a moment about how much discrepancy there is between her and everyone else, but first we check in with Acacia, standing by live.
And to wrap up on the number 7, Simply Joking, that undefeated yet very lightly raced, as Maggie mentioned. She is a classy filly. However, I'm watching her out here on the infield turf, and she has definitely become more spicy, especially as they're about to get a leg up with her rider, Jamie Torres, now. And after speaking to her trainer, Whit Beckman, before Honor Marie ran, I commented to him how she's also so versatile. The fact that she won closing first time out and then wired the field last time out using her speed. And he said, training, she's so even. He said, I don't even care what kind of tactics she uses today. Her versatility is a huge weapon because she can really be placed anywhere in the race, Lafitte.
Simply Joking, Acacia, second choice, the morning line favorite. Not making any comparisons, but it was Torpedo Anna last year. 3 starts in her career. 3-year-old debut was in this fantasy. For Simply Joking, 2 starts in her career. She has run this year, but just a 3rd career start, as we mentioned early in the show. Fantasy, Arkansas Derby, morning line favorites combined 3 overall starts. It's crazy.
Well, and Simply Joking broke her maiden in a stakes race, and she was less than 3-1 there. So she has tipped her hand early on that she could run in her training.
But the favorite is Quiet Side, trained by John Ortiz, standing by live with Acacia.
And they've done a great job bringing her along. Johnny, we know she's a high-energy filly, but what have you seen from her today coming into this and off the back of a big effort?
You know, I've seen that she's been very professional today. Walked up like a queen. Was nice and cool in the paddock. The paddock's a little bit warm, but she didn't break into a sweat. She got a little excited coming out here in the infield, but I mean, so did I. So we'll see. She's in best shape I've ever seen her.
She was able to really be in a good position with an outside post last time out. Tactically, where do you see her today?
Well, I think we got a perfect post today. We're down in the middle of the track. You know, just got to play it from the break. Let Jose make the judge if he wants to go straight to the lead or just set off the pace again.
For John Ed Anthony and those iconic silks that we do see now is shortly stable. How meaningful is it running a filly like this in big days at Oaklawn?
You know, having John Ed behind me, it's you know, it's amazing. I love his support. He's been a mentor to me, helping me get my operation going, especially in these kind of big races. And you know, I'm honored to be a part of this historic outfit.
Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
John Ed Anthony, who they referenced, a stalwart owner in Arkansas for decades, owner of Quiet Side.
Yeah, I mean, he is just written through the history of Oaklawn Park and racing here in Arkansas. And actually, on my many drives around here, about 1.5 miles from here, there is Shortleaf Stable, just a beautiful show place.
Formerly Loblolly, now Shortleaf. Horses like Van Landingham, Pine Bluff, Preakness Winner comes to mind. You're going to see some of these fillies here on Fox Sports 1, but it's time to find your remote control. Do not kill the messenger. We are stepping aside on our coverage here on Fox Sports 1. You can and will see the fantasy on Fox Sports 2, and we are saying goodbye to our FS1 audience in just a matter of moments. So much more on the fantasy and the fantasy itself over on Fox Sports 2 as our coverage continues here from Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs. Marquee day of the year, Arkansas Derby this evening. I'm told we have about, do you have any, intriguing stories that you can provide to our audience in 20 seconds that we have to say goodbye here?
Well, we had the Temperance Hill Stakes yesterday, and that was a Loblolly horse. So
1980 Belmont Stakes winner, those famed Loblolly colors, quiet side, 4-5 favorite. Now we're saying goodbye. We'll see you over on Fox Sports 2, the fantasy in 5 minutes. Hello to our audience on Fox Sports 2. Post-parade, you're looking at the fillies in the fantasy with those precious Kentucky Oaks points on the line. Baytown Butterfly pictured would be a shock.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to have to find a race that just we haven't seen that would be competitive here.
Princess Aaliyah just graduated in her 5th career start.
I think this filly's actually improving. Her Grand Dam winning colors won the Kentucky Derby in 1988.
Gunnin', Flavian Pratt. Big afternoon looking for a 4th win.
Put together a couple nice runs in Houston at Sunland Park. This is considerably tougher.
The fillies in the fantasy, Oaklawn's marquee event for 3-year-old fillies. The $750,000 purse, grade 2. And for those who perform well, who earn enough points, a spot in the Kentucky Oaks starting gate on the first Friday in May.
Yeah, we have the Run for the Roses in the first Saturday in May. Well, the fillies for the Lilies on the first Friday in May every year. So this is a good barometer. And listen, last year this race produced your Horse of the Year and Kentucky Oaks winner, Torpedo Anna.
Star was born in the fantasy. How productive will this year's fantasy be? We start with the favorite, In Quiet Side. Odds-on favorite in the Martha Washington. She was turned away. Not the case in the Honeybee. Ignored by the handicappers. 10-1. She goes out and does this, Richie.
Well, it was a tale of two trips. In the Martha Washington, a lot of stops and starts. In the Honeybee, continuity. Jose Ortiz worked her at the fairgrounds. John Ortiz did a very smart thing. We were having some weather at Oaklawn at that period of time, interrupting training. He shipped her down to fairgrounds so he can continue training her without those interruptions. And Jose Ortiz got familiar with her there, and she delivered her best performance of her career in the Honeybee, and there could be another step forward.
And that race looking that much more impressive now. You saw the filly chasing her. Gorgeous aerial scenic there, bird's eye view, Oaklawn Park getting closer to the fantasy. The filly chasing Quiet Side, 5G, went to South Florida and won Gulfstream's biggest race for 3-year-old fillies, Gulfstream Park Oaks. She's bound for the Run for the Lilies.
And honestly, as well as 5G ran and tried Quiet Side in the Honeybee, it never looked like she was going to get to her. Quiet Side held 5G off every step of the way through the stretch.
So let's say good cheer is the barometer. She's 6 for 6. Fairgrounds Oaks winner last week. She's the Torpedo Anna of this year. For now, right?
Sure.
I'm going to get that question. I'm going to get an answer out of you at one point, Richie. Before post time, I'm asking you that question. But here is simply joking. Just the 2 starts. She was the morning line favorite. What have you seen in her first 2 efforts?
Well, the fact that she was able to break her maiden first time out in a stake sprinting. So she was facing horses that had already done something she hadn't done. Win a race. And then she stretched right out to 2 turns in the Silver Bullet Day. Now, this was that help her cause? I don't know, but she... And that's the toughest jump a horse can make, to go from a 6-furlong race to a 2-turn race. And this is another jump now, from a listed stake to a grade 2 stake.
Jamie Torres aboard. He's won a race on a big stage. Sees the gray for trainer Dwayne Lucas aboard Simply Joking here as we check in with Maggie standing by.
Silly. All right, we'll take a look at these horses getting their warm-ups out on the racetrack, and we'll start with one that finally broke through and broke her maiden, and that's Princess Alaya here. Sorry, I just had a big gallop over to this area of the racetrack. But Nick Vora is aboard for the coach, who they just pulled off a big win in the Virginia Derby with Innovator, and he's well on his way to the Kentucky Derby starting gate. So we'll see if this filly is able to stamp her ticket to the Kentucky Oaks. And looking at her, she is big, she is good looking, and I'm wondering if she is one that is really kind of finding her way, getting her confidence, and just, you know, becoming a better horse, as I really am liking what I'm seeing from her out here on the racetrack. As we'll also check in with your favorite quiet side. As we've talked about, yes, she can get a little bit hot, but she's handling herself beautifully out here today. And look, Torpedo Anna, she got really hot and washy and frazzled before going into the gates of the fantasy, and she still won. And quiet side really keeping it together beautifully here. So all things good for your favorite, Lafitte.
Quiet side, Maggie, there she is. Jose Ortiz aboard. And to ride Sandman for the first time later this evening in the Arkansas Derby. Collectively, these 3-year-old fillies in this fantasy, how good do you think they are from a big picture Kentucky Oaks perspective, if that undefeated monster filly Good Cheer is the standout?
Well, she's undefeated, Good Cheer, and you have to respect that. She doesn't know how to lose yet. Right? She just does whatever's asked of her. Whatever challenge is put in front of her, she responds to it. Quiet Side has run against the best consistently throughout her career and has never run a bad race. I mean, you know, two wins, 3 seconds, a third. And I thought her last start really signified a step forward from her. Simply Joking's the unknown quality. She's obviously got a lot of ability, but she doesn't have the same seasoning, the same foundation that a horse like Quiet Side does. We're going to find out in a few moments if Simply Joking's talent is just that superior, that she could do this just in her 3rd career start.
Our viewers watching, how will they know if things are going well for Quiet Side early on? What does a good first half of this fantasy look like for Quiet Side?
She needs to come out running. She doesn't want to get caught in a position like she did in the Martha Washington, where there were stops and starts. There was no continuity to her run. She was behind horses. She tried to move up the rail. She had a steady. She backed out, came again. You want continuity with a filly like this. And last time, breaking from outside post, she was able to clear enough to get over and lay second in the clear. And it worked out that perfect trip for her where there was no stops and starts.
Preakness winning jockey picture, Jamie Torres aboard Simply Joking. What does he want to establish? What is mission accomplished for him in the first part of this fantasy?
Well, I think that kind of the same deal with her. She needs to be forward. I mean, she hasn't had to overcome a lot of adversity yet, right? She hasn't taken a huge amount of kickback. And last time, stretching the 2 turns in the Silver Bullet Day at Fairgrounds, she went right to the lead. I think her best go is, if she's not on the lead, to be clear, free of that dirt being thrown back in her face.
How a filly qualifies for the Kentucky Oaks. There you see the point distribution, 100 to the winner. These races, yes, it's a Grade 2 event. It's a prestigious race, Richie, a $750,000 purse. But do jockeys ever approach any differently when, in the end, this is a qualifier? This is a prep for the main event 5 weeks from now at Churchill Downs.
You know, it's a great question, because I think when you're on one of the favorites, you don't look at it that way. You're just all out to win. When you're on a horse that's more of a fringe play or a longer shot, I want to ride them perfect. And if I could be 3rd, at least I'm getting my connections, the points they may need to gain a berth in the starting gate.
Last year, stirring effort from eventual Horse of the Year Kentucky Oaks winner Torpedo Anna. What will we see in the fantasy? 3-year-old fillies, 200 Oaks points available, 100 to the winner, $750,000 purse. Matt Dinneman with the load and call post time for the fantasy live on Fox Sports 2.
Running and gunning to the outside post. We're ready to go in the fantasy. And they're off. California Sunset was off slowly. Simply Joking up on the pace today with Princess M2, who's not far off, is going to take a hold here. Quiet Side a little bit keen between those two, and now Simply Joking crossing to the rail, leads the way into the clubhouse turn, is cleared off a length and a half from Quiet Side, who takes second, Princess M2 third. Necessity in the fourth position in the green cap is running 2 lengths off the pace, another length back to Baytown Butterfly in the gray Princess Cella. 2 more to Runnin' and Gunnin'. California Sunset second to last, has 1 runner beat early, and that's Kinsey Queen. 8 lengths from first to last as they swing up the backstretch in the Fantasy. The undefeated Simply Joking leads by a neck, but the favorite Quiet Side keeping the pressure on hard, and these two are a neck apart. Simply Joking with the ears pricked, a neck in front of Quiet Side. Princess M2 down on the inside in a pocket third. Necessity, those two run as a pair. Another 2 lengths to Princess Aaliyah. She's racing alone. Baytown Butterfly, the first one under pressure, gives way. Looks like she's called it an afternoon. Running and Gunning, running 7 lengths, or now 8 lengths behind, and is shoved upon around the turn here. Coming back to the lead. The top 2 are squaring off. The 2 top choices in the wagering are going at it. Simply Joking on the inside, nudged along to keep going. Quiet Side alongside, and these 2 are 6 lengths clear of the others. It's a match race coming off the turn between Simply Joking and Quiet Side. Simply Joking, Jaime Torres on the inside. Outside, it's Jose Ortiz and Quiet Side in a ding-dong battle with 1 furlong to go. Quiet Side on the outside, neck in front now. Simply Joking, resilient from the rail. Quiet Side digging in. She's got a half-length lead, and she has the Fantasy victory. Quiet Side off to the Kentucky Oaks after back-to-back wins here at Oaklawn. Simply Joking second. Running and Gunning picked up pieces third. Princess M2 was fourth.
The roar from the crowd on this massive day of racing at Oaklawn Park. What a horse race, what a show. Quiet Side wearing down Simply Joking in the 2025 Fantasy Stakes. Richie, what happened at the start?
Well, they got the trips they wanted. Jose Ortiz on Quiet Side. Keep an eye on him. Number 5, Simply Joking, breaks sharply, is sent to the lead by Jose Torres. But the move here was Jose Ortiz got up in there, got his position, and he's going to let him clear. And watch how quickly and adeptly he eases to her outside. Now he's got his spot. He's happy. Now he can control it from there when he applies the pressure on Simply Joking. And he took it to her leaving the half-mile pole. And this was 2 fillies throwing it down, giving their all. This is everything good about horse racing right here. Tactically, 2 riders riding extremely sound races, all of their physical skills on display, and Quiet Side making her 7th start gets the best of Simply Joking. But it was Jose Ortiz putting that pressure on Jaime Torres, and Simply Joking that made the difference.
Maggie, horseback with fantasy winning jockey Jose Ortiz.
Jose, you took it to Simply Joking, who was cruising along on the front end. Talk a little bit about the fight you just got into with your main rival, Simply Joking, and prevailing.
Yeah, I mean, knew she was the other horse of the race, so when I broke good and I was able to tip out right here on the first turn, I knew it was a two-horse race, and I just tried to apply as much pressure as I could without using too much, saving some for the end. But, you know, all the credit goes to John and his team. Have it ready. She's peaking at the right time, and we are very excited about the Oaks.
I was just going to say, also saving a little bit for that?
I mean, today she had to run. It was a dogfight in the stretch, but hopefully she shipped now to Kentucky and recover well. But that's John's job. I worry about riding. He's doing an amazing job training her. So. You're
doing a great job riding her, Jose. I do want to ask you quickly about Sandman, who you will be aboard in the Arkansas Derby. First time on him. Any kind of game plan that you've talked over with trainer Mark Cassidy?
Well, you know, Mark doesn't say much. Obviously, he's a closer, but if he breaks good and put me a little bit closer, I won't be mad, you know. Hopefully he does. Seems like the track's playing speed since they harrow it, so I'm a little worried about that, but let's see what happens next race.
I have confidence you can get him out of there cleanly today, Jose. Best of luck with him. Congrats. So a Quiet Side well on her way to Kentucky.
Thank you, Maggie.
Guys.
Well, Maggie, I'm joined by winning trainer John Ortiz. Johnny, you can take a deep breath now. What a horse race that was.
That was very exciting. I mean, an incredible battle down the stretch. Couldn't ask for a better performance.
I know there were some comments that Quiet Side was kind of where you wanted to be on the racetrack last time out. How validating to see how much she fought today.
You know, it's the first time that she's had a challenge, down the stretch like that, where she had to win like that. She laid it all out. Again, you see the development and the improvement from one race to another. It's all paid off to here. And now we're excited for the next race.
Kentucky Oaks?
Absolutely.
Good luck and congratulations here.
Thank you.
Lafitte, on to Kentucky.
You see it on his face, hear it in his voice, just how proud, and the embrace there, how proud John Ortiz is of his filly, laying it down, that slugfest, that cutthroat duel to the wire with a really good filly. And that's the thing, sometimes we don't know how horses are going to respond when a horse race becomes a dogfight, when push becomes shove and a horse gets shoved. Will they shove back? That filly will shove you back.
She showed she has fight in her. You know, there's a lot of horses can throw a punch. How many can take a punch? Well, she threw and took and just kept fighting. Masterful job by both John Ortiz and Jose Ortiz, who just riding that tightrope, applying enough pressure on Simply Joking without overdoing it, keeping her, in his sights. And how about John Ortiz? He grew up in the shadow of Belmont Park. His dad was working for Bill Mott. He's been around the racetrack since he's a little kid. I remember seeing him run around, and he should be very, very proud of the way he's developed this filly.
Young trainer, extremely talented horseman, and for the next 5 weeks, and the dreams of winning one of the biggest races in the sport, the Kentucky Oaks at Churchill Downs, and with Quiet Side, who really feels like she's coming into her own.
I just feels like she's really put it together. Off of that, less than stellar trip in the Martha Washington, a nice effort in the Honeybee, comes back, follows it up with this effort. And the key to it is being tactical, being able to get her position going forward, get her spot. This was a tremendous horse race. I'm here on set. I felt like a kid again.
And this crowd really came alive.
It really
came alive.
Those iconic short-leaf stable colors have just had so much success and written their own chapter, I won't say paragraph or page, their own chapter in the history of Oaklawn Park.
Pine Bluff, we saw him in the winner's circle of the Preakness back in the early 90s. Well, we see those colors in the winner's circle of the Kentucky Oaks. First things first, Fasig-Tipton. Winner's circle lead and brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton April digital sale on digital.fasig-tipton.com. Bidding opens this Thursday and closes Tuesday, April 8th. Fantasy in the books, Quiet Side, onward and upward. Next stop, Churchill Downs, the run for the Lilies and the Kentucky Oaks. And still ahead, the marquee event. And Bob Baffert back in the Derby mix. Suspension over. He's already won 6 Kentucky Derbies and now a 2-time Triple Crown winner as well. He has the morning line favorite, Cornucopian, in his second career start, next in the Arkansas Derby.
Charge It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, Building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Crowd still buzzing after what the 60,000 plus just saw here in the stretch of the Fantasy. 2 top-class fillies throwing it down. Quiet Side on the outside, simply joking, doing everything she could, unwavering on the inside, but in the end, too much Quiet Side. Back-to-back graded stakes victory. Fist pump Jose Ortiz on to the Kentucky Oaks and John Ed Anthony. So much success over the years, specifically here at Oaklawn Park, and another chance, another shot at a Kentucky Oaks with Quiet Side.
Well, especially for somebody that breeds his own horses like John Ed Anthony does with Shortleaf Stable. This has to be so gratifying. Not only does he get to campaign Quiet Side at the top level, but eventually he can look forward to her producing her offspring and see what they do. John Ed Anthony, somebody that has just been vested in this game for decades.
He owned a post-time Kentucky Derby favorite in Demons Be Gone back in 1987. Van Landingham, one that comes to mind. The Preakness we mentioned with Pine Bluff, Prairie Bayou, another Preakness winner. Most of his success with male thoroughbreds. This time with a filly in Quiet Side, who again is seeming to come into her own at just the right time. We haven't seen a speed figure, obviously, but based on what you've seen in her last 2 starts, is she good enough to compete at that level? Good enough to compete with a good cheer in the Oaks?
Oh, absolutely, and particularly with the fact that she's getting her position going forward, setting up her trip, creating her trip. What shouldn't be lost in this is just simply joking, lost nothing in defeat. I mean, in her 3rd start to be that game against a filly that had more seasoning, more conditioning in Quiet Side. These 2 fillies put a lot of separation on the 3rd place finisher. I thought it was a stellar performance by both.
I'm going to ask you to speculate. Do you think Simply Joking goes on to the Kentucky Oaks?
You know, that's a great question. I don't have an answer. I mean, it'll depend, I guess, on how she comes out of the race and what her connections are thinking. You know, it's a long season. There's a lot of great racing beyond the Kentucky Oaks. Obviously, one of the most important races for 3-year-old fillies, but there's also races in the future like the Alabama.
And we have a race in the future, very near future, here at Oaklawn Park. It is the 89th running of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, $1.5 million, richest of all Derby preps. This I wanted to see. Early wagering. Where's the money going? How do the handicappers feel about these 3-year-olds? And there you have it at the bottom. Cole Battle, 2-1. Cornucopian, 2-1 co-favorites.
And Sandman right in behind them at 5-2. So yeah, they're certainly keying on them. The maiden publisher taking considerable support as well. I'm in the Cole Battle camp. This horse has won me over, watching him train, speaking with Lonnie Briley. By the way, somebody who has been respected within the industry for decades. You know, the public might not be as familiar with him because he was more of the behind-the-scenes guy. Broke all of John Franks' yearlings, used to pick out a lot of his horses at the sales. John Franks, for people who don't know, was a leading owner in North America for number of years. I think something like 10 years. And Lonnie Briley was one of the guys behind the scenes to that success. It's now this horse is putting him center stage.
We've touched on the David and Goliath aspect of this story. I don't know if it's so much about the horses, but the trainers involved. Lonnie Briley, yes, but here's the trainer standing in his way. 6-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer Bob Baffert, home away from home, you bet. Going back to his first ever Derby prep starter here at Oaklawn Park, going back to 2010, winning that Southwest with Conveyance. Since then, 6 more victories in the Southwest, Secret Circle and Castaway. Wins in the Rebel, yeah, that's an all-time record. 8 Rebel victories, looking at Lucky defeated in the Derby, bounced back to win the Preakness Stakes, and in this Arkansas Derby, tied for all-time wins with Todd Pletcher. 5 victories for the time being. In total, Bob Baffert has started 45 3-year-olds in this Derby prep series, right? You know how hard it is to win in this sport, especially at the highest level. 20 of those have won. 20 of the 45 winding up with a winner's circle for trainer Bob Baffert, home away from home here at Oaklawn Park. This path towards the Triple Crown, and the numbers themselves, the 15 starters in multiple races. He had multiple starters, Richie. So it's actually 8 favorites in 12 starts in this Arkansas Derby for Baffert. The 3-year-olds he sends here typically perform at a very high level. The numbers bear out.
The numbers bear out. And listen, Bob knows what it takes to win these kind of races. Not only the kind of horse it takes, but how to condition him for it. And he knows the horses, too, that will ship well, handle the rigors of that, the stress of a new place. He's got the formula. And the Kentucky Derby Trail, the Triple Crown Trail, I should say, gets infinitely more interesting with Bob Baffert involved.
And the horse Baffert trains. Live look at Cornucopian. His debut here in the Rebel Stakes, that one start. Andy and Sarah with us in studio in New York. Cornucopian making his way over. What are you both expecting from Cornucopian today in the Arkansas Derby?
Well, the first thing I think we're expecting is that he'll be odds-on by post time, looking at the multi-race payouts. He's an overwhelming favorite. We just saw, I think, at even money or 4-5 win, the double is paying $6.40 for $2. An overwhelming favorite. I don't know. I mean, what do I hope, Sarah? I hope that he wins impressively, because I can't wait to then bet against him in the Kentucky Derby. That's actually my dream scenario. I'll lose the Derby regardless, but at least I might have some value.
You'll find a way, right?
Right.
You always want to take horses that are trying something new for the first time, and he's going to be trying several new things for the first time in here with distance, class, etc., and only his second start. You don't want to take them at short prices, and while he certainly has a lot of talent and ability, as well as the pedigree to stretch out in distance effectively, you just sort of want to see how he's going to handle all of these things being thrown at him against some horses who have more stakes-type credentials and routing credentials than he does.
On the other hand, he has shown brilliance in his one start, and he's coming from a trainer that has proven that he can do things like this. Looking at his second-time starters that stretched out in graded stakes off of maiden wins, he wins at a high percentage, around 40%, with his reasonable number of stars over the last 5 years. The ROI is around $1.77, which is actually very good. It suggests they're really fairly priced. He is going to fit that category because he's very likely to be under even money. People looking now may see 2-1 and think, I want to bet him now, and that's a very understandable feeling. There's two different things. There is talking about races and seeing what you can learn from them, which is about the preps, but it's also betting. And I don't know about you, Sarah, I could never bet him at 4-5.
No, absolutely not. And 3-year-olds and up in grade 1, stretching out on dirt, it's only 2 for 9. It's not a common move. Doesn't mean he can't do it, but at a short price, not for me.
Graded stakes overall, he's done pretty well. We have more to come. We'll take a quick break.
Welcome back to our viewers on Fox Sports 1. Live look, Oaklawn Park. You're back in time. You missed a really good fantasy. Hopefully we'll have a chance to recap, but you're back in time for the Arkansas Derby. Just to reset, this is Oaklawn's signature race. It is a final dress rehearsal for these 3-year-olds gearing up for the Kentucky Derby in 5 weeks at Churchill Downs. We're about 24 minutes to post, and this is a story. This is something you just don't see. A horse by the name of Cornucopian. He is trained by Bob Baffert, the 6-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer. Richie trying to win this Arkansas Derby in his second career start. How out of the box, how rare is this?
Well, it is rare, but it's not uncharted territory for Bob Baffert. He did it with a horse named Taba, broke his maiden in a 6-furlong maiden race, and his next start won the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby, a big Kentucky Derby prep Grade 1 in his second start. So it's not uncharted territory, but it is rare.
Co-favored for the time being, Cole Battle. They'll break side by side, 2-1 with about 24 minutes to post. 9 strong is the field. Last year, we watched Mystic Dan. He did not win the Arkansas Derby. He ran 3rd, and then 5 weeks later captured the Run for the Roses. Richie, collectively, not just looking at, not from a who's going to win this Arkansas Derby, the Razorback marching band putting on a show for the big crowd at Oaklawn. How do you think these 3-year-olds stack up with the upper echelon of 3-year-olds with Derby aspirations?
Oh, I think they're certainly right in that upper echelon. You know, we've seen some good performances here, and they've been backed up by horses coming back and running well. Cole Battle, the horses he's faced, coming back. Speed King. This is a solid group of young horses. And the thing that people should never forget is that they're developing. They're changing at this period of their lives. And obviously horses, it's an accelerated rate. But I always liken it to people. You know, the best athlete starting high school, not necessarily the best athlete coming out of high school. And at this accelerated rate, horses can change in 2-3 months' time. We can go back to Wayne Lucas with Charismatic. who was running in a claiming race a few months before he won the Kentucky Derby, but he got to Kentucky and he started to blossom. We're seeing that in front of our eyes here.
And in front of our eyes, we're seeing the Razorback marching band, despite the devastating loss Thursday night by the basketball team in the NCAA men's basketball tournament, not able to advance in that overtime loss to Texas Tech. The band still doing their thing with 22 minutes to post until the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. Excellent, excellent work. University of Arkansas Razorback Marching Band putting on a show for this crowd in that big race, big game feel for this marquee event of thoroughbred racing in Hot Springs, the Arkansas Derby, with a trip to the Kentucky Derby on the line. Plus, the feel-good story of this road to the Derby. Trainer Lonnie Briley said he never thought he'd be here. He'd never have a horse this good, but he does. Cole Battle, the current co-favorite for the Arkansas Derby. Excitement builds on this picture perfect Saturday afternoon. Arkansas Marching Band picture perfect. Moments ago, as the festivities continue and we get closer to the Arkansas Derby. You know, the people in this sport that get involved in so many different ways. Some are born into this sport. Some get involved very later in life, such as the case with Coal Battle's owner, Robbie Norman, a former Alabama grocery store owner to now the owner of one of the best 3-year-olds in the country, potentially bound for the Run for the Roses.
My father was a very talented young man. Right after he graduated, I was born, and shortly thereafter, he had major brain surgery. He passed away at 53, and his dream was to be in the grocery business. And so one of the greatest things that I was ever able to do was allow him the last few years of his life for us to have our own grocery store. To give him that gift has always meant so much to me. You know, my father was also a Southern Baptist minister. Divorce was not something that I was raised up around or was really accustomed to it. But there again, like his health issues, life sometimes throws you curveballs. And so I was at an apartment after the divorce, and I was flipping through the channels one night, and it was the horse racing channel, and then they did a documentary on Union Rags. That's when the idea sprang in my mind that I was going to buy a racehorse and win the Kentucky Derby and do all these great things.
You know, he got it all, good shoulder, good hip.
I'm glad we got him. Now, we met Lonnie the first year we got into racing. We wanted somebody that was honest and somebody that would help people that had basically zero knowledge, and that was us. You know, we depended on everybody 100%, you know.
Give me that ball, boy. Huh? You don't want to let me have it, huh?
Coal Battle's that dream that you never thought was going to happen. Lonnie went to the Texas sale. I knew Coal Battle was his favorite. I was going to buy Lonnie that horse, so he stopped at 70, but I was willing to make him the sale topper that day. For him to have that opportunity to have a good horse because he knows what a good horse is, that means all the world to me.
Coal Battle, 16th left for the Rebel Stakes win. Coal Battle, the story continues, this fantastic story.
Look what he's turned into, over $1 million made. That was one of the best decisions in horse racing that I've ever made. You think he's ready? It goes back to my father, always surrounding yourself with good people.
Simple twist of fate. Channel surfing, watching television, an interest in the sport, Robbie Norman, and here he is, the owner of that colt, Coal Battle, second choice for this Arkansas Derby, second choice with about 14 minutes to post. The people surrounding Coal Battle, the people closest to Coal Battle, Acacia, all from different walks of life, and it's the horse bringing them all together.
And these are the kinds of stories, Lafitte, that make us love this game. When you look at Coal Battle coming over here offside, holding the shank is his regular exercise rider and assistant to Lonnie Briley, Bethany Taylor, who's worked for Lonnie on and off for 15 years and has been a big part of the operation the last several years, traveling with all of the runners and particularly being really hands-on with Coal Battle, working him every morning, getting on him. She said, you have to bring him out. She said, I can stand anywhere from 20 to 40 minutes out on the track, just letting him observe, take everything in, and then go about his business out in training. And she said he's a very intelligent horse, one that has a lot of gas and has a lot of gears in there. But she said, for a life that she has had in which her own mother, Remy Gunn, was unfortunately involved in a tragic riding incident that would eventually take her life. Bethany herself has had a previous jockey career, plenty of broken bones along the way. Bethany told me yesterday morning, for all of the bad things that have happened, all of the good things in my life are because of horses, and no matter what, I always come back to the barn, and that's where the magic happens. So the story keeps getting better with Coal Battle. Those that are closest to him are along for this ride as well, Lafitte.
A life in thoroughbred racing, Acacia, Bethany Taylor, and what these next 13 minutes must be for her and everyone associated with Cole Battle, this underdog story, and now the test of his young career in this Arkansas Derby, 12 minutes out. If you didn't have a reason to root for a horse in the Arkansas Derby for our viewers, now you do.
Yeah, I mean, he is, I guess, the David and Goliath story. He's the David, and listen, he's made me a believer. I've watched him train. I've been by the barn. He's a laid-back individual. I love the conversations with Lonnie Briley. You could tell he's a horseman's horseman. And now this is a whole nother layer to the story. And I echo her sentiment. Everything good in my life is because of horses. I get to sit here with you on a beautiful Saturday afternoon covering races like this.
Hey, Maggie, you know Cole Battle a little bit. What are you seeing today in comparison to his previous races that he's won here at Oaklawn Park?
Much like his race record, Lafitte, consistently has his game face on when he's brought over here to the paddock, and now today to this infield. And I just echo the sentiment from connections from what Bethany said, as Acacia reported on, that he's so intelligent. He is a horse that I actually went with Acacia for that hit she did at the barn early today, and I stood off to the side. And he just stared at me for a couple minutes, like assessing me, who are you? And then he was like, okay, you're cool, and I'm gonna keep eating my hay net. He's just one of those horses that processes everything in a different way. And he takes it all in. And I love horses like that. And you can generally read a horse like that in their eye. And he has those intelligent eyes. And again, like I said, he looks much the same as what he did before that Rebel victory for today's Arkansas Derby. But he does have a serious rival on the outside with number 9, Cornucopian. Can he stretch out from 6 furlongs to 9 furlongs in only his second start? If he had a different trainer, not a Hall of Fame, multiple Kentucky Derby winning trainer like Bob Baffert, I'd question it. But he's got Bob Baffert, so he has that going for him. And the thing with him too, he's another really intelligent horse that has an excellent head on his shoulders. He has not turned a hair. And obviously he was in an environment like this back on Rebel Day too, but he looks sensational. Now he is shorter coupled, a little bit, base smaller. But he's athletic, and those types, like I said, with the conditioner that he has, he might be able to stretch out, but he's going to have to do it from the outside, which, Richie, I'm sure you'll expound on the job that John Velasquez has to get him out of the gate with position. Moving on to the maiden, number 3, Publisher in here. As he puts the blinkers on, we've heard Steve Asmussen said that Flavien Prat, who rode him last time and again today, suggested it because he just seems to take himself too far back and then get intimidated. He's found trouble in the stretch in his last 2 efforts in the Rebel and Southwest. Hopefully, he'll be a little bit braver with the headgear on. Now, a horse that I'm not ready to give up on, though, is your Southwest winner in Speed King. I know Cole Battle has gotten the better of him on 2 different occasions, but Speed King, I think, will be more, not aggressively ridden, but allowed to kind of get into his own rhythm today. He looks sensational, and I know there's been a lot of question marks of whether this horse truly wants this type of distance, but he is so long and so scopy, meaning that his neck is very long from his shoulders. His back is very long from his shoulders to his hip. And those types of horses, they generally can handle this route of ground. So, Lafitte, like I said, don't dismiss your Southwest winner at 13-1 today.
Home field advantage. Southwest winner, Speed King. Rafael Bejarano aboard. Riders up. Post parade shortly for this 89th Arkansas Derby, circling back to Cornucopian. John Velasquez aboard, looking for a first win in the Arkansas Derby. I spoke with his Hall of Fame trainer, Bob Baffert, this morning, and he emphasized, yes, he's talented, absolutely, cut out to be a really good horse. What he really focused on, though, and drilled home was the professionalism, how far ahead he is mentally than his experience. Just the one career start, but his mentality, how professional he is this early on is just different.
And what's really unusual for a horse that possesses as much natural speed as this horse is just how laid back he is. He has not turned a hair. He doesn't get excited. He's walking around like he's out for a trail ride. I mean, he really is a laid back individual.
To Acacia.
And I'm happy to be joined by trainer Lonnie Briley. As we were just discussing, Lonnie, the demeanor that Cole Battle has, he knows it's game time.
Yes, he sleeps, lays down in a stall before every race, you know, like he knows what's coming, and he's unique, you know, he's different, and now he's on the muscle today, more than I'd like, really, and but we'll see what happens.
We've had a lot of conversation about how the horse is doing coming into it. This has been quite a road for you. How are you doing?
I'm wore out. I'm more tired than he is. But doing okay, I reckon, you know. But we'll see after the race, you know. I might be running that way.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck, Lonnie. Enjoy it.
Okay. Thank y'all very much. Y'all been so wonderful.
Lafitte, an easy horse to root for.
So easy. Class act. Lonnie Briley, biggest moment of his 34-year career, about 6 minutes. A few more minutes than that away.
He's just such a down-to-earth gentleman. It's really been a pleasure to get to know him. And like Acacia just said, easy to root for the horse, easy to root for the connections. This is a great story.
Let's meet the field. Post-parade, Arkansas Derby. Brereton's Baytown, 8th at 188 to 1 in the Rebel.
Yeah, he's bet down to 94 to 1 here. He would be a surprise.
Brereton's Baytown. Number 2 is First Division. Promise you'll see him next. I can see the saddle towel. There he is, First Division. Team Mystic Dan, Brian Hernandez, Kenny McPeak.
Real nice effort last time when he hooked Best Friend Rocker but was outgamed.
Number 3.
A horse that's had bad luck. They're looking for the blinkers to help him accelerate through the spots. I like that Flavian Pratt stays put here.
You know who's due? Dwayne Lucas with Best Friend Rocket. 40 years since Lucas's last Arkansas Derby victory.
Horse a little bit tricky. He kind of was pulling himself up until he got hooked by First Division last time. Then he reasserted himself.
Great story. Speed King upset wire-to-wire Southwest winner.
The hometown connections here on Moquette. Arkansas native. The owners, Arkansas natives. And this horse has a great deal of ability. If he can run back to his Southwest, he's a player.
Metallica fans, this is your horse. Enter Sandman, deep closer with more real estate to work with today. Jose Ortiz looking for the Fantasy Arkansas Derby sweep.
Get in more real estate, needs to work out a trip, will be closing.
Monet's Magic, outsider, 44 to 1.
Yeah, another one that just feels like he's going to have to take another step forward, although his Southwest wasn't terrible.
Stars of this show will be side by side in the starting gate. Cole Battle, the Cinderella story.
Not the biggest individual, extremely well balanced, and as Maggie alluded to, as intelligent a horse.
And Cornucopian, world-class connections. Cornucopian, the Colts, second start. Is he ready for this?
Bob Baffert, multiple Derby wins. Johnny Velasquez, multiple Derby wins. A horse with a great deal of ability by Into Mischief, an incredible sire. And he's got that laid-back personality for a horse with speed. Usually the way it goes, the feet, the more speed, the kind of more revved up and hot they tend to run. I don't see that with this guy.
He's done it 100 times. A trip to the Derby on the line. 1.5. 4 minutes out to the 89th running of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. $1.5 million and a Kentucky Derby berth on the line. Just another day at the office for racing's most recognizable figure. The mantra is, act like you've been there before. Easy for him to say.
American Pharaoh, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance as he dominates the Arkansas Derby.
Not the case for all his competition. 72-year-old Lonnie Briley, 34 years in the business, his first Arkansas Derby starter after an improbable run by his underdog colt.
Cole Battle, the story continues, this fantastic story.
And there's the home team, an Arkansas native owner and his trainer, who could literally watch the race from his back porch. Together, seeking their first win in Oaklawn signature race.
Speed King all the way in a superb effort.
The road to the Kentucky Derby goes through Hot Springs. The Grade 1 Arkansas Derby is next. The prestige of Oaklawn's marquee event and what it could mean 5 weeks from now at Churchill Downs in the Run for the Roses. So you want to get involved and start building that Kentucky Derby bankroll. You bet $50 to win in this Arkansas Derby. You get $20 for the Kentucky Derby. All you have to do is opt in at NyraBets.com. Massive crowd on hand. Getting closer to post time for this Arkansas Derby. Andy, Sarah, the one we've been waiting for, moments away. Final thoughts.
All right, Sarah, you're under the gun. Cornucopian. If he stays this price, would you bet him? If he drifts down to even money, how do you feel?
The answer is no for both. Just a horse who's trying too many different things for the first time in this spot. The talent is clearly there, but I want to see what he does against some battle-tested foes for the first time in here. And going forwards, is start number 3 really going to be a winning one if he goes to that Kentucky Derby? I would play against here and there.
What about Cole Battle, who at 2-1 right now seems to me to be an underlay, but he is a good story. Do you like his chances here?
I think overall body of work just speaks for itself. On the dirt, he's undefeated over that surface, whether it's different racetracks, different distances, and different types of trips for him. He's really risen to the occasion. Whatever has been thrown in front of him, he's just a very cool horse and easy to root for. As we've mentioned, he's just tactical as well. I really like his adaptability that he's shown. And even though he might need to take a step forward in his numbers, I think that he is, in many ways, the horse to beat.
All right, you got to make your $50 bankroll bet in Nyra Bets. Who you betting?
I would go with Cole Battle to win.
All right, Acacia, where are you going?
I'm on Cole Battle as well, Andy. Coming into this race, I was thinking I was going to take a stab with Publisher, getting the blinkers on and hopefully getting a cleaner trip in here. But the more that I looked at this field and watching them in the preliminaries, the one that grabs your attention is Cole Battle. Obviously, Cornucopian is a specimen. But Cole Battle, as you heard from trainer Lonnie Briley's, on the muscle, knows it's game time, knows how to turn it on. This horse has gone out there and just goes about his job, so to speak, out on the racetrack. I love what I see from him yet again. He's already overcome the odds, Maggie, and I know that this place will really be excited to see a horse like this pick up the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby.
The question is, Acacia, are we going to both lose our voices again as you, me, and Richie were rooting home Cole Battle so hard to win that Rebel? I'm with you, though. I love Cole Battle. But let's take a look at these horses as they're wrapping up their warm-ups behind me. But I want to start with the Cornucopian discussion. As you heard Sarah and Andy say, they're a little bit leery of him handling this distance in only a second start. And I've got to say, he's kind of your quintessential into mischief in that they're horses that generally look much better the faster that they go. But watching him as he galloped and as he moved, he's a horse that definitely has more of a sprinter stride. But then again, you go and you watch his workouts, and he does extend himself quite nicely. Actually, 2 works back at Santa Anita, to my eye, outworking Barnes in the morning. But let's take a look at Sandman, who's taking a lot of money once again. He has yet to deliver, but he has a new jockey on his back, your fantasy winning jockey, Jose Ortiz. And Jose, as you heard in that interview with him after that victory, says he wants to try to get this horse a little bit more forward position because he often leaves himself too much to do. But I also think that might just be him. He's a horse that lacks a bit of substance and a bit of a hind end. And hind end is a horse's engine, especially when they need to propel themselves out of the gate. So that is my concern with Sandman. If you want a long shot, I'm a little intrigued by Best Friend Rocket for trainer Wayne Lucas. I've agree with Richie in that he is a little bit of a stop and start type, but when competition gets to him, that's when he kind of re-engages. He is a little bit revved up here, more than I'd like to see, but I feel like I need to root for Wayne here, Lafitte, because he let me borrow one of his amazing ponies in Boomer for this afternoon.
So you're in debt. You're in debt, and he pretty much bought your support. We understand it. It happens. Wayne Lucas, Richie, who won back-to-back editions of the Arkansas Derby, won with the filly in '84, an eventual Preakness winner, Tanks Prospect in '85. Not one since. 40 years since his second and most recent Arkansas Derby. But as you know, never count out the coach.
Never, ever count out D. Wayne Lucas. And one of the great joys I've had being here this meet is my conversations with Wayne, just talking horses, going back to when the two of us many years ago were breaking young horses and doing things like that. This horse is interesting because I do think he's a bit quirky, and he's a horse that does kind of goof off a bit until he's under pressure. And last time he showed that he would engage in a fight.
Circle back to Cornucopian. Only one jockey has ridden him in a race because he's only raced once. That was Gerardo Ortiz. He was at Gulfstream today riding multiple horses, contenders in multiple graded stakes races. John Velasquez rides today. But you spoke with Gerardo Ortiz about Cornucopian early today. What did he tell you?
His exact words were, he's a really nice horse. I think he'll be better going further. And I'm in the camp with Maggie. He looks more from a body type, like a sprinter. But it's Bob Baffert. He knows what he's doing. The horse has obviously got immense talent. I just think this is such a huge ask.
This isn't an identical comparison because this colt had a little more experience. How do we know he isn't Justify? Justify won the Santa Anita Derby in his 3rd career start, Kentucky Derby in his 4th career start, Triple Crown in his 6th career start. How do we know Cornucopian isn't Justify at this point, even though he does have one less start?
Well, we don't know, and we might know more in about 4 or 5 minutes. But Justify looked like a horse that wanted to stay around the ground. He had a lot more length to him, a lot more scope. And listen, they come in all shapes and sizes. The proof is in the pudding. What they do is how we judge it. We're getting ready to find out.
Bob Baffert, suspension served, 3 years, back in the Derby mix, will seek a 7th Derby victory in 5 weeks at Churchill Downs. Will Cornucopian be there? Will Marcassi be there? He has Sandman, stretch running, sensation. Pace matters, racing luck in the stretch matters. And for Lonnie Briley, 34 years in the game, 72-year-old Cajun native, the moment of his career with Cole Battle. Post time for the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby live on Fox Sports 1. Here's Matt Dinneman.
Current 3-2 favorite on the board. That could change, but that's where we sit here currently as the last one goes in. You know what that means. We're ready to go. They're off in the 89th Arkansas Derby. Slow break from the maiden Publisher, and Cornucopian's taking it to him from the word go as an arrow lead on Cole Battle, who's keen here. Cole Battle wants to get after the leaders. He's on restraint to take back to 3rd, and there goes Speed King, the Southwest winner. He's going to take the initiative here, and Cornucopian will hook up with him going into the turn, and they speed off here. These two hook up, and they open up 5 or 6 on Cole Battle, who's running in 3rd, placed well today, and more settled down. First division in the 4th position, a length and a half clear of Best Friend Rockin' and Brereton's Baytown. Monet's Magic 3rd last. Sandman the Gray has a fast pace to chase, and Publisher is at the back. They're going mad out there. Cornucopian wants to go, and John Velasquez is letting him run. Rafael Bejarano trying to give his horse a breather, but he's very keen too. And these two fly down the backstretch here. 45-1, that half-mile time. It's a testing first half-mile here for these top two. It would be incredible if either of them could keep this up. There's 7 lengths ahead. Cole Battle running in the 3rd position. Brereton's Baytown tries to get closer, and now Cole Battle is given a cue to go, and he's taking 3rd, and he's coming after the top pair, Cole Battle, as they round the 4th turn. It's Cornucopian, Speed King coming back to the group. Here's Sandman threatening to run a big one, and Cole Battle, Speed King's done. Cornucopian, the dirt has turned into quicksand. He's done as they come to the top of the stretch here. Cole Battle, Sandman going at it, and Publisher trying to break his maiden in the Arkansas Derby. Cole Battle has lost the lead to Sandman. Publisher, the only threat to beat him. Sandman, he's green, drifting around here. It's Sandman in front by 2. Publisher is 2nd, and Sandman, he's run his A race, and he gets a confidence booster heading to Kentucky. Sandman does it. The son of Tappet for Mark Cassie and Jose Ortiz win the Arkansas Derby over Publisher and Cole Battle.
So he will be there in 5 weeks at Churchill Downs. Trainer Mark Cassie, Sandman wandering in the stretch. He puts it all together, and when it matters most, to take down the Arkansas Derby.
And this was a Derby-esque type run from Sandman, making that kind of wide, steady, elongated run around the far turn. Hits the front. Now, this is what we're talking about. Watch when he's going to kind of lose focus, going to do some dipsy doodles here. Left-handed pressure. He ducked out. He was clear. There's no issues there. Jose Ortiz straightened him up, went back to hands and heels, kept his hands on the reins, shaking the stick at him. This was a big effort from him, a big effort from Publisher. Cutthroat speed duel, though.
We'll get back to, the supersonic pace that we saw in the early stages of this Arkansas Derby. The sweep in the fantasy in the Arkansas Derby for Jose Ortiz. How quickly Sandman corrected. To me, that looked like it was about to go sideways as he started going sideways.
Yeah, when he went at him with his left-handed crop, Sandman let him know with that one big move. And Jose, who's just been riding in such career form, just coming off of being leading rider Fairgrounds, anticipated his next move and was able to get the reins and then put the bit back in his mouth and right the ship. This was the effort we've been waiting from Sandman. We knew he had it in him. He got the right setup.
And this was a rider switch. Had been ridden by Christian Torres, Mark Cassie and team wanting to change things up. They go to Jose Ortiz, and in the end, the right decision as a result of the result.
Yeah, he was able to get him in a bit better position today than he's been in his previous starts.
Fantasy, Arkansas Derby sweep. Jose Ortiz live with Maggie.
Well, Jose just made his decision. I'm riding Sandman for the Derby as well, Jose?
Well, I don't think I have much else, but I think it's a good one to have, and I'm very excited about it.
Talk a little bit about your trip. It was a blistering pace out in front of you, and really with this mile and an eighth, it seemed to really suit him.
Well, on paper it looked like Buffer Horse was going to go by himself, but also it didn't work for Speed King last time when he raced, so I was excited when I see him going out there and bang each other. So I tried to wait as long as I could. Approaching the half a mile, I think Nick Water was in front of me, started dying. I thought about going inside of him and follow Colbara, but, he's a big horse, big stride, so I keep him on the clear and try to not get in too much trouble with him. And, when he entered in the stretch, he exploded.
Jose, you're coming off the back of a win at the historical Fairgrounds meet. And I don't want to say you're always living in your brother's shadow. Irad, you want to eclipse the word yourself, but is this your year to eclipse him?
Well, every year we approach it with the same intensity. Just try to win as much as we can, and obviously, Breeders' Cup is exactly, it's championship, but that's where everything end up. So we try to build in through Breeders' Cup, and if we are in contention, so we push for it. But yeah, we're trying to win as much as I can, and I'm very happy for my brother. I mean. Some people say that, but I don't care. Living my own life, and I'm very happy to be riding good horses. I'm very happy for Ira's success as well. And we're just here trying to make Mommy and Papi proud.
I think you've accomplished that, Jose. Congratulations. Acacia, you are with, I'm sure, a very jubilant Terry Finley of West Point Thoroughbreds.
I absolutely am, Maggie, and rightfully so. Terry, Sandman has been that horse that's been right there. Putting it all together today with the Grade 1 victory, how does that feel?
Well, it feels awesome. I thought he was going to put it together today, put everything together today, and he did. And I'd just like to say thank you to all the partners across the board. And, we're a great group, and we're on to the first Saturday in May.
Talk me through the trip a little bit. As you saw Cole Battle looming up, then right behind him, Sandman, who was traveling beautifully.
Well, I thought Jose, he saw that pace up in front, and he figured he'd have to get by those horses. So, everything's set up, but, I'm not saying they staggered home, but, everybody was spread out, and we were just hoping to get to the line first, but he did. He pricked his ears, and, he got to the wire first, and the jock, he absolutely rode this horse to perfection, and all the team with Mark Cassie. So I can't give enough platitudes to people, and we just all the owners get a chance to stand up in the owner's box and to watch and to enjoy. But the team on the ground is really what makes the difference with a horse like this.
So many people behind one horse, but West Point team familiar with what it's like to win the Kentucky Derby, but it's that dream we're all chasing, going back there with a horse like this and with your partners. What does that mean?
Well, I think it means we're going to have a good, 5 weeks from now. I think it'll be a good 5-week stretch. So we're going to enjoy it. We're going to savor it. And we're just going to be thankful to everybody. And let's go.
Well, enjoy the win today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Lafitte, if we could bottle that feeling.
That he knows all about, as you mentioned, Acacia. Always dreaming. 2017 Derby winner, West Point Thoroughbreds, Terry Finley. If Terry, the jockey Jose Ortiz, and Mark Cassie could have drawn this race up on a chalkboard, Richie Migliori, that is exactly what they would have wanted to see in the first half of the race.
Exactly. They wanted pace. They got pace. He was always traveling well. You actually picked him up before I did. I was fixated on Coal Battle, who I thought was traveling extremely well. He made the first run, but Sandman followed in his wake, and just what you said, you couldn't have put X's and O's on a chalkboard and created a scenario as good as this.
Jose Ortiz has won a Belmont Stakes. Tapwrit yet to win a Kentucky Derby. Maybe that changes in 5 weeks at Churchill Downs. Let's reset and go back to the start. We knew on paper who the fastest horses were early on. Another look at Mark Casse. Number 5, Speed King, Cornucopian towards the outside. How did this torrid, cutthroat pace duel unfold, Richie?
Well, Johnny allowed Cornucopia. He didn't send him to stride forward. And Speed King didn't break extremely alert. And then he was kind of sent along by Rafael Bejarano. And then once you get two horses that have this much natural speed and they get close to each other, they incite each other. The two of them kind of made each other rank.
If Johnny Velasquez wanted to, could he have flank?
I don't think so.
Cornucopian off of Speed King's flank.
I don't think so. If you look at the way Speed King's ears are, the
Pinned.
position of his ears, they're pinned back. That's a horse that's intense, that's grabbing the bit and going on. Johnny's trying to get along with him. He's not fighting with him. He's putting his hands down. But 45-1 going 1 1/8, way too fast for the distance.
What should the distance? What's a moderate pace for the first half mile in a 1 1/8 Grade 1 event?
46 and change would be fast, and this was 45-1. 47, I think, would be a legit, like a normal type of pace.
You know what else we might see in a maiden? A horse who's never won a race in his career could be headed to the Kentucky Derby. Publisher, second place finisher, trained by Steve Asmussen, live with Acacia.
He shows up every time, that's for sure. Publisher finishing second today. Steve, what were your thoughts on the performance, first of all? First time with the blinkers.
He ran a really good race. Sandman, credit to him for winning. We're obviously proud of Publisher and the fact that he keeps showing up. And obviously today was his best race to date. Quite the maiden to be second in the Arkansas Derby. But we're very proud of him. And, we got a pace setup that set it. Ahead of the stretch, I thought we had our shot. And they both ran on well to the wire.
I know that he's yet to win a race, but you've racked up quite a few points. Do you go on to the Kentucky Derby?
We'll move to Churchill from here, see how he's training. We feel very fortunate to have him, and he's a talented horse. He's kept the top-class company every morning. This isn't anything new for him. He thinks everybody's living this life.
Well, Steve, thank you so much for the time. We look forward to seeing his next start.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Lafitte.
Great stuff with Steve Acacia. There's the leaderboard. Look at number 2 with 119 points. Tiz-tastic, trained by Steve Asmussen, won the Louisiana Derby last week. And number 10, the maiden, Publisher, with 60 points. Why not go ahead? Who cares if he hasn't won a race? For a few jumps, it looked like he had a shot at Sandman, especially when Sandman started to duck out.
Well, what better spot to break your maiden than the Kentucky Derby? And the thing about Publisher is he wants the distance. He wants to stay. And you usually get too fast a pace for the distance in the Derby, the 1 1/4, the 10 furlongs. Don't know that you'll get 45-1, but you will get a legitimate pace, particularly in a 20-horse field.
Hoisting the hardware, Jose Ortiz. The conversation about he and his brother Arad Ortiz, the Peyton Manning, Eli Manning of thoroughbred racing in terms of jockeys and that rite to passage, what it means to win a Kentucky Derby, and what these next 5 weeks will be like for Jose Ortiz and Team Sandman, DJ Stables, St. Elias Stables, Vinny Viola, knowing that you're going to run in the world's most famous horse race with a legit contender.
You just want the horse to stay good. You want to stay good, healthy.
You want to hear your phone ring in the morning, don't want any texts coming in.
No, if my phone started texting late at night, I'd be looking, shut it. I don't want to hear what's going on.
We mentioned Mark Casse. How good is he? He's in 2 Halls of Fame. And standing by live with Maggie.
That's right. It's always a pleasure to catch up with Mark Casse and Mark Sandman. Put it all together. Love the 9 furlongs today.
Yes. What can I say? The 9 furlongs, and hopefully we get 10 here in a couple of weeks, a month.
I was going to say, Mark, you said up in Saratoga when this horse was a 2-year-old that he wanted the classic distances. Has he just been building up to this and mentally, too, seemed to put it together?
Yeah, he's great mentally. You know, as Jose said, when you can grab him and let him get into a rhythm, that's what makes him so good. And, yeah.
Lost your voice?
A little bit.
Rightfully so. Best of luck in the Kentucky Derby. Congrats here.
Thank you.
Guys.
Mark Casse, Sandman. That much more satisfying considering some of the frustrating losses en route to this Arkansas Derby win today?
I think it has to be. I mean, this is a horse that has shown that he belongs in this upper echelon. He's run some very good races, maybe not getting the best trips, maybe leaving himself a bit much to do, but he got the right trip and the right setup today. And he's going to get pace again. And look at him from a physical perspective, his running style, and certainly his pedigree. He should relish every bit of the 10 furlongs.
And we'd be remiss not to circle back to what did you make of his performance, his effort this afternoon?
What was a little bit surprising early on with Coal Battles, he was actually a little bit keen, and his rider had to forcibly take him back out of the duel.
Too aggressive, you're saying.
Yeah, but then he settled nicely, made this run like he was going to be a contender, and he just didn't stay on quite as well. Still a very good horse and a very honest individual.
Would you expect to see him in the Derby? He has the points.
I don't see how you don't try.
Coal Battle, not his day today. We'll see if we see him in the Kentucky Derby the first Saturday in May at Churchill Downs. We know Sandman will be there. Finally putting it all together. Better luck this afternoon. The Arkansas Derby winner, the Kentucky Derby in 5 weeks at Churchill Downs. And these key preps leading up to the Spring Classics. Quiet Side putting it all together. What a stretch duel. Seeing that in the fantasy. She's on to the Kentucky Oaks the first Friday in May. The run for the Lilies. Jose Ortiz, a worthwhile trip to Hot Springs. The sweep of the fantasy and the fist pump. Jose Ortiz with Sandman for trainer Mark Casse. Wins the 89th Arkansas Derby. Have a great night, everyone.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of gun runners' great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7-furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew.
The gold, but it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year.